Welcome one, welcome all back onto the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we officially go over halfway with the Rumble stage of Split 2. It's going to be a fun one, folks. We officially crest over to playing into the second round robin. It's going to be myself and Alk bringing you through two Group Ascend series, starting out with Thunder Talk Gaming and JD Gaming. But, Alk, before we jump into this series, we got to go through the format once and for all to make sure everybody knows the real stakes of this second half of the Rumble stage.
Yeah, for us here in the Group Ascend stage, we are going to be looking at our top four. Obviously, we've only just crested into the second round robin, so no team is quite locked up yet. But some of our top teams, especially one of our teams that will be playing tonight, are trying to make a form that they can kind of push themselves into top four and immediately qualify into playoffs.
Yeah, as you can see, JDG currently grasping straws at that third place spot with that middle pack group Ascend just so murky. We were staring at 6 teams almost that are 5-4, 4-5. We got 5 of them in that jumble. We're going to be seeing as well more of those teams in that spot later on tonight. But Thunder Talk down at the 2-7 spot. That is currently what your standings look like in Group Ascend, the group that we will be doing 2 best of 3s with tonight. But the one awesome part, everybody, about the fact that we are into the second set of round robins is we can now introduce this fun little segment called What Did This Matchup Look Like the Last Time Round, Alk?
We're going to need to workshop the name of that title, though.
That's not the official title. I do want to make that clear.
It's a work in progress, But, you know, we did just get this matchup not too long ago, and this was a series that should have been done and dusted here for JDG. The game 2, I think, specifically from Thunder Talk looked a lot better and is probably going to play a lot more into our series and kind of the win conditions that we see from both of these squads.
Without a doubt. And I do really feel like for the JDG side of this matchup, especially in this game 1 that we're getting a look at, might have been the real big step forward I saw from Shun. This Nefiri game was masterful. He ends up ending the game on this very team fight, going absolutely crazy. And JDG were able to, and Shun were able to carry this momentum over to get them from 4-3 nearly to this 5-4 spot. But as you mentioned, it definitely felt like a JDG dominating series. Even that game 2 was pretty back and forth.
Yeah, game 2 felt like just JDG taking a few too many timers on trying to catch someone out in side wave. Specifically, I want to note that Setab has been, I think, the linchpin when it comes to this team's success. Not necessarily in this case that he is just like 1v9 in games, but when Setab is having a good game, he is really feeling himself and kind of brings his team over the line. And in games where he's not, it feels like he can be a little bit of a liability for Thunder Talk. So we'll see what the new mid laner, especially coming on through as one of the newest imports coming through to the LPL, and if he can continue to perform to try to save this team. Because currently 2-7, you're literally right next to Ninjas in Pajamas, which is not where we thought. Or maybe we did, but maybe not in the same form that we would have thought Thunder Talk were coming in with.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation, the fact that NIP and Thunder Talk were in the upper bracket of Split 1 playoffs not too long ago, and now they have both fallen all the way down to this point. But it's time to introduce the team that we were kind of alluding to, but with a very intriguing change here. Thunder Talk Gaming will introduce their newest lineup for the second round robin. Hoya is in that top lane, but it is Xiaohuang Ren in the jungle, Setab mid lane, 1xN and Feather to round out the new look Thunder Talk roster. I don't want to say improved Thunder Talk roster just yet, Alk.
Yeah, we haven't even been able to see this new jungler. If for some reason you're asking, what happened with Beichuan? What happened with Beichuan? Well, there are currently rumors around that BLG are shopping around for a new player, and it might end up being the TT's very own Beichuan, which I want to do a very small throw to him. I think that for Beichuan, having been on this roster for so many years and being kind of a franchisee player alongside Hoya and 1xN and Feather, feels like a graduation for him if he ends up going over to BLG. So congratulations nonetheless, and hopefully he can find success on a new roster.
Yeah, that is just the nature sometimes of these teams when it comes to those upper echelon organizations in the LPL. I was kept in the dark of what this next little segment is going to be about. I mean, you kind of have to lead this out. I don't know what's coming onto my screen.
So I forgot to make this graphic in advance for today's show, so I had to make it today. This is just talking about the relationship between our two mid laners. And this is us kicking it back to 2021. What happened in 2021? Well, Scout won his 3rd overall LPL trophy and the World Championship later that year with EDG. Satab ended up making his competitive debut, but also we had a lot of different things happen in 2021. We had the old Chemtech Dragon, the one that gave you the revive and immediately got hotfixed, removed from the game. First Strike, the rune got implemented in this year, and Viego, Gwen, Akshan, and Vex were released. So more Shadow Isles. We got that terrible Ruination event we don't need to talk about.
True. Yep.
That was an event of all time. The Sentinels of Light.
Sentinels of Light,
TFT set also sucked. So I think the whole thematic just didn't work for us. But a lot of things ended up going on during that year.
Oh boy. Okay. So why? Okay, I was waiting for like some sort of punch or some sort of tie.
I was going to try to put you in the graphic, but since I didn't, I forgot that you had a personal account Twitter and not your work Twitter. Your work Twitter started in 2022, so I couldn't find anything for 2021. That's it.
Okay.
That's all I.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. So, still very informative. I always love a good history lesson. That is why I minored in college in history, so I like learning about history all the time. Let's talk about another part of this Thunder Talk roster, though, and I don't really know how to lead in this one without being a little bit mean, but definitely the player that I feel like has struggled the most since coming into the second split. The Cinderella story, the other side of that is what Hoya's been, as we have made a awesome t-shirt for Hoya here.
Yeah, Hoya. Unfortunately, Hoya has been put on a t-shirt, but like maybe in a different way than what we showed in that graphic. He has been given some carries, like the Rumble and the Vlad, like we saw. Unfortunately, didn't really perform there. And I know we have a couple of the drafts that kind of brought up here, made on graphics, to kind of illustrate some of the differences for Hoya. Yeah,
so it's partly Hoya, and then it's also, kind of just, I felt like Thunder Talk in both this WE series that they played, that they got swept out of, and later on when they took on JDG even, they really just tried to mix and match a lot of intriguing compositions, intriguing styles that I didn't feel like Thunder Talk were very known for before. Obviously, like in this WE series, you see Bard coming out for that game coming out for Feather, 1xN on a Jhin, Satab playing Victor. Like, these are not the champions that Thunder Talk knocked BLG out of a best-of-5 doing, earned the top spot going into the upper bracket playoffs, playing these champions. And you already called out, like, the Vladimir here as well. It's just, TT are trying a lot of things, throwing a lot of things at the wall, and nothing is really sticking.
It also just, for me, doesn't fit stylistically. I wonder what kind of is going on over in the Thunder Talk camp. Just hopefully wanted to be a fly on the wall for that. Just feels like when I look at this team, I feel like trying to go scaling isn't necessarily the right direction for them. I feel like having things that can cheat being around the map a little bit faster. That's why I think Ryze is so incredible for this roster, Galio in particular. And we have a couple of clips specifically focusing on 1xN, but I just want to note, when you're watching these clips, look at his positioning, because when we talked about 1xN is that he's been a really great team fighter, but so far throughout Split 2, I think he's been under a little bit of duress. Here, he's kind of kiting away from his team. Yes, there was an Azir ultimate, but one of the things that I've noticed when watching Thunder Talk is their setups around objectives are incredibly late. We are sending, like, the Dragon is about to spawn in 20 seconds. Our Caitlyn is only now recalling. Our Braum is potentially going to be recalling at the same time. So, as Caitlyn with a Jace and a Galio comp, how are we ever walking into this JDG composition? Like, yes, the two mid laners are really going to be focused on poke. Caitlyn does nothing in this fight now. She's going to walk in late to this, and we've seen this repeatedly throughout all of their series, whether it's against NIP or WE or JDG. Thunder Talk have been always late to the punch and always feel like they have to fight their way in, which is not what we would have expected, nor if they want to be able to win some more of these games, should we be looking towards.
Yep, and the one game that they do win in the series, and we saw it when we flashed back to this matchup last time round, was when they were able to set up at Baron first. They win that clutch Baron team fight when, like you're talking about, all 5 are there first, Thunder Talk have position, and they give enough space for 1xN to do what he does on Jinx. So I think that's a perfect emphasis point. and we'll get to see how it potentially evolves for Thunder Talk up against a familiar foe in JDG. Let's introduce the challengers to Thunder Talk here formally, and don't worry if you're getting nervous about any more roster swaps. You could be put at ease for JDG here. It is the same roster from the first round robin, same roster they stuck with for a while now. All in the top side, Shun in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, and Pays and Missing to round out one of the most potent bottom lanes so far in the LPL. And especially, speaking on Pays, I would say the most reliable AD carry you're probably going to get in the LPL right now.
I think people would fight you on that. You know, people are like, but I want Hope, which is fair. Right?
Which is
like
fair.
Hope,
that is fair.
Him and Hope, in my mind, are fighting for 1 and 2. I wish Leave was doing a lot better, but that entire NIP roster looks like it is just exploding on the inside right now. So, tough look for them. But JDG, even with the names on this roster, I am very worried for how they're playing. It feels in the same way that I think most of the LPL is experiencing this. I don't know if it's like a daze or just like some kind of like stupor that they're going through, but the solo laners, particularly this year, have just not looked on form. You talk about early into 2024, Cream obviously was still a bit rough around the edges and was still growing, but I think had a lot of promise. Knight was looking like one of the best laners in the league. Scout was solo carrying LNG to Worlds a lot of the time, but here now, we've got Knight on a BLG roster that currently is struggling, and even he is not still on form. Even in mid lane, you look at the top of our table, Cream and Shanks, they haven't necessarily been, super consistent. Rookie on IG, Xiaohu on Weibo. It feels like our solo laners this year have not necessarily kind of sharpened themselves coming in. So this year, or this matchup in particular, where we put a little bit of emphasis on Setav and whether or not he was going to be apparent in this series, Scout has also kind of had his lows. So we might end up getting a bit of a closer series than fans are expecting.
And it's intriguing when you're talking about JDG, especially because looking up against their, last really big test of this first round robin was that El Clasico series that we had up against Top Esports, and they go down in 3 games. Games 1 and 3 were classic TS games, as you talked about, with consistency even at the top of the table. They nearly won that game 2 and swept out this series. If it doesn't come down to the jungle GOAT right now, the LPL Kanavi saving them. So this could be a very different matchup for JDG, and I want to emphasize even further now that we're into the second round robin. We've emphasized the fact that the top of the table has, even those teams have some consistency struggles. Like TS has played the most raw games of the first round robin, even though they are at the top of the table. It's now time, especially for teams like JDG, to really knock off opponents that they are favored in. That's the test here tonight against Thunder Talk. And if they want to get into conversations of top 1, top 2 teams in the LPL going into playoffs, it's now. And it's now for every single team going forward.
Thankfully for JDG, they only got 1 matchup this weekend, or this week, and it's today. They played no other teams. I know last week they played 4 matches in 7 days, so obviously a tough schedule there. But yeah, we literally just caught this matchup not too long ago, so I can't imagine. The prep is very different. I think we're going to obviously see some different execution, and I wonder what the bounce back here is for Thunder Talk, because again, we're coming in with a new jungler. Probably have had some days to scrim, but the news is very fresh as well. They're coming off of, I'm trying to check when their last game was for Thunder Talk, the 26th. So they've had 4 days, right? Like their last opponent was literally JDG. Yeah. So the difference between that Thunder Talk and this Thunder Talk, I think we still expect JDG to win, but in what form does Thunder Talk come in? And what form does Xiao Huanggren actually put up? Because this is a very important series, especially when we're talking about the fact that they're at the bottom of the standings. They're 2-7. They're more than likely just going to have to be playing those play-in stage, which means you're probably playing another team from Group Ascend if we're looking at it.
Yeah, and even then, I know they're 2 very different groups, but I think some Group Nirvana teams have looked pretty impressive in putting a bit of a run back together. So, and they're obviously going to be hungry coming from that lower group that played far less games against far lesser competition. It's going to be a tough spot here for Thunder Talk. But luckily, with how grueling of a format this can be in the Ascend group for the Rumble stage, you could just go on a crazy run here right now in the second round robin and completely change your fortune. I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying the opening is there as we finally get the first opening of the new Thunder Talk with Xiao Huangren in, and let him know. We get to see him on the camera first time. It's always a great moment, especially for a guy that has been in the Thunder Talk system all the way since 2020.
Yeah. That's why I think it's so fun to kind of see, like, not only is Thunder Talk moving on from one of their junglers, which, again, for Beitchuan, he's been a part of the program for such a long time. Now being able to have another trainee step up in his place, I know there's probably a little bit of pressure on them. You're as a team, you're probably looking as the bottom end of Group Ascend, but it's one of your first games on stage. You really want to try to impress, and I think if you're able to make that upset, we have maybe a pretty big story on our hands for Thunder Talk.
And how cool is it for your awesome history lesson back to 2021? You could have also added Xiao Huangren was in the Thunder Talk system. That's how, we flashback 2021. This guy was still grinding for TT, and now we will step up onto the stage. We're going to get set for the 1v1 soon here. I missed out on who we're getting for this 1v1. I know you're always really tapped in. Do you know who this 1v1 is going to be to grab side select?
So we got Setab versus Scout. So we will have a very early preview as to what exactly is going on. I know yesterday we had some questionable 1v1s. BLG decided we're going to send out our support. We must send out the 13-year-old child again. And On got smacked again.
Yeah.
Nothing new there.
I saw the El Clasico 1v1. I believe it was. I can't remember exactly, actually, off the top of my head. All I remember is that they lost a trade so bad with the Ring of Fire that they walked into the Ring of Fire and just like actually virtually FF the 1v1. That was something.
That is kind of what On did yesterday. So
there we go.
That sounds about right, and that sounds like a pretty good description as to what one of the legendary supports of the league has done. So coming in again, we're looking at Thunder Talk to be pretty massive underdogs, especially with a new jungler coming on through. A lot of room to still learn. I simply am just hopeful that this is a learning experience, especially for a young player like him, and he can kind of take it in stride. And maybe down the line, whether it's here in Split 2 or, more realistically, maybe in Split 3, that this Thunder Talk roster starts to have a climb, similar to like an FPX of this group, or even a Team WE that we've been seeing.
Yeah, or even, hey, what's another team that made a jungle switch kind of around the same time and went on a 3-win streak? My guy, Xiaofeng and LG, they added him. They improved a lot.
But Xiao Huangren is not an LDL Finals MVP, so maybe that's the difference here.
Yeah, I want to get some love for my guy Xiaofeng. That guy is cracked.
He deserves it. I don't know if LNG has deserved it for how they've played, but I'm happy that they're not getting eliminated.
Yep. But enough talk about Group Nirvana. It's all about Group Ascend today, and we rumble on in to our 1v1 draft. It is very hard to not focus on how important blue side is in best of 3. So this 1v1 would be pretty critical for either one of our sides. Markedly, last time JDG were able to play 2 blue side games, and they won both those blue side games as we ban away a lot of the favorite 1v1 champions, and Setab grabs up the Jace that has been one of the most picked.
Am I going to see Jace? Am I going to see Jace versus Jace again?
I watched Gwen versus Gwen last time I was on the LPL broadcast, so...
Okay, Gwen versus Gwen is like even vaguely more interesting in my mind, though.
The only reason Bin won it was because he dashed over one full Q, and that was it.
Just go things. Happens. Well, now we're getting Corki versus Jace. So...
Wow, we've never seen this.
No, Leo,
Never.
That means that we have potentially 7 minutes of uninterrupted airtime. We can do whatever we want. They can't stop us.
Dang, whatever we want? That's crazy. There's a lot of options.
I'm an admin.
True.
I might let it fly.
You might let what fly? I'm terrified now. I feel like I'm just like a accomplice to whatever you get into.
Oh yeah. You're getting wrangled, and when I have to make a report to Kelsey later, I'm just gonna say that you started it because she's probably asleep.
Well,
so she won't know.
Darn it, I would say I have footage, but you're just going to cut the footage of me saying that
Yes.
I'm a bystander. I have no power
Oops,
here. This
the
is not
VOD is
fair.
missing.
The VOD's gone. Brad, you're gonna have to.
Ah.
Brad, you're gonna have to take the witness stand for me back there on producing. Brad, you're gonna have to bail me out if anything crazy goes down. If Brad goes missing, everybody, we're going down such a big rabbit hole.
I would love to harass our producers a little bit more for the fun of it, but we don't have a lot of them. Okay.
Yeah, we need you guys.
we need you guys. There's some play-by-plays we could spare, but you
Whoa,
know,
good.
The producers.
No, I agree. We can't lose any producers. All right, we'll start the clock. We have our 7 minutes of uninterrupted airtime. As these two are likely to just farm away. They're running the same summoners, the same rune, and nearly the same start. Alk, you got to bring me the hard-hitting analysis here. What does the difference mean? Longsword versus cloth armor.
Oh, Scout, you are a coward. Okay, we took bone plating.
Oh my God, maybe it won't be boring. Holy moly! All right, that's
we
both
igniting.
ignites. All right,
Oh.
Setab win. That's all I see right now. Setab
Okay,
win.
I mean the health pack is going to be coming up soon. Scout did miss a fair bit of that minion wave, so it's going to be a little hurt on gold. But Setab's already doing good. He was one of the early Jace mid adopters. I think kind of bold
Scout.
to take that into one of the legendary Scout.
Whoa, okay, Scout just wins this. I thought he was griefing and just out damages. Hey, you know what?
Yeah.
At the least, Alk, we didn't just get 7 minutes of interrupted airtime. We got some fight.
That's what they want you to think, because now what's going to happen is a lot of AFK farming, and this is going to be, we're just going to be like, oh, maybe there's another solo kill. No.
That's true. That's definitely our fate.
That was really well played by Scout. He used the Valkyrie to get away from the Jace Hammer form queue, and that means that all of the damage is missed. So, pretty big win. Scout, no. I've been trying to spread the gospel of the Corki build.
Yes.
Everybody at home,
Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver.
please, Bloodthirster, Essence Reaver. Do it at home. Take your free LP, and
Go
Thank
PTA
you
with
later.
it too. Go PTA with it, not Conqueror.
just go electrocute. It's funnier.
I mean, hey, Lucian players are doing it. Why not?
Lucian player. Okay. I did play the Lucian build. It feels really weird to not have large amounts of attack speed on that champion. I won't lie.
Yeah, I haven't
but-
tried it. I'm too scared.
Oh, dude, it's. I mean, you need a competent support, but that's like almost every 80 character. Oh my god.
Just eviscerated the minion wave. Oh, that one's just a bit
Oh,
outside for
GG.
Setab, and he's gonna jump for it. Health pack. I don't know if this will save him.
He's
He
dead.
thinks only way out is to fight. And it looks like our farm off has turned into a skirmish off. They trade kills, but guess what? Scout already had one in the pocket, so he wins side selection for the second time against Thunder Talk. And that means blue side, game 1 for JD Gaming.
I want to thank you, Scout, not only for bringing home one of the world championships for this league, but for also making us not have 7 minutes of uninterrupted
And
airtime.
potentially saving my job, Scout, because I don't know what Alk was going to do. I was really scared.
Dude,
so.
you're on edge today, bro. I don't know what it is. You came off of getting sick for like 2.5 weeks, and
Yeah,
then now you come back and you're like super hostile. You're like everybody's out to get me.
Super
Like,
hostile.
dude, I'm here for you. We're on the show together.
Listen, if anything's going to make someone hostile, it's being knocked out of being able to do anything with their life for a whole 3 weeks, okay? What if that happens
Woosah,
again?
brother.
Okay,
Woosah.
all right. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to be here alongside Alk again. It's been way too long. And hey, we have a lot of fun games of League of Legends. And we're going to start with this Game 1 draft coming up soon here. Alk, where are we at with the meta? How are you feeling about what you could potentially see coming through for B1 if you are JD Gaming, and what you want to see them grab up knowing the squad?
Yeah, they obviously have shown that they can play Neferi. I think that one of the things that you do need to kind of recognize that I think we saw yesterday in the matches, and I hope continues to be developed with the circle of the meta, where we're now at like Lucian versus Zeri and maybe some other like unique champions in there, is with the addition of Sion coming back and being potentially a first pick here. You can start setting up for those like very early lane dives. I know that it didn't go quite as well for EDG versus LGD yesterday, but I think that the idea of bringing the Scion in at level 2 to try to destabilize the bot lane matchup, having TP back in, and you have none of like the weird lane swap shenanigans going on, I think opens up a lot potentially strategically, and I wonder if more teams are going to potentially look and maybe go a little more deeper into that.
You can take away the lane swap tech for the Scion players, but you can't take away sacrificing all of your gold, your lane, and your time for the rest of your team. That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I've seen it a couple times. The old Scion leashing, you know, like Raptors guys come back too. Like get help with the chickens, help them for a first full clear. We'll see if Alla gets put on that duty if JDG want to go that route with the draft that we will soon hop into, and we will get to see what 3 classic red side bands Thunder Talk are going to have to make. They start with the Rumble. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an Afiri, a Varus, a Jace, some combination of those champions taken off the board from them because they just have to. That's welcome to red side in the LPL.
Yeah. I like the Yone ban. Maybe they try to get rid of the Rise early, or the Azir. I think Azir taken away from Sitab would actually be a pretty reasonable ban, especially when we talked about his effective champion pool. Could also start to think about the Talia. But this will mean that some combination of potentially Varus, Nefiri, and Jace are going to get through into this draft.
We'll have to see if they want to put Pays on that critical Varus. Or do they end up picking for potentially their jungle with that pool wide open? We've seen a lot more of this Nico ban coming across as well. Doesn't fully deny like a Kalista bottom lane, but definitely the more preferred pairing, I would say, of recent with how much team fight cohesion you get and pick potential with this selection.
It's also just been a really strong support, and I think pairing that up with things like the Kaisa, which 1xN has shown to be pretty proficient at, obviously makes sense there. All right, getting rid of the Nefiri, so
gone.
Jace. Oh, we're going for the Talia. Pretty strong takeaway from Sitab.
Yep, that's definitely right into Sitab's wheelhouse. We talked about where Scout and Sitab were nearly a half decade ago. Let's not factor in that 2021 is approaching half decade ago territory. Let's factor in that these two are at very different points in their careers.
Air, bro. It's happening. It's happening in real time. Start
no, please. No, please. Don't make me more scared. I'm already too hostile apparently. This is the problem though with picking that Talia away from Sitab is that if you're red side, you see Varus come online. I mean, you got to pick that thing up. So 1xN will be on the most picked 80 carry in the LPL so far this year.
Okay. For Xiaohong Ren, I think that you can just go for a Xin Zhao. I think it just has enough utility. Maybe you decide we're going for another engage in jungler, but this Xin Zhao has just gone so much stronger, I think, and you see a lot of teams with the fact that Vi is almost never a game 1 possibility, seems to make sense here. So picking up some pretty strong, some pretty good team fight, I think, coming in from the side of JDG. Just for Scout, I think his last Talia performance left a little bit to be desired, so we'll have to see whether or not he can kind of provide something a little bit better than what he did versus TT last time.
I'm hoping to see Scout take a page out of Hai Chao's last Talia game. Guy was a rock star. Yeah, I just said that.
I never thought I would have to say that in 2025, but here we are.
Here we are. I never a fan of putting one of the most mechanically proficient and best AD carry players, in my opinion, in the LPL on a Misfortune, but that will be locked in. Don't hate it next to the Scion, the Talia, a lot of like ground movers, hard CC commits, buy a lot of space for the MF, but Pays is now on the duty of hit a big bowl at time or your champion feels like kind of irrelevant.
I mean, it's fine for right now. Scion is going to neutralize a lot of lanes, and if they really want to, JDG can kind of continue to move their bottom lane, especially with Misfortune's Strut passive. It'll be easier for ThunderTalk to take control of mid lane as the game goes on. We're getting the Ornn now, so a little bit more long range. ThunderTalk are going to hopefully be able to take a pretty good skirmish. Their ultimates alongside just the range of the Varus make it very difficult for JDG, so vision control is, I think, going to be more and more important, and what supports allow you to kind of cheat around the map. Rakan potentially a possibility here.
That's a good one.
I don't think you really want to choose too many supports that are a little bit less tanky. In particular, I think Braum might lose a little bit of value here for both teams, but we'll end up seeing as we get into the second phase of bans, and already the Pantheon taken away. A pretty good one when we're talking about the jungle and support flex.
Yep, definitely. Maybe Poppy garners some attention here as well, is definitely having a lot of mobility. Aren't too many dashes on the board that enable the steadfast presence to be a really big threat. Obviously with Misfortune as well, her best pairing always feels like Rel. When you talk about getting the most out of those bullet times, wonder if Thunder Talk are willing to give a ban like that. No, the Braum you were mentioning, Onk, will actually pull that final ban for Thunder Talk.
Okay. So
now, what are they going to leave to R5 here is Thunder Talk? Because I've seen support R5 be prioritized decently heavy.
I don't even think you need support R5. I think you can just slam a Leona here as Thunder Talk and feel really good.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to have priority targets. You're going to say that Talia, Misfortune, if you don't have Flash, you're just getting ulted. And that means it's nearly impossible for specifically Pays on this Misfortune to ever actually get a relevant bullet time off.
That's
so
a great call.
You can go for Leona here. You could also potentially look towards mid as you already know kind of the
counter,
setup.
yeah.
You probably are going to be wanting some kind of... If you're Satab, you can go for the Rise. You can go for Talia, or sorry, for the Azir. Okay, going for Nautilus. Not the choice I would have gone, but similar to the Leona.
Yeah, you still some space if you hit the depth charge and Pays his mid bullet time. You can knock him out of those last couple of charges. We talked about how Rel is one of the premier pairings though for the Misfortune with her AoE hard CC commits. So we'd like to see Missing just lock this one in. I feel like this is a slam dunk pick regardless. But what are they going to go with in the jungle here? Pantheon, you've lost Nafiri, you lost Vi. Luckily, still feel like there's a lot of choices for Shun, even if he wants to go further down into the pool. We've seen a lot of J4s pop up around here. I know he played that one in Game 3 against Thunder Talk, but might lock in the Wukong or the Skarner. Also, there's just so many champions in the jungle I feel like you can play, even into a comp like this from JDG.
Yeah, it'll give him a lot of tanks. I'm
yeah.
kind of worried here for the side of JDG. I feel like you're really looking for Missing to have like a one-of-a-kind ultimate combo, and with the Xin Sao having the Crescent Guard making bullet time less effective, with 1xN having access to things like the Edge of Night and just being generally very long range, JDG are going to have to come at this fight from different angles. Shun on this Skarner is going to have to be pretty creative. Thunder Talk, however, with the amount of range that they have, I think if they play their cards right, you cut into a 25-30 minute skirmish versus JDG, and you might be feeling really good about your chances in this one. Just the problem that I have with Thunder Talk, they give up a lot of waves. Hoya puts himself in pretty massive disadvantage states in the mid game, just dropping a lot to make sure that he's there first for plays. And Ornn in particular is one of those top laners that you cannot be giving specifically experience on, as you want to make sure you have those masterwork items. So this should be a test coming in for Thunder Talk. Losing one of their most vocal members, losing their leader in the jungle. How does that affect this team, and how are they going to be able to navigate versus a JDG that is hoping to kind of use this win as a momentum builder into a strong back end of the round robin?
Because if you think about it for JDG, if they don't lose that game 2 over top, that super week you talked about they would have knocked off AL, Top Esports, and Thunder Talk and be in a much different spot. The fact they were that close means this could really be the breakout for JDG that they need. And Thunder Talk, all eyes going to drift towards Xiao Huangren in his first game after being a part of Thunder Talk for about half a decade. It's time to head to the Rift. My question for you all, I'm curious to see, you were talking about 1xN and the classic poke Varus, but is this a game state with so many frontline tanks? I know you like the range that you could go on hit and lean further into the scaling factor.
I don't ever want to get into an on-hit battle versus what JDG have. I think that when you look at Varus and you look at his blight stacks, it is percentage max HP. It's not like you deal 0 damage to tanks. Obviously, the flat armor pen is not going to be as effective, but those blight stacks are pretty meaningful. And when you look at how Thunder Talk are going to want to operate, I think that trying to utilize your range is going to be so much more important, whereas you go over to the side of JDG. Do I really want to be in auto attack range as Varus, even though it's a bit longer than some other AD carries, versus a Skarner, versus a Talia? If I'm getting into range of her, that means she can also seismic shove me, and that's I think, already a lost fight at that point.
Yeah, just curious because I do think a lot of the times people like to go on hit Varus is when you're playing into like a relatively shorter range comp that you could get a lot of free auto attacks off of, and a tankier front line you usually can get a lot more auto attacks off. It does seem like as we were about to head onto the Rift, I assume we just got an immediate pause as we have some of the technicians running in here to find the fix.
No.
At least it can't be. All right, everyone.
No.
Let's not
No.
panic. We are not. It cannot be game breaking. Like, at least it's not in the middle of the game and something broke and we have to like go crazy. It's probably just a small tech issue. We just got on the
This
Rift
happened
Hall.
yesterday, man. I felt so bad. I felt so bad for Grapes and Bloxer. They had to do 6 games. Their very first game coming in, 30-minute tech pause in the middle of it after 20 minutes into the game. That was tough.
I blame scheduling.
Okay,
For
wait. We're
you
zooming
can't tease
in.
us with the overhead shot. All right, hey.
Let's go.
Here we go. Shopkeeper is happy. We're happy. On to the Rift for the first official game of the second phase of the Rebel Stage round robin. And how do we start it off? I heard an immediate flash. Yeah, Shun's flash already off the board in the first 30 seconds.
Yeah. That's the Nautilus special. You walk through mid, walk into the brush. If they're in there, well, hey, guess what? You're getting invaded upon. So lose their summoner spells there. Seems like Pays and Missing want to try to screen, at the very least grab information on their opponents.
Wait,
Could have only seen Saytap. What's up?
look at 1xn's rune. Haha. On
You
hit.
can still go poke. You could still go poke.
Oh, this is Cope now. Who goes poke
look-
lethality Varus?
Anything's
what I thought.
possible, man. Anything's
Okay,
possible.
all right,
I
all right.
don't want to get into an auto war versus Misfortune. I'll just be straight up, right?
That's fair.
That's
That's
just me.
fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
So
Well-
we'll see. Scion is always going to be a big problem, but you have an Azir on your team, so 2 items. Thunder Talk are also going to be very strong about being able to take objectives with this mid and bot lane duo. So see what they can do. Junglers are pathing to opposite sides. There's an early ward here on Shin's blue buff, so we'll know
here
that
we
he's
go.
on the side of the map.
Feathers throwing down already. Dredge line through. They got that ward in, and that lethal tempo from 1xn gets proc, gets some extra damage, and should allow for them to both step up and hopefully grab level 2. But Feathers like, all right, Dredge line's back off cooldown. Guess what? Throw this thing again. Get more damage down.
They can keep going, though. I mean, like, if he gets another hook here, they're going to hit level 2 soon. The Ignite is still up and available for them. As soon as they ding level 2, Pays and Missing have to be so careful.
Oh, Feather hooks missing out of his crash out. He has to flash. 1xn follows. Flashes galore. But guess what? It's first blood to Thunder Talk right where you want it in 1xn's pocket.
The jungler is pathing away, so thankfully Pays will not be feeling like he's getting dove, but first blood going over to 1xn does feel pretty nice. They had to use a fair bit of their summoner spells to make that play happen, so with Shun coming on down, I wonder if Thunder Talk are going to be looking for that recall sometime soon and then looking to swap with their Ornn.
Still got to buy some time for that swap, but definitely, especially knowing that, I guess we'll find out with maybe pretty immediately with what 1xn might be purchasing on this first back. But if you are going the on-hit Varus, not the poke Varus with lethality, or lethal tempo, you getting early kills definitely factors in a bit extra, I would say, especially towards a comp with an Ornn in his ear. Varus in that on-hit form is definitely a bit more of a scaling threat, so it's always good to get that first kill onto the AD carry, and they should be able to relatively catch a decent amount of this wave, but like you talked about, want to see what the swap looks like here. Gotta think the JDG are going to be a fan of it, knowing they're playing the Scion for Ala.
And I like this right here. They had Missing go right back in the bottom lane. He helps his jungler out on the bottom side just in case Xiaohua and Ren ended up showing up. And so now he'll just cross through mid. They're going to continue to make this push into top side as Pays and Missing are going to take over this lane. I think Varus is perfectly fine with this trade. You already also had the Xin Sao take over this top side and by getting down a lot of vision. So after they make another, are they going to make another swap here? No, they're just going to keep it. So they're going to send the Ornn and the Nautilus together. I mean, yeah, there shouldn't be any threat onto Varus up until Ala hits level 6.
Yep. Maybe really just making a point that they want to keep control of this top river for when those grubs come around. I know we're still about 2 minutes away from them, but always a big priority for either of these teams, and it's going to feel nice to get those grubs onto the comp with that Azir as a pretty potent side lane threat, and just both teams in general, just LPL teams in general, big time about the grubs, and we'll see exactly where Xiao Ren's head is at. Like you talked about, Beitron was one of the louder voices for Thunder Talk, and it's what adds to how big of a moment this is, knowing it's a jungler stepping in, combining and putting input, adding input to what plays you want to make in this early game, especially knowing what we talked about, all that Thunder Talk aren't always as clean with their movements, drop a lot of waves, trying to sacrificing things for those big neutrals.
Doesn't seem like there's going to be too much here. I mean, Allah's going to hit level 6 probably within the next 2 waves. Ornn is perfectly fine, still getting a similar amount of this gold. It's going to be priority going over.
Uh-oh.
See that? Is he going to invade?
Ren, he's going to get picked by the seismic shove. He just wanted to go for the invade onto the chickens, but now he's flashing on top of Scout, gets the 3-pointed knock-up, but Scout is better timed with his flash, gets out to safety, and Shun welcomes Xiao Ren back into the LPL for the first time, and JDG are going to make it a bigger party here. Those ultimates come right online, and JDG making a 2-for-1.
Well, now the game is a bit difficult because Pays walks from top lane back into mid. He's able to push this wave, catch it for his mid laner. Scout's just going to answer top side if he really wants to. Good roam coming in from Allah, and Xiao Ren, I mean, like, we're just going for an invade with very little priority. We were never going to be able to move the Ornn in time, support an AD carry. We're kind of in transition. You're just in no man's land, right? Like, this is a very tough dive for them to, or invade to go for, and I think there were some creative angles, but this flash from Scout basically breaks the entire play.
And then, as you pointed out earlier, we knew Allah was going to get that ultimate online soon. Weaver's Wall sets up for just a perfect succinct play, and this is what really feels like. Oh, okay, well, I was going to say, this is what really feels like the differences between JG and Thunder Talk right now is that macro movement and map movement are just not on the same level as we hit a tech pause.
It's okay. It'll only be for a few moments. I don't have to worry about it too much. Yeah, Thunder Talk have been, you know, we talked about during the pre-show, late to set up. They always feel like they're the second ones to any sort of objective that they don't outright start for their opponents, and they also just kind of overgroup a lot of the times. I think mostly as a preventative measure. We've seen so many times throughout the split, specifically Setab fall in a side lane by himself, get focused out. That was a short part of maybe some of the mid-game woes that we got from Thunder Talk. So I'm kind of wondering, like, how much of that has actually been fixed in between their games.
Yeah.
And, I mean, you're going up against JDG now back-to-back. I wonder how much, you know, you can kind of glean from that, basically having to play 2 series right next to each other.
That's the intriguing thing about the scheduling. And I know, like, whoever scheduled for the LPL, like, when they came to them with this idea, like, it must have sounded completely crazy. They're like, hey, guys, what if we schedule... How about you guys schedule 8, you know, a double round robin? How's that sound? Like, oh, that's cool. Like, you thinking, like, 4 groups of 4 again? Like, we could definitely do that. No. How about 1 group of 10? Excuse me? Is that 18 best of 3s? Yeah, that must be crazy. Because also, you pointed out the Thunder Talk JDG thing, but for a team like Weibo, I believe they're going to be playing. Yeah, so they just played. They're going to play BLG again, and they're going to play IG again. Those were they went in the last week. They went IG BLG IG BLG. That is the crest of the
GLHF,
bro. Round robin.
Like,
yeah. It's just so
that
intriguing
comes
how
with
they
the
scheduled
territory of playing in Group Ascend, though, right? Just you have access to better teams. Hopefully you can kind of be a part of some better scrims just by being part of the upper group. But fact of the matter is that Thunder Talk weren't really expected to do much more than 7th out of this group. So we'll see how much further they can climb. Obviously at the bottom of the standings right now, but with them and NIP trying to make a race for who is going to be 10th in this group, I feel like there's a lot more hope coming in for this Thunder Talk roster. Now with a new jungler, obviously, maybe there's some hiccups along the way, but...
Oh, I was going to say.
Hey,
all right,
gameplay again. All right, all right.
And we see that Thunder Talk are aggressively hopping on that first set of grubs. It does seem like, so Shun did take one and then got on out of there. So despite all of the heroics of that really good pick play down towards the bot side of the river, it does look like Thunder Talk are going to come out with more grubs on the first turn. Oh, never mind. I misspoke because Xia Hongren smites away the scuttle, and now Shun's like, okay, free grub, I guess.
Yeah, sure. I'll take 2 grubs. Not bad, not bad. I think this is a big win coming in for JDG. Just having that taken away from the Azir, having that being taken away from what looks to be an on-hit Varus anyway. So good job coming in from JDG for them being able to contest. I think they just had way more buttons than Thunder Talk did at the time.
Yeah.
So,
Question now becomes, how much priority does Thunder Talk put on this first Drake? It does spawn before the first set of grubs, so this is definitely going to be not the quickest take on this first dragon. And again, we're going to continue talking about that. Xia Hongren in that driver's seat in his first action for Thunder Talk on the main LPL stage. How does he try to impact the decision making? Because so far, maybe a bit over-aggressive with that first invade. Luckily, second swing, second major play for him in Thunder Talk. Looks like it's going to be a pretty uncontested dragon, though I do see that Shun is pathing bot side, and Missing has an idea this is going on, but it's just a little bit too late to the play.
It's too fake, and also for Thunder Talk, I like what they're doing. They are playing a little bit and leaning towards the side with Azir. We've been seeing this time and time again, just being able to make sure that Azir hits his 2 items. He has some pretty expensive ones in his inventory, and it does take him a little bit to get there, but once he has the Nashor's Tooth, once he has the Leandri's, Azir should feel really empowered to take over this game. So I like that they're at least leaning over to their mid laner, and hey, they grabbed themselves a dragon, so only losing 2 grubs, still grabbing the first dragon, and you're only about 800 gold down as the team that has some pretty nasty scaling as this game goes on.
Not bad.
I think Thunder Talk are very happy with the position that they're in.
And, you know, that sort of expensive item conversation becomes twofold now that we know that 1xN, hold on, Dredgeline going to hit there from Feather, and that is going to get the cleanse out of Pace, so good little grab there from Feather has been really on point on the knowledge, but back to the point I was making there, all. We see the Vamp Scepter, we see the Berserker Greaves for 1xN. His first 2 items are now going to be much more expensive compared to that Poke Varus we know.
Yeah, for sure. Just means that on 2 items, Thunder Talk as a team are going to be really, really good. Right now, we are seeing that JDG, their lane assignments, I feel, have to be this way. You would probably want to see Scout laning up against his mid lane counterpart, but when you have a Talia with, you know, her flash still down, Azir's always going to be fishing with the ultimate, so these lane assignments make a lot of sense with being able to keep JDG in their position. And if you are the side of Thunder Talk, you're saying, okay, cool, you don't want to get taken down, but now I have an Azir that's farming versus Sion. Talia is facing up against Ornn, so the Spectre's Cal is just getting infinite amount of value alongside the Bomby Cinder. Thunder Talk are getting really slow in waste, being able to get golden experience onto certain members of their team, specifically their solo laners, and feeling good about their setup in the game. They haven't even lost mid-push. They still were able to grab that cleanse out of phase. Just being able to slowly take these things off.
The first combo is missing, throws down that Magnet Storm. Immediate bullet time there from Paze. They don't get the kill into Feather, but guess who's going to try and grab it? It's Scout. Immediate depth charge over top, but Xiao Hongren cannot protect his lovely support, and right on cue, the global ultimate impact of JDG's composition grabs them Feats of Warfare.
All right, but guess what? That's going to be half this wave topside. You also just lost 3 of your ultimates 30 seconds before the second set of grubs. So Tab does get canceled. Yes, teleport, so he's just going to go for one more wave. If JDG are unable to get a meaningful amount of damage, which doesn't seem like they're going to be able to, all of this wards, all of these visions, they're probably going to have to recall here. So they're going to end up turning up late for the second set of grubs, and we'll see how Thunder Talk end up setting up for this, as they did end up using that to make sure that 1xN no longer has Flash, and Feather is potentially another target they could go for.
Definitely first to move here, and they'll bring Hoya down as well. As you called out, you have all your ultimates available except that Chains of Corruption. This is a spot where JDG have to show some of that veterancy this lineup brings, the patience of it, letting the game come to them here, because We've seen a lot of teams kind of run headfirst into that grub pit to try and contest them, but it seems like CT are more looking for the kill onto Scout, who does have his flash but does not have his Weaver's Wall. Orenhorn committed along with the Emperor's Divide. They're going to corner Scout in the alcove, and Hoya's going to bop him down. Kill found, but what does it potentially cost TT on the backside? Doesn't seem like too much here, as that last grub is going to be secured by Xiaohong Ren without the smite, so everything gobbled up by TT here on this top side.
Good collapse coming in from Thunder Talk turns into a pretty big win for them, as we did see that Pays was trying to hit on this mid wave, gets himself about a plate in mid, so trying to accelerate some of that gold between him and his 80 carry counterpart, but still, I mean, Scout opening up a kill for Thunder Talk as well as getting 4 of those grubs. Thunder Talk are very ecstatic right now. They're saying, okay, we're in a strong position. We're the scaling team. We're going to have range advantage over our opponents. JDG, if they want to make this game a bit closer, are going to have to start making some plays on side lanes, which seems like that's a go for Saytab. As, all right, they got the flash out of Azir. There's going to be turret plates now going over to this Misfortune.
And a clear target to regank on those side lanes, no matter who's really going into Saytab. Especially knowing the matchups, if you talk about how Ala was matching into this Azir earlier, if that comes around, you could see immediate Scion angle along with this Skarner. But that does start to pose the question that it will also become a bit worrisome here for JDG. You're definitely lacking some consistent damage with this composition, right? It's very burst oriented with a Taliyah and a Misfortune.
It's all about the pick, right? Just being able to find a seismic shove over the unworked ground, or just being able to find that bullet time setup, which again, we had some questions for, right? Like, is Shun going to be able to get this massive ultimate that's really going to be able to set up Pays? Is missing even going to find the crash downs? Saytab has no flash, but it can very easily just shuffle back over the wall. There is a teleport available for Hoya. The dragon has spawned. I don't know if this is really your play. Thunder Talk, I think you just gotta give this one up, boys.
Yeah, he's walking head first into the fog. He's gonna have to flash out. He gets his partner hooked. His Feather once again will have to pay for the sins of his team. Hoya's TPing in a bit too late to this play as well, so JDG is just gonna try and turn onto him. The Crescent Guard does come down for Xiaohong Ren to buy some more space, but 1xN is completely cut off. Thunder Talk are completely scattered, and JDG are just gonna run right through this fight knowing it. It's gonna wipe down Thunder Talk. No kills found on the turn. Missing pays his life for a huge bounty.
What was that? Thunder Talk just completely collapsed. Everybody feels like making small errors in that fight turns into a big win for JDG. Just why? Why are we setting up for that? We have the 4 grubs. Let's continue to use our side lanes. We know that Scion is always going to be able to match, especially with that ultimate. So Thunder Talk end up putting themselves a bit in the hole. Will lose the dragon as well as the mid-tier one, which was kind of a point of strength for them. Their ability to clear the mid-wave a lot faster than this Misfortune. Now going to the wayside, they have a bit less safety. Taliyah can always cut them off from behind. Like, Hoya is recalling. Why are we even contesting? Let this guy die. The flash comes through. It's unfortunate it lands onto Feather, but they can always collapse a lot quicker with the Scion ult, with the Taliyah Weaver's Wall. So feels like Thunder Talk in for a penny, in for a pound here around the dragon.
And this really just highlights the struggles that have been apparent for Thunder Talk right out the gate in Group Ascend. You talked about it all before we got into this series officially with setup, and you saw there more dysfunction when it comes to just general team fighting and respecting the state of the game. And now you're staring down a reality where Ala's getting pretty tanky himself, throwing down into Saytab, and also Pays picking up a ton of those kills, gets to a 3-0 mark on this Misfortune that hits like a truck at that 2-item breakpoint that's coming pretty fast down the tracks.
And look at what JDG are doing. They're not only cutting off this Azir, who we were talking about earlier, needing to get gold, making sure that he hits his item breakpoints on time, but missing alongside Shun, being able to screen this side of the jungle, getting a lot of vision. So be potentially a turret going down, if not getting very close to one. No one from the side of Thunder Talk is in the area. They're not going to be able to contest this. This is just going to be free gold now going over to Scout. I wonder, how close is he to finishing his second item? Because not only grabbing those kills, but also now grabbing the turret as well. This Taliyah is accelerated in the game alongside that Misfortune.
Pays dividends to have your flashback up with that Weaver's Wall available. You can see how much safer Scout feels on those side lanes. Just grabbing and gobbling up as much gold as possible. We have a voracious Otacon in play for this game, and that always, I feel like, leads to one of two things. A team that has a clear lead out of the early game can really kind of put this thing to bed, playing as aggressively as possible, or if we see a 50-50 coin flip, TT opening the door back into this one. Point being, everyone's eyes are really going to drift towards that Otacon after maybe a potential Rift Herald start from JDG.
All right, Thunder Talk, they just need to be able to slow the game down. They're 3,500 gold, which at 16 minutes, not incredible, but I think you are willing to take that as a team that had a little bit of a worse early game considering all things. There's a start around the Herald. I think that Thunder Talk are starting to feel this, and this is the overgrouping that I was talking about. Yeah. Sion has teleport. He has his ultimate. He's going to take the bottom tier 1. Talia has Weaver's Wall. They can very easily collapse on in. Thunder Talk need to be careful with how they execute this team fight.
I like this from JDG. They're getting all of their side lane priority, like you're calling, in order, and now they're coming for the collapse. Weaver's Wall going to cut out the top-end play from Scout. Depth Charge going to land on top of Missing, who tries to get his combo down, but there's the bullet time, separating everybody from Thunder Talk. They're once again scattered and looking pretty weak. Feather and 1xN, both low half HP, and Scout knows it. He flashes in, looking for that killer play to shut down Thunder Talk, and while he falls, Pays picks up all of the pieces behind him. JDG are just too locked in. Team fighting in this game 1, and it might have just sealed the fate of Thunder Talk.
Do they find Hoya? No. Okay, so some more damage on turrets is going to be the play. JDG grab themselves, or they kind of win out on the end of that Herald play. Thunder Talk will have the Herald with the grub, so if they can, they might be able to break down one of these turrets potentially before the next dragon spawns. It's going from bad to worse as Thunder Talk. We're doing the overgrouping thing where we are dropping gold and experience on the entire map just to make sure we're there for the play. But even our setup isn't that perfect. Feels like 1xN and Feather trying their damnedest to try to get into a good position to potentially save this for their team. But between Setab and Hoya kind of being a bit lost and being all over this fight, Xiao Huangren not even kind of having much of an impact so far on this Xin Zhao. It feels like it's inevitable at this point as JDG are going to continue to steamroll Thunder Talk, and we haven't even gotten to those 2 items here for the red side.
Oh, not even close. And on the flip side, while we were worried about the damage profile for JDG, now their tanks are really going to be so difficult to deal with for such a long while. You have 2 tank items done for Ala, and this Heartsteel sacking for Shun, and he's not too far away from his second break point, so now you got to worry about those frontliners, those guys that need to start the fights and set up Pays and Scout being too difficult to deal with without the entire might of Thunder Talk.
So let's see how JDG play this game out. They have 6,000 gold. All of the gold feels like it's in the right places. In Scout, in Pays. Dragons being started up, and look at how they're using their priority. This is a really good job coming in from JDG. Just full court press in mid and bottom lane, set up for this dragon, force your opponents to walk in. They're even scouting some of this vision by using the Make It Rain coming in from Pays.
So
just
smart.
Taking all of this vision away from them. And for Thunder Talk, the silver lining here is that they at least got one of the dragons, so they'll stop it from being potentially soul point coming in for JDG, but
yeah,
we're still kind of waiting, right? Like, they still have the Herald, you're still waiting for 2 items, like.
And here's the problem. They're going to get sped up pretty quickly here. As we talked about a little bit ago, when that window hadn't come yet, Otacon is on the map, and this is voracious Otacon, right? The one that enables even more snowball, aggressive playmaking. And I just feel like TT are in a position where they can't even really contest this, but again, they're feeling desperate. They're overgrouping, trying to play for this Otacon. They're teleporting in Setab, so dropping more side lane prio, but for now, Xiao Huangren has gotten Shun off of this race's Otacon, but you know Shun wants to go for the smite, something that he struggled with a lot in the 50-50 position. He lost that 50-50 to Kanavi not too long ago to seal their fate in Game 2. How does it look up against the rookie? Shun is locked in, immediately snags that, and now everybody on JDG have false lives. Sure, they lose Shun off into immediate play, but Missing crashes down and sets up a beautiful bullet time from Pays. Everything going the way of JDG. They are just a league above Thunder Talk right now.
That's a triple kill going over to Pays, and they still have the Otacons to make it true. ThunderTalk cannot stand up to the might. This Otacon's also going to run over at least a minute and a half before the Baron spawns on the top side, so you're feeling amazing about JDG's spot in this game. Now almost 10,000 gold, and it feels like they haven't really missed a step in this game. There's been some instances, obviously Scout has fallen, but you are totally okay with that, especially with how they've played this game so far.
I mean, just look at the gold leads specifically in those damage-dealing lanes here. Is right on cue. Pays maybe getting a little bit too cute trying to toy with Hoya, but maybe he's baiting all along with Shun and Ala there to protect him. The big beefy boys up front, not letting their misfortune go down.
Oh.
We're not going to talk about that Impale because Shun still gets the kill over onto Feather, and with those false lives for another minute 15, they can play as much full court press as they want onto the base of ThunderTalk.
Now, fans at home, you might be asking, why are these casters surprised that JDG are even playing half this well? It's more of that consistency. This is the kind of game that I'm expecting from JDG against every other team outside of top 4, top 5. Like, JDG have been famously inconsistent, as have many of our LPL teams. So we'll see how they close this one out.
Man, they're looking to go for the record of quickest game here in the LPL. The way that Scout is diving in with that Weaver's Wall under 2 Nexus turrets. Bullet time comes down again. This time, Hoya does a pretty good job canceling out Pace. Step Truck's going to come over across as well to back the misfortune off these Nexus turrets. But Satab's going to have to do a ton of work with these Sand Soldiers to keep JDG at bay. He goes in for the Shreem and Shuffle, gets one, but it's onto the Scion, who will happily recall back as they lose Satab. They lose their main wave clear. But luckily for ThunderTalk, there's no more minions playing for JDG, and they'll back out of the base with their inhibitor taken.
Yeah, that was the big play for them. I think Satab would have been nice if he was able to grab some more kills, but he just said, look, I'm here to get the minion wave. Means that we won't, unfortunately, have our shortest game be decided here, still going over to Top Esports and FPX. But, I mean, you're totally fine with that, as JDG have now taken most of their base, flashes away from Satab and 1xN.
Baron in 130.
The one kind of shining point in this map right now is that those 2 items have been hit for the carries of ThunderTalk, but it's just too long. It's been too late now. There's 3 items coming in for JDG's carries, and you're now looking down, potentially starting off this series 0-1 as ThunderTalk.
Really feels like it's just going through the motions for JD Gaming at this point. They got the Baron coming up in about a minute. They don't have the false lives to lean on for anybody any longer, but as you called out, might just be a wallet diff coming in if ThunderTalk try and protect any of these final turrets. They're bringing everybody down to guard this tier 2, with the wave states in mid and top, as they always have been on the other side of the map to JDG's main play, in their favor. So ThunderTalk are continue dropping more resources, trying to protect a tier 2 turret that I really feel like they should just let go. But here we go. Oh. They're going to get caught here by Scout. Good Emperor's Divide, though. Throw Scout into all of TT, but he had the stasis there. Flashes back out to safety. Turret goes down. Satab falls as well. ThunderTalk have lost their 1-man, 2-item power spike Azir, and they look completely scattered, completely shot down. The bullet time may go wide for Pace, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. JDG are just so much stronger. They are completely outclassed ThunderTalk in items, in gameplay, and just game 1 overall. Final touches being done by Paze. He throws down a couple more double taps. It's only Hoya left, and even he falls. A clean ace comes across for JDG, and potentially their cleanest game of the Rumble stage. 25 minutes to take a 1-0 lead over ThunderTalk.
Hey, taking care of business. That's what we want to see from JDG. And now that it's the back half of the split, we had a lot of questions. I mean, JDG just last week replaced their coach, have Homie leave the team. They have Bobo step up.
Yeah.
There were some question marks, and I think still being placed on JDG. I want to see them close out this series very cleanly. I don't want to see a third game coming in for these guys. This should be a quick series coming on through, as we expect coming in. ThunderTalk should not be able to match up with them, not only against pedigree, but in the way that they have played League of Legends so far in 2025. JDG end up taking a resounding Game 1 victory.
And for ThunderTalk, even with the switch up in the jungle, does really feel like all the same woes have reared their ugly head once more. They had, a good, I think it was like opening 5-ish, 6-ish minutes. They got those first couple of grubs. They were able to make some pick plays on the top side, but once they really found JDG punishing them for some of their movements, they collapsed.
It was tough. I mean, we just got 2 back-to-back objective fights that were straight up terrible, right? Like, we're playing for second grubs in the Herald. That completely backfires. The Otacon fight was, or the Dragon fight that we saw around bottom side was a complete horror as well. Just ThunderTalk do not have a clear direction. And I want to say there were some mistakes from Xiao Huanren. This game does not feel like it was necessarily his fault. This just felt like another ThunderTalk loss that we have been seeing throughout all of Split 2 and Split 1. So, you know, a little bit of weight off of his shoulders at least, but still, first game of the LPL and already off to a loss doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, I do respect the eagerness he had. You know, a lot of guys coming to their first game on stage, especially in that pivotal jungle role, you could fall in kind of the lulls, just going through the motions, not being proactive enough. We saw him, though, in those opening minutes. Even though it did end up backfiring, I commend the play, looking for that invade, trying to punish Shun and get the ball rolling for ThunderTalk. That's what you want to see in those first baby steps, and that's the reality what this roster kind of is at now that they've made the switch at jungle. You got to just go through a couple of those first steps in the orientation program, it feels like, when you are bringing a new player into that jungle role. So it's going to be a long road forward, but I kind of like what you said earlier, Alk, about how when it comes to teams that make roster swaps, you just want to see them learn from these big-time matchups. And there's a lot of games with ThunderTalk in Group Ascent to learn with their new roster, and this was one of them. They're learning in this game.
I don't know what to say, man.
Yeah.
Almost 4 players got outmatched by a single one. Now, Pays may have 40% of his team's damage, which is incredible by itself.
Yes.
However, in terms of MVP, feel like no one in particular really kind of gave a standout performance. Maybe Scout.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Scout. I mean, Missing. Remember how this game started. They lost the level 2.
Yeah.
Very quickly with Missing dying. So Missing is not quite off the hook for what he's done so far. He has still not been the same support that we saw with Ruler in 2023.
Yeah. I think the only mark on Scout was him getting picked off on the top side. Outside of that, very good game. I just liked Missing's ability to set up those bullet times. I think he had a lot of good combos. But again, I think to your point, not to the discredit of these 5 players, that we don't feel like anybody was super ahead of the rest of the roster. I think that speaks more to volumes to how much of a cohesive team win this was for JDG. Like, one of those games where you want to give the MVP to maybe the whole roster for how they played.
I'm going to give it to the coach I'm going to give it to maybe some of the ThunderTalk players over there. They deserve it for what they did around some of these objectives. Just, it's tough, right? Like, we knew coming in that this should be a one-sided. We did see that this matchup a couple of days ago ended up going to 3 with JDG still ending up winning. But a lot of this, I think, for JDG just feels, hey, we played our composition like we wanted to. We collapsed on side lanes really quickly with our Talia and our Scion. We let our Misfortune find amazing bullet times in multiple different fights. This is, I think, the big one that we got to see with Missing crashing down onto 3 and opening up the Otacon and basically ending the game out right after this play. So,
again, just different points in these next couple of replays. You see big plays from everybody. We saw Scout at the Void Grubs pit. The Missing combo comes across for Pays. Shun maybe gets some praise for a guy like I talked about in the middle of that play. You know, he loses the 50-50 to Kanavi on that Elder that actually ruins the 2-0 over Top Esports. Now, in a much different setting, what does he do? He lands the 50-50 smite up against Xiao Huanren in that Octagon pit. That's good for him. That play really helps spark the bullet time. Again, emphasizing here, the main takeaway from this game is that this is arguably the most polished JDG have looked in a single game, all Rumble stage long, and it's what we need to see them do against a bottom-of-the-barrel Ascend team right now in ThunderTalk.
Well, coming into Game 2, I think we still have Nefiri, obviously. Varus now taken off the table is great. The Scion, I think, opens up a lot potentially in the top side as to what we might see from these two. So, kind of back to some of the basics here for ThunderTalk. I want to see more tanks. I think that The Ornn as an idea is great, but again, the Galio just adds so much. So maybe even setting up for the Rumble Galio, although I know that Thunder Talk really love on Blue's side to be picking up the Rumble themselves, or even go for the Jace for a player like Setab.
100%. I'm interested to see how they approach this, because we highlight the jungle pool as a ton of really powerful champions right now, and Beichuan was a driving factor in a lot of their blue side drafts as well, putting him on some of those. So what does it look like with Xiaohong Ren? We'll have to see here. The MVP does actually go over to Shunhu. Statistically, I mean, that's a polished KDA, and he gets that 50-50 smite. You called it out. The most convincing fight win they probably had was at the Octagon. He sets it up with a false life. Goes for Shun, who continues to gobble up some of these MVPs. Had one in that Nefiri game we talked about, the last series we saw them against Thunder Talk. Polished, amazing game here from JD Gaming. Exactly how we want to see them start the second phase of the Royal Rumble, the Rumble stage here in the LPL, as they try and make a push for maybe breaking open the seal in the top 2 of Group Ascend. They'll have to do it with another convincing win up against Thunder Talk, who will see if they can scrap anything together on that blue side. We'll be back live with that Game 2 draft, and a word from our sponsor. I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. You don't have to say anything. Before I go to that break, I have some important people I want to shout out here. We're extremely grateful to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk pays on air talent and the content creators behind the scenes here. Subscribe to our Coffee, linked in chat, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. So big shout out to our Coffee and YouTube subscribers. There are links below and in chat to let you join the party there for the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Like I was saying, though, short break. On the other side, we're hearing from one of our sponsors, and we'll have Game 2 draft between Thunder Talk and JDG. See you guys in a few. Hope you guys enjoyed the short break there. We are back live on the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we get set for Game 2 between Thunder Talk and JDG. But before we get there, have you heard about MOBA Trainer? A new app that teaches you League of Legends with a series of puzzles. Just boot up the program you're seeing now and work through puzzles every day to improve your game knowledge. You select the puzzle through the map you see behind us. You can use this awesome map to pick any ones you want, answer the questions, and you unlock more features. We're going to do one right now, waiting for Game 2, and we're going to do a random puzzle. And I'm going to let Alk spearhead this one because he flamed me for how I did on the last MOBA Trainer. So here we are.
All right, cool. All right, so let's move on. We're playing Rumble. Let's take a look. So we're playing Rumble into Sion, playing into Sartorius, a pretty famous ERL top laner. So, all right. Teleporting into mid.
Whoa.
My support just died trying to contest topside vision. I have a Quinn on my team.
Hate that.
Do I shift? I just teleported. I have no ultimate.
I feel like it's a
I
shift.
think I have to move into river here. Like because if I move down, let's do move to river. Because if I shift bot, he just TPs out or he uses ultimate, and I. Well, yeah. No, wait, my Twitch is right here.
Whoa. Would you look at that?
What's wrong with my Twitch?
I would have shifted bot. I don't know. I actually would.
Why did we teleport then?
That teleport was pretty grief. I don't fully are you afraid of Rift Herald? All right, you know what? We have to move forward. Here we are.
Do we go
fight
Sion
the
and catch the? I mean, I don't see why not. He's got Kanik Rooker and.
We have a lot more.
We have Leandries plus Haunting Guys. Let's fight him. Yes. Yeah. Hell yeah. He's overextending. He's not supposed to be here.
Bad.
He does have ultimate, so he's probably leaving anyway.
Catch these hands. Let's see if we let him ult out. Well, he's definitely gonna ult out now. So, 3, 2, 1, ult. Oh, good
nice.
flash!
Okay, we used our flash.
He's actually
we're
dead.
using Rumble like this. Okay. All right.
Well, hold on, we haven't even killed him yet.
Okay, so we know Kaisa and Alistar mid. Only their Elise and Silas can be here.
You think we're just trading Herald for this?
We're getting the next wave. Screw this, man. But 700 gold is useless. We're getting the next wave. Hell yeah, brother.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. And the turret's about to go down, so this is extra gold. I just don't know if our wave's going to be real, though, because Sion's just going to attack this.
I mean, I guess we catch this wave high. Hey, I did call it. They're just trading Herald for this death, so you get all the time in the world towards this bot side. Silas doesn't even have teleport, so nobody can answer this.
Yep. Get the turret. Get the turret. We're not recalling. It's 850 gold. Who cares?
Yeah, the turret's so low.
Who cares?
You're going to get this turret before the respawn for the Sion even comes up.
Yeah. You'll be able to grab this, just recall. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. Good job, us.
So here's the awesome. I want to shout out this panel really quickly. This is how you improve. You know, you get extra points for getting right answers. You get them multiplied, and then that map we saw earlier opens up even further the more you do. So if you enjoyed that, you could subscribe for 20% off and unlimited access to puzzles using our code below. You see at the very bottom of the screen there, LPL20. Proceeds will benefit the MOBA Trainer designers and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today. Big shout out to MOBA Trainer. Maybe they could use some of those decision makings on the side lanes, the off lane for Thunder Talk there, Alk, in Game 2.
I don't think they're using the program. I'm sorry. I
know they're not. I'm saying what we learned. Not the program.
I agree.
Yes.
Yes. I hope the audience is hopefully learning. I know that sometimes we kind of have to blow through a lot of these puzzles very quickly, but again, you can use them at home or kind of just watch along and shadow box against yourself. Like think, oh, what would I pick in this situation if I was playing? Yeah. So
flame us in chat when you pick something different and you're right and we're wrong. We deserve
Wonderful. I mean, yeah, you guys can keep doing that. The mods might take care of it. I personally never check Twitch chat when I'm on, so
never. I'd never do that. At least yeah.
Okay, Slayer. Next time you're on, and I'm modding, I'm gonna check if Slayer's cast is in the Twitch chat.
Well, I always have it up.
Why? Who cares? It's Twitch chat.
All right. I don't know.
We've got a draft. We can talk about your in-chat policies later.
Okay.
Thunder Talk, they get rid of the Jace, which I think is interesting, which means that they weren't willing to first pick it. I think this also means that JDG have to get rid of the Gwen. I know we haven't seen too much Gwen from Hoya, but still a champion that is still pretty strong. And now that Sion is kind of gone and you have the Jace, have to imagine that's going to be on the ban table, like we see.
Talked a lot about where does Thunder Talk's B1 priority lie, especially knowing that they are without Beichuan, they're one of their main leaders, a guy that they consistently like to put on to a pivotal champion when they're on that blue side. We'll see if Vi catches that last JDG ban. The Jace is already off the board. I wonder if this just has to be a Sejuani Yone ban if you want to try and deny that pretty pivotal R1, R2 slide. No, instead they'll try and take away the Callista X, Nico X, Renata bottom lane. But I got to think that, knowing Scout too, did JDG just turn Sejuani Yone no matter what this B1 pick is?
I think you, as Thunder Talk, are probably taking some portion of Sejuani Yone. Wow.
Or
that
Nico.
Weibo BLG series is starting to have ripple effects here. Nico getting first picked. There's no misfortune, so usually that's the counter. You usually see like a Nico Kaisa. Nico as like an early game driver to help Kaisa get through some of the laning phase, and then you have one of the best AD carries in the game. So we're getting this pretty early. All right, some adaptation coming through.
Do we just see Sejuani Yone taken on the turn here from JDG? Seems like Shun potentially wants to play onto that Pantheon. No, we're going to go Blind Renekton, R1 for Alla. Did not see that one coming.
Okay.
Oh, and I guess no, we just know that we can get Sedge or Yone on R3. Are we daring Xia Hongren to pick that one up onto this Thunder Talk comp? Nope, and I get baited by...
Got baited by hovers. That's okay. It was a pretty good hover though. It was a pretty meaningful hover. So I think you get the pass on this one.
Oh, thanks.
So Thunder Talk might try to opt for a little bit more of their dive. You do have the Jarvan that we kind of saw hovered, but
Kaisa.
We do imagine that the Kaisa is going to be locked in here. So Thunder Talk, their options. As much as I would love to see a Yone from Setab, I think that when you see a Renekton and a Pantheon, you're pretty hard. It's a pretty hard no coming on through. Mm-hmm. So maybe we ended up seeing a Rise here would give you a bit more tank stats. And if we're talking about wanting to play a little bit of a longer game, I think Rise definitely opens up the potential for that.
Oh, instead we see one of those adaptations that Thunder Talk have recently been trying to deploy towards Hoya. I will say their one win over JDG did have Hoya on the Yorick, so this is intriguing knowing that they have that Kaisa Nico bottom lane. Now they're saying Thunder Talk are willing to really index into 4-1 splits or kind of just trying to buy space for Hoya on the side lanes. But that, again, playing side waves and has been an issue for Thunder Talk and playing the map up against JDG. So I am a bit worried, and they also give Scout that Rise to build a pretty beefy and potent front line for JDG.
Okay. So in terms of laning phase right now, I think that JDG, you have pretty potent side laners already. I mean, Renekton's probably not going to be in a side lane, but when we talk about them in isolation in the first 10, 15 minutes, Renekton should be able to get priority for Shun if they ever get engaged upon on a side lane. You have the Pantheon to reinforce. Scout now with this Rise can kind of cheat priority around the map and get to places a little bit quicker. I'm thinking about this from the side of Thunder Talk. You're going to need some tanks. You're going to need someone that also can start fights really early, as typically we don't see the Yorick showing up for team fights very often. So you're going to have a champion that is really strong and it has enough presence that can hopefully bring you over the edge in a 4v5 team fight.
That sounds a lot like Sejuani to me, because you don't have Skarner. And there aren't a lot of big tank junglers that scream out to me right now. So we'll see if they land on the Sejuani even through all this. Yone does get banned away from Setab on the turn. I like this for JDG, trying to lean more into that range. I wouldn't hate putting Pays on a Jhin in this spot. I know Jhin is a pretty polarizing AD carry pick a lot of the times. It's what I would call situational. And if you want to play spacing with the Rise and try to set up more, snares, combo off of the Pantheon stun, these point and click stuns, you always have that Deadly Flourish, so Pays will lock that one in.
Right. Probably looking at an Alistar on 5 coming in for missing.
Oh, no, do not play this.
I don't see the vision here. I'm seeing less of the vision. I'm blind.
Dive buddies?
I'm getting Teemo queued.
Okay, so we locked the Nocturne in. I assume this is Nocturne Aurora? Yeah, so Setab would definitely prefer the Ahri, knowing his champ pool, but I guess we're getting Nocturne, Aurora.
Please pick the Aurora.
Nico, Pop
No!
Blossom. Oh,
No! Thunder Talk, no!
there's just too many pieces that like don't fit here.
I mean, I like the idea because what in theory can happen is if there's an advantage or if JDG spend a little too much time on a play, the Yorick is going to be able to push. Nocturne can then help kind of assist on that side lane, or maybe Thundertalk can kind of use that time in between to get their recalls, redeploy onto a side of the map. Ahri is also going to be pretty slippery in a side lane. Just in terms of how you're able to play this game, Setap basically needs to be able to win out in the first 10 minutes and grab himself a meaningful advantage versus Scout. Otherwise, this rise gets way too tanky for them to deal with. They're going to be diving in onto a Pantheon, onto basically all eyes on this Jhin, and once he's gone, then you're just playing a bunch of melees into a Nocturne, into the rest of this team. Thundertalk need to kind of find a shotgun fight every single time. Otherwise, it just falls apart incredibly quickly in my mind.
R5 coming through for missing is the Leona. I know you were expecting the Alistar. Don't hate the Leona if JDG want to play their tempo and start fights. You needed somebody else kick things off besides like a Grand Starfall. So you'll have the Solar Flare into a relatively low-range composition. But this does just feel like JDG kind of in their wheelhouse. Like you called out, if Pays is kind of the target of these constant ult barrages, you're willing to sacrifice him depending on where the game is at, how late we are in the game, knowing that Ala and Scout can really bring home these fights. Questions with the draft, but all ailments of draft critiques can be fixed by execution on the Rift. Thundertalk were able to force this series the distance the first time round. Can they do it again with a new look jungler in Xiaohuang Ren? We'll have to find out on the Rift here, but we definitely have our worries, especially knowing how confident and polished JDG looked in the 25-minute Game 1 win.
Just so many things. I mean, Thundertalk going to be looking at how they play these first 10 minutes. Can Setap get those solo kills or get an advantage versus Scout? Or when Extend and Feather are really going to be able to play the laning phase, as Leona is a bit more of a stronger laner than Alistar, especially early on. But we'll have to see. JDG now on the precipice of potentially 2-0ing this series and potentially looking to further their game lead.
We are on to the Rift. Game 2. Get to see a pretty normal start so far from both of these sides. Maybe we'll see if Xiaohuang Ren goes for a later ward. But right now, it looks like Shun is looking to clear down towards that Jhin. And I almost got baited by the Nico clone. Yeah, so just a fan start across the board. And like you mentioned, Ulk, further, we got to see Thundertalk very competent in trying to push for these early leads. And it's something that they got a little bit too over easy doing last game. So we'll see as the junglers both start. Actually, we see with that vision cleared out by Scout that Shun is going to force a vertical jungle spot to try and lean towards his bot side more. And you got to like that, knowing the lane assignment, especially towards the top side.
You also saw the pings here. Xiaohuang Ren is actually going to do his wolves and try to cheat into this bottom side, maybe expecting that there's a little bit more priority coming in from this bottom lane. Feather takes half of his HP already.
Crit shot.
And now he's going to walk into his jungle. He's like, where's my Raptors? Where's my red buff?
Shun will get out quietly with only his name being heard in stories as the fabled invade of that one. And get started on his blue buff. Does just generally slow down both junglers, though.
Ooh. And this, so not only with them having vision, they know when his Raptors are going to be respawning. Seems like Xiaohuang Ren is actually going to try to flip his pathing, trying to end on the top side of the map, bail Hoya out of what is a matchup that should be favored for Yorick, especially early on. Maybe on one item it's changed with some of the changes to Yorick a couple of patches ago, but I think theoretically it should still stay pretty similar. This is not a fun matchup for Mr. Renekton.
Will get better with time, with ultimates coming online. Maybe Maiden is pretty overpowered as well. Like we talked about.
Maiden claps this Renekton.
Yeah, Maiden does. Maiden does. And like we talked about, Hoya in the win against JDG, the only win they have all season long against JDG was with this Yorick in play here, as both mid laners come into play without their teleports, catching up that next lane, and junglers clearing both of them on their top side, so this bottom lane will be left to its own devices, and with Missing's aggressive positioning, could see potential Zenith Blade throwdown. So one thing with the Nico bottom lane is there's a lot of ways to be slippery, but if you get caught, you catch a crit bolt to the face, this bottom lane definitely changes dynamics very quickly.
For right now, JDG are pretty okay with just the state of the lane, having Nico down already both of her pots, despite being in a double range lane. Again, when you have this Kai'Sa as your AD carry, usually laning phase is not your strongest suit. Ooh, the movement speed from heal, actually. Nice dodge from Missing.
Yeah, big there. Big to both dodge out is mid and jungle shift down. Good there for Hong Ren to cancel out the stun, but it's way more damage out of Scout here. Jun trying to buy as much time with his damage blocking, and everyone's flashing all over the place. Traded kills here as Feather picks up Shun. Scout, though, able to find a kill of his own, and Pays flashing forward with the force shot, gets the bouncer grenade to find one, and he's going to ramp up the rest of these kills. Nobody's watching Pays, but everyone's watching him now for Thunder Talk as he just pops all three. Griv pays the triple kill. Another disastrous first skirmish for Thunder Talk.
So, you know, I like the idea of the play coming in from Thunder Talk, but I really believe that JDG just outplay them in this situation, showing a little bit of those hands. Shun does end up going down, but is able to trade his life, and look at the summoner spells now for both sides. Almost every flash outside of the top lane is gone, and as we get into this replay, I think there were some really good moments here for Thunder Talk. The spell shield to block the stun, this flash coming in from Satab just to make sure that they get all of this damage down. And in particular, I do want to note, as someone who has gotten a lot of flack, especially from us here on the LPL English, Missing has played so far 2 very okay games. Game 1 maybe a little bit less so, but already here in game number 1, he's playing really, really well as Allah?
Croc is throwing down here. How did we even get into this scenario where 1xN is anywhere near a level 6 Renekton?
They swapped. Look at their bottom lane. Pays and Missing are taking control of mid. Shun is going to finish his camps on the top side, looking to be around these grubs in 20 seconds time. Now you're looking at this from the side of Thunder Talk. You're saying, okay, well, damn, like, Allah just TP'd. He's going to get himself a plate. We can't ever pressure around this bottom side. Ryze is catching a wave, so Thunder Talk are a little bit off kilter right now. They feel dazed potentially and are losing golden experience across the map.
Yeah, I get that the lane swap really set up that. I'm just, again, curious how 1xN even ends up that close to a Renekton. Allah doesn't even burn his flash, right? It wasn't like a flash stun engage, pop dominance, drop all your damage. Who knows? All it goes down as is a big opening further for JDG. Turret plate, now they're onto the grubs. It's just, you can already see the avalanche coming down from the summit right now for TT in this series-ending game loss if it comes that way. Oh, here we go.
I mean, they just thought that they were they thought that they were going to be safe. He hits level 6 in the middle of this minion wave.
Oh, that's why.
Really well played, and obviously he has enough base damages with how the bot lane just used all of their summoner spells. Great all-in from Allah, and very smart timing coming in from a top laner who is pretty legendary here in the LPL, been playing for quite a while.
The Maiden doing a lot of damage, but you got more friends coming than just the ghouls and the Maiden to worry about, Hoya. Completely surrounded. JDG, it feels like they're playing 6-on-5 the way they're moving around the map right now to just punish Thunder Talk over and over again.
That's another wave that's going to be lost. Scout just pushes in his wave, so he's probably going to be answering on bottom lane. Just such a clean start here for JDG. It seems like they are stomping on every single one of these plays. A lot of this gold going over to Pays as well.
We're okay.
He has flash. He has flash if he really needs it. Jesus Christ, guys. Okay.
Solo. Oh, wow. I mean, Shun didn't have any vision, but we got to be calm and you're safe. Oh, boy. Those were 2 really hard to watch jungle ultimates.
It's tougher for Thunder Talk because they're behind. You know,
yes.
Shun gets to play with house money here, so sure, he's not too pressed about it. They'll get mid priority. Scout even gets to TP back into this wave. It's another turret plate now falling here for JDG. This rise getting accelerated without much having to happen across the map. They're even taking control of bottom side jungle. Great job from JDG, who so far have shown why they are one of the teams that I think international fans and the LPL community are potentially looking at to be one of our squads representing us at internationals this year.
Is the theme so far through the Rumble stage's initial round robin is inconsistency from everybody. So the second half, it's integral, especially I'm glad you brought up the international stakes of the LPL, that we start seeing teams lock in and knock down opponents they're expected to and look just as polished when it comes into those bigger matchups when you're JDG taking your rematch against Top Esports that you nearly came up with a win on, knocking down AL. This could be the start of a pretty big torrential run for a team that has players on their roster that know how to perform at those international events that LPL fans are begging for consistent play at.
Okay. All right. Well, we didn't see. We said at 9. We're at almost 10 minutes here. What is the lead for the solo lanes coming in for Thunder Talk? Well, Allah is 1-0-1. He has almost 1,000 gold individually. Same thing here for Scout. There are very minor differences between the two solo lanes, and that advantage goes over to JDG. They even got the first dragon and majority of the first set of grubs. So for JD Gaming, they are going to continue their kind of style of dominance, and they keep losing access and priority. Feels like when we talk about this team just having this Jhin in mid lane already, it makes it so much easier for JDG to then walk into one side of the river, put down vision. All of this top side river is completely littered with red side wards, and Thunder Talk are just now coming back to base, and they're still behind in items, still behind in presence around the map.
Right on cue, Alk. The observers know. They want to show how dark that top river is for Thunder Talk as they're going to try and make their way in with the Slippery Nico, trying to use those clones and clear out some of these wards. All JDG really have to do by this point is try and protect weak side players, make sure they have summoners and realm warp up available if you're Scout. I'll give some respect over to potential engages because Thunder Talk, they luckily do have a comp that has the tools equipped to them to fight back and come back with their dive threat of this Nico, this Nocturne, the Ahri coming in, and the Kaisa as well. And that's the only way they can come back in this game.
All right, again, they make this play. I mean,
oh boy,
Setab
is so caught. That is Solar Flare into a Deadly Flourish. Setab was locked up for a solid 5 seconds, and they're just knocking down Thunder Talk like bowling pins. One by one, they fall. Xiao Hong Ren gonna cleanse the first stun there from Xun, but luckily Missing is here with the scene to play. That's flashed out as well. Teleport, though, coming behind here. Again, kind of a late TP from Hoya. Where do you really go here? You're going to chase down Xun and Missing with Scout nearby?
So he's going to catch this wave. I feel like Allah can keep going. He doesn't know where the Ahri is, so being rather respectful of TT and just what timers he's allowed to take. I think that play really for Hoya, the teleport there, was just to make sure that if they were going to overextend, maybe they can try to go for something. Take a look at this replay. Is this Hoya just getting near solo killed?
Near? Oh. Yeah. Gonna say a clutch big wall flash. Yep. So.
Yep. All right. Well, good job from Hoya, but still, that's an advantage going over again to JDG. They find multiple kills. They use a lot of ultimates there. So right now you see that Thunder Talk trying to play through Fog of War. They're gonna grab themselves more of these grubs, but how useful is this really gonna be, Slayer? How often have we actually been able to see them hit these turrets? Because right now I'm looking at the minimap. 2 minutes before plates are down, every turret is fully stacked on plates. So.
At least the face value is you're telling me that the Yorick team gets mites. Face value, that's good, but yeah, it's again the real thorn in the side of this matchup for Thunder Talk has been assignments, making sure you're on top of waves across the map. They have just been lackluster here for TT, and JDG are playing with a whole new confidence by this point. I mean, Hoya is walking right. Allah is walking right into Hoya, trying to shut him down. They have the Nico there to kind of jump out of the brush and say, hey, we've got more members here than you think, and that might actually pay dividends with the lights coming out here. Allah drops. That is a shutdown gained and going into 1xN's pocket.
I mean, sure, yeah, but you still lose out on this turret. I wonder if JDG are going to continue to push onto this dragon, because it does spawn in 30 seconds. They can very easily get back onto the map now with a Rise ultimate and having access to the Grand Starfall. You can kind of see that ThunderTalk are trying to pair up, having their Ahri and Nocturne walk around the map together, but it's cool that you got a kill. I just still don't think it's worth it.
Hey, I'm just trying. It's little wins. Maybe I'm just full cope. Who knows?
Look, that's okay. You know, we had that really fun ThunderTalk graphic, and I think you're still reeling.
That thing is so dead now. That thing is.
The effect, yeah, it's okay. Just like ThunderTalk's hopes of automatically qualifying for playoffs. It's in there. Okay.
It was a fun.
They're gonna grab themselves the dragon. So, Slayer, we are at a point now where JDG, they have upgraded boots from the Feats of War.
Yep.
Or Feats of Strength. They have already completed first item, and Scout is now almost 2.5 minutes up on his Rod of Ages. They have plenty of vision to try to see where this Nocturne is coming from. I'm seeing very few angles here for ThunderTalk to be able to come back in this one.
Maybe you just have the playbook right now on ThunderTalk. Really just a playbook. I don't even want to say just for ThunderTalk, just to take a lead and create even more of a problem for their opposing team here. I mean, that was a full combo from Satab, and Scout is still half healthy. He's going to use the Realm Orb to buy a bit more space as they do spot Feather coming over. And maybe JDG are starting to overestimate their power into the Maiden of Hoya. Satab gets the first kill, is going to get a reset on that Spirit Rush. Scout does not have the flash available just yet, and Satab is going to auto-home a second kill. There's some good map play from ThunderTalk, overloading and punishing JDG. But they always pick up something on the weak side.
I can't wait to, after this game, go and see my Twitter feed, and I'm going to see a 10-10 tweet. I already know. She's going to make some kind of fan cam talking about these two and showing them straight up dying on a side lane for free. So, hey, punishment coming in from ThunderTalk. JDG believing that they have a little bit more damage than necessarily they might actually have. And it's some kills. I think that it does slow down the game for ThunderTalk, and that's obviously where they kind of want to be with them being down 5,000 gold at 15 minutes. But I don't know. Like Leo, I'm looking at this dude. Like, you used a lot for this play if you're on the side of ThunderTalk.
Yeah.
You got flashes out, but you had to overload. Alla got an entire top wave. You didn't really get much in mid, so. And even then, Alla TPs immediately after this to try to pick up this wave, so none of the gold really goes missing, but you got it onto Satab, so hopefully he's, as this Ahri, is going to be able to push for a little bit more in this game.
His roll may be a bit slower than the Scouts, but get some Darksteel stacks in there too. Faded Ashes grabbed as Satab goes for that more conventional now, scaling-esque Ahri build. Wonder how much that build path is going to change with the Lich Bane changes for a lot of these AP side lane threats. But that's for a soon-to-come big patch change that we won't gross now, knowing how much more is going on the map right now. They do keep both Xia Hongren and Satab in that bot side to knock down the first Tier 1 turret. They're going to sacrifice the Rift Herald, but Satab is going to keep going here, knowing that a lot of JDG are on that top side and are actually going to be slow to responding to this push.
There's a teleport coming in from Scout.
Whoa,
it's pretty far. They're going to make a really long chase, and it's a minute and a half before, or 2 minutes almost here, for the Dragon. This could potentially set up for JDG to get a lot more on the map. They're going to go long for Satab.
Yep, he has Spirit Rush. He's already used 2 charges, though. Has Flash as well if he needs to. It really feels like there's no way out for Satab. Maybe he understands that, trying to buy time to see if this can get extra space on the other side of the map. Not going to be a mid, really. Got to think that play and that sacrifice is mostly for Hoya's gain.
Oh, but they have the Rift Herald here. Unfortunate ult coming in from missing, but just pushing off the bottom lane push of TT. This pair is not going to be able to get much done. And cool, Hoya got yourself a turret. But if you look at this now for JDG, they're going to take another turret in bottom lane. They can very easily shift this over into mid if they need to. Already took the mid tier 2. JDG are or close to taking the mid tier 2, I should say. GG are very happy with where they are right now, and even being able to find that kill onto the Ahri.
Let's see if Alla Accelerated can really deal with Yorick. Right now, I'd say no. He can't really tell who he wants to fight. Might have to use this dominance defensively. Hoya's going to flash forward and try and guarantee that kill. Maiden can't get close enough. Good heal from Kola the Meek. Hoya takes a turret shot and is going to have to sacrifice that very Maiden. And luckily for Hoya, Grand Starfall is off cooldown, or that would have been a dead TT top laner.
All right, 20 seconds before this dragon. No ultimate for either of the top laners. I think this does minorly advantage Thunder Talk if just the top laners are going to be joining. But you can see that Alla trying to make a long chase here. Hoya does have the ability to teleport if he really needs to be on that bottom lane for this dragon. But even it seems like Thunder Talk, they don't know exactly where they want to go. Like, there's no topside camps for them to play for. They haven't been able to clear much vision on their side of the jungle.
Yeah.
So
where we walk in to this river. Seems like both teams are a bit apprehensive. More so for JDG, just trying to control the waves as they've done really all series long. So Scout gets one of those bot waves in control. Hoya has to answer mid wave. They do start up the dragon, Xiao Hongren, so we'll see if JDG want to respond with a fight of their own. Solar Flare is back and available. Scout nearby with the Realm War. Both top laners answering mid waves. And this is what we call the calm before the storm. Don't expect a straight 50-50 to start this one out. It's going to be JDG. Look towards Shun. Looks toward missing. All the Wombo combo ultimates, though, are on Thunder Talk's side. So the lights are going to go out. No smite means that Shun's going to just grab that dragon for free, and now Xiao Hongren jumps in with 1xN. They do pick up the kill onto Shun, but they cannot face up the might of Alla with dominance back up. A curtain call raking over the entire fight, and most importantly, Scout just decimating all of the TT members on the front line here. Gets another Prism Root. The Deadly Flourish is going to force Hoya to juke right back into Scout. Does get away from that first Q, but not the second. Scout picks up 3 whole kills across the entire dragon play to put himself at Exodia point.
I mean, not only do they're not able to really push in this fight, but the smite from Xiao Huanren, I mean, you're going on to the scuttle. He does have a second charge, but it takes 15 seconds between the first and the second there. So he loses out on the ability to smite. It puts JDG on soul point. So if this game still goes on for another 4 minutes, we are expecting for JDG to be looking towards an Infernal Soul. This smite right here, I mean, big mistake. Now, JDG can just start hitting this dragon without very much of a contest. And even with the turn here from Thunder Talk, they're trying to hide this Nico. This Pop Blossom only lands onto one, and it is the incredibly tanky Rise. They kill this Pantheon, but the damage is just too much here from JDG.
And the chase commences. Realm War utilized very well. JDG just so on point with executing their comp and waiting for Thunder Talk, like we saw in that last fight, to get desperate and dive in. And now, very similar to game 1, they have so much control, massive gold lead, tons of turrets taken, so they have a lot of advancing wards, and they just get reign over all these big-time neutral objectives. The Paranoia is going to come out here. CT try and steal some of these flowers away. Pop Blossom only lands on a Paze. He cleanses it. Scout gets out to safety with the Seraphs. And now Paze can step up and start raining Hellfire down onto Thunder Talk. The flashes won't save them. Nothing will save Thunder Talk as the skies part clear and JDG's sign rains down on this game.
Well, they now get to take all these waves. Thunder Talk, it looked great, but you just played against this team a couple of days, and I think the effects of no longer having Beichuan are starting to come through for Thunder Talk very early on. It's a tough sight, especially for some of our Thunder Talk fans from Split 1, but JDG were always expected to win this fight, and you can see it kind of reflected the carries of JDG now. Scout, who has been, I think, pretty maligned so far coming into 2025. His Split 1 was absolutely invisible and something that I think really was a hamper on the reputation of a player like this. Now it feels like Scout maybe coming back and taking this these series a little bit more seriously, as we just get this solo kill from Alla. I don't think it's all that impressive, to be honest. No. This game is completely cooked at this point.
I just like that they always flash those two, like 1v1ing when something more important is happening on the map. We've done that like 3 times. Really like the way that Paze and Scout really able to space this fight here. Sure, missing dies, but once all those ultimates come down, the lights come back on, these two just step up and, I mean, that's a Jin and auto melee range just bopping people. You know how much confidence you got to have play like that?
He's got 3 items, right? He has the Yo moves, which is something that we've been seeing a little bit more specifically from Pays. He has the Infinity Edge and the RFC, so he does so much more damage. There's a teleport here, trying to catch out Pays and missing. Pantheon can join.
They ult, though, on to missing because they couldn't get vision on top of Pays, the much bigger prize. But it's okay because the maiden has found him, and Hoya is going to grab the shutdown before Shun shows up with the Grand Starfall. Another example of Thunder Talk punishing one sideway from JDG pretty well.
It's shutdowns, though, right? And look at where the gold ended up going. Hoya being able to find that, not bad, but if you are Thunder Talk, you need to have more moments like that. You are still massively behind in this game, not just in gold, but items, objectives, everything across the board. And this is kind of where your power spike is supposed to be, right? 2-item Kai'Sa, you should have most of your evolves. 2-item Yorick and everybody across the team should be where we are looking for Thunder Talk to really make an impact here. We can maybe see something happen in a little bit of time once Setab is able to hit level 16, but I feel like that is a pretty long ways away, and we have 15 seconds before this dragon. It is Infernal Soul here for JDG. Scout can teleport if he needs to, and Hoya always has to play to that same side of the map now.
Astamir Scout, who once again is so safe with the Realm Warp. That time the stun doesn't land for missing Solar Flare, but guess what? Deadly Flourish makes it so much more potent of a pick play. The 1xN has to burn Flash, burn Cleanse to get to safety. Xiaoheng Ren and Feather try and re-engage, but they can't do anything without Setab. 1xN here. Missing goes low once more, does get picked off. The Paranoia turn coming out for TT once again. But the lightning just doesn't follow the thunder right now. Nothing is following these plays for TT. It's just Scout showing up in the nick of time, trying to once again show that he is back in that form to push JDG over the edge in the Rumble stage.
Still not as clean, but guess what? Jungler's dead. Shin is going to try to start this up. Hoya is in the area and has already started to kind of bully the Pantheon away. I mean, he's just going to get much more HP. Scout's going to also be able to Realm Warp them. This should be their Infernal Soul.
Good stun from Shun. He actually gets it done on his own. He says, guys, I appreciate you coming, but you're just going to watch as Hoya drops to Shun. And when the Yorick is losing to the Pantheon jungle, just further personifies how different the two sides are in this game.
Yeah, JDG now have Infernal Soul. That should be kind of the last nail in the coffin. We'll probably see one more fight. JDG, they don't ever really want to start the Baron. They have pretty low damage. It takes them a pretty long time. Maybe with Rise, it's a little bit quicker, but Jin is notorious very slow. Oh my god. Pays, I don't think thought he landed that W. He's like, okay, no. I already started right-clicking back onto the mid-wave, so... but I think JDG are going to just use the Baron to say, look, either you're going to stop us on this objective, or we'll just take the Baron and then end the game anyway.
Very least will threaten... Maybe this bot lane tier 3 is Alla swings back over. He has teleport advantage into Hoya. We once again get a look at what are our top laners doing. I think this one goes to Hoya though.
Yeah, Hoya wins this one. See, so
hey.
This is the part of the matchup that gets really annoying.
This is like our soap opera. This is like our soap opera in the middle of this game, you know?
It's the battle of the two top laners. Unfortunately, Alla is just a goat like that. So, okay, well,
Baron's gone. Xiaoheng Ren is completely decimated. Oh, this is a fleeting hope from Thunder Talk. Again, they had to do it. They have to try and do something to stem the bleeding. But this game is turned all red in the name of JDG. Another triple kill comes across. The curtain call hits its mark. That's the ace. And we're going to get another sub-30-minute win from JDG. They start out the second round robin looking completely in control against the Thunder Talk team that will now fall to the bottom of the standings at 2-8.
Well, JDG now definitively hold the head-to-head record versus Thunder Talk. And Thunder Talk, it was great. It's unfortunate that you lost your jungler, but JDG are just one hell of a different team. They're in a different league compared to you.
The 2-0 comes across, and our first series of the second half of the Rumble stage might have been the most convincing one of all. Like you called out, all JDG now solidify themselves as third place still locked into a playoff spot, and you want to try and separate yourself from the rest of the pack. Because like we talked about at the top of this broadcast, right now there are 2 teams that are now 5-4 behind you that we are about to watch play after this one, by the way. And then you got 4-5 BLG and 4-5 FPX. So all in that, there is a ton of packed-in teams in the middle of this bracket with 2 of those playoff spots involved.
And for Thunder Talk, this has got to be tough. They'll at least have the rest of the week. Similar to JDG, this is going to be their only match for Week 6 or Week 5. So at least they won't have to play a bunch of matches after this. But again, their schedule does not get any easier. Like you had said earlier, BLG, IG, FPX, and Weibo all in 1 week is going to be a tough pallet for them to swallow.
Wow.
As now they move down to 2-8. They're probably definitively going to be they're 10 series into 18, and they're 2-8. 20% series win record, 25% game score. I mean, they're 6-18, so that's really tough. They're winning a fourth of their games right now, which is not where you want to be. And now you have a new substitute coming into the jungle situation. I don't think it gets much better for TT.
And again, it was a really big ask of Xia Hongren to like come in here and just immediately turn around Thunder Talk up against like a JDG team. It was what? It was a guy stepping in to his first LPL action in a while, and this is what you don't normally see. I'm glad that you pointed out that they don't have to play much more this week, because I think we talked about how this was like a 4-day turnaround for the same matchup against JDG. That's rough. Now they'll get a bit more time to try and gel as a squad and figure out some things, because there still is room to try and improve. Like you said, they're 10-18. That's still 8 best-of-3s, and you do get to play everybody that's in front of you. Like you're going to get an IP series, you're going to get a WE series, FPX series as well to try and gain some ground. But yeah, it is back to the drawing board for TT. That is the headline of this series.
I would say, like, I think in theory that would be a great, like, hey, you're going to face the people that are ahead of you in the standings. But aside from NIP, everybody ahead of them is making pretty big improvements. Like,
oh, that's true.
This FPX roster, I think, is one of the most surprising. WE going from absolutely winless to now 3-6. Their score isn't much better, but I think the fact that they're on a 3-win streak versus Thunder Talk on a loss streak and continuing to slide is not the only reason that Thunder Talk are not solely 10th place is because they beat Ninjas in Pajamas.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Like, if that didn't happen, this team is 1-8, or like 1-9, and then we're talking about like, yeah, you're definitely the 10th place team. So I think as Thunder Talk, you're now thinking about the fact that you're probably facing off against. If I take a look at the standings right now, and we imagine that you're going to be 10th place, you're going up against an FPX or a Team WE at that moment. So for a single spot in playoffs, you get a single best of 5 to prove yourself. It's I think a feature of just having a group ascend. It's thankful. I think they're thankful for the fact that this is going to be a learning group, but obviously as professional players, they would have loved to be able to kind of win more games, but
always
they're just not piecing it together. I think that their setups have been incredibly sloppy.
And as you bring out these hypotheticals and we soak in the group ascend standings more, I just can't help but like call back to how different of a spot we were in from Split 1. Part of that is such a different format, but again, Thunder Talk, we're in the upper bracket of playoffs not that long ago as a team that topped a group from Split 1. Saying that FPX and Team WU were going to be likely matchups, them coming in as underdogs, if you told the LPL fans that like a month and a half ago where we were at, it would be hard to comprehend it in a sense. But that's the magic of the LPL.
Yeah, that is. I will say, I think
definitely not WE. You wouldn't have thought WE.
For sure. Oh, for sure. I agree with that part.
Yeah.
We had a little bit of we fell in love with the story, I think. We got ahead of the narrative
of course we
there.
did.
So, for JDG, though, this was I really wanted to see this team 2-0. There is no reason this should have gone to 3. I think that JDG have only gotten better as time has gone on. I still really do believe that the title of like Sleeping Giants is still true for this team. It seems like they've at least woken up for this. maybe half awake at least for this TT series, but things that we're going to still need to see improvements on. I think Scout in a side lane sometimes still gets caught when we're talking about how they're able to activate their bottom lane. That's something that I'm going to be looking for. Can we maybe up missing his consistency? I think him still being below the 500 line when we talk about supports is going to potentially hurt this team as they go forward, but I think it's a strong win that they can take, and they obviously have a pretty large break after this, not playing a single match this entire week after this. So I think it's good for them now to be able to use this to hopefully springboard themselves into continuing to move up in the standings.
And your overarching theme as well, looking just for solo lanes to find the most consistency, and this is a good spot for them. You talked about. I still think there are improvements there too. You talked about Scalp, but like Alla too, taking some fights that are a bit overeager on this Renekton. The Ornn game, not a lot to take away from them, but those are the two spots that if we want to see that giant awake when it comes to the playoffs and rise, you got to improve there. Question though, same difficult question for us to figure out from game one. We still have to give a player the game away. Do you feel like it's just going to Scout because of the amount of kills, the plays he was making? Who do you, not who's going to get it, Alk? Who are you giving the MVP to in this game?
I'll give it to Missing, man. He played this game well. He played this game pretty well on the. We're just giving it to Pays. All right, fair play. He's played some of the most consistent league for this
without
team.
a doubt.
I think that the person with the least amount of blame, I'm not saying he's been perfect. He's obviously made a couple of mistakes. I think that there has been some games where his positioning hasn't been quite up to snuff, but consistently, I think he has been the best player for this team throughout the entire year, and he has only gotten better. So I'm glad to see that Pays is continuing to build his legacy as a League of Legends AD carry.
It's awesome to see. Good to see JDG start the second half of the Rumble stage with a dominating win through Thunder Talk that everybody was hoping for as we continue to watch this team as one of the threats to the top two that are top esports and anyone's legends. But guess what? There are more than one threat. There are more than three threats in that middle pack of the Group Ascent standings, and we're going to get to see the two other 5 and 4 teams come. We saved the best series of today for last. We're going to take an extended break, but on the other side, check out the quick rising Weibo Gaming take on IG and see if Invictus can get revenge for the first half of the round robin. That series coming at you guys after this intermission.
Tell me where do I go, tell me where do I take us. Your heart is starting to slow, may the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves.
Hope everybody enjoyed the appetizer that was JDG demolishing Thunder Talk, because now we get into the real meat and potatoes of this day in the LPL. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we move on to our second and final series of the day. It's Invictus Gaming taking on Weibo, and just like we did with Thunder Talk versus JDG, this is a rematch as we're in the second half of the round robin. So, Alk, let's take a look at what happened the last time these two teams met, and boy, was it a fun one.
This, fun is one word you can use it. I would say that these two teams played some of the sloppiest League of Legends we have seen, I think, these 10 players play in a really long time. This was still, with Urha, just a recent addition to the team. I think with the fact that they did make a support change, it has, I think, increased the level of this squad, but this series, and I think all of the IG series as a whole, have been bangers, man. They have just provided some of the best television. It's not been the cleanest, but by God, man, it is some of the most fun to watch.
You just said fun. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, this one with 3 games. And on the flip side of this, for Weibo, we talked a lot about how JDG might be kind of one of those sleeping giants, finding some pretty big wins towards the end of the first round robin. Weibo themselves, right? They do. I'm going to spoil it if you didn't watch it here. I know we got a lot of awesome clips, but they do end up 2-1. They 2-1 over IG. And then yesterday, we were able to take the 2-1 over BLG. But I want to shout out one of our other co-casters, Graves, because I think he put the series eloquently. He said, shout out to BLG for losing 3 games in the best of 3, because if one fight doesn't go wrong, Weibo definitely 2-0 BLG last night.
Yeah, so it was a rough night there for the BLG fans. I think that BLG is starting to come back down to earth when it comes to expectations for that roster, as I mean, this series, and Weibo in particular, have started to make claims of being one of another top teams. I think the only thing that might hold them back right now is, again, the same situation that we were talking about for Scout and some of our other laners. Xiaohu in the mid lane. He has, I think, had a different bevy of games where sometimes he has been really on point. He's starting to slip mechanically in the lane, but when it comes to team fights, I think him and Rookie have really started to show that old guard of mid laners here have really started to step up.
And then also in the same vein of JG, when we were talking about their improvements, we were quick to point out that Shun had a lot of really good games individually in series. I talked about the Nefiri game against Thunder Talk the last time around they played. I also think Tian in this series was really big. You saw him take the steal away of this dragon that really gives them the opening to win this game too. And again, we're talking a lot about the solo lanes because a lot of these junglers have started to show pretty big improvement. I think Tian deserves some of his flowers, and he's going to look to try and carry this one over once again up against JJ.
It's so cool to just see these rosters, especially as the players on these teams, the histories of them being able to play. And for Weibo, I'm kind of interested to see whether or not they can continue to make that push. And for IG, like, what form of IG are we going to get? Because every single time we have them slated for a series, I don't know what kind of IG we're going to get. Like, are we going to get one where Rookie's team fighting is impeccable, that him and JJ are kind of roaming around the map and being able to find huge team fight victories? Or am I going to get an IG where, hell, just like this Game 3, I'm getting Thashai Nidalee, who is absolutely jeopardizing every single game for whatever reason?
What? The Shy's creative top lane picks? I thought they always work out. Intriguing. No, but that's a great point to make here, Alk. It is time to formally start introducing these teams. We will start with Invictus Gaming here as they come in as our first challenger. Rosters not getting switched up at all for this squad. The Shy in the top lane, as we were just talking about, JJ in the jungle, Rookie mid lane, Gala and Mako looking to round out this bottom lane. As we talked about a lot of the other parts of this roster, I'm still just going to exert my copium for Gala here. He came in through a part of the first round robin as the player of the game leader in the AD carry spot, and while Gala's range can really flare from so many mediums, he can always be that X factor that can really push IG over. He's had some incredible moments, and maybe you could see that again up against Weibo and Light, who I think has also been pretty impressive in their last series, but we're always really critical of the AD carry players here, all when we're together.
I think that these two teams mirror each other so well. The only part of the game that I might say that they're maybe a little dissimilar from is their top laners. I think Breathe has been by and far away one of their most consistent and one of their best performing players on Weibo. But when you look across the board, you have two former world-class junglers going at it that they kind of have like these up and down games in terms of consistency. We have two mid laners here, again, legendary mid laners here in the LPL who right now are really struggling and finding their strong laning phases, but are really amazing team fighters. And bottom lanes that on paper should be some of the best in the league, but for one reason or another are just not performing. For Light and for Gala and Mako has been really sacking a lot of his HP bar and dying so much to try to buy space for IG, and Gala has had fights that are just leaving me with some big head scratchers.
That is an apt description, and again, especially for Mako and Gala, name alone, this could be one of the best bottom lanes in the LPL, and could be where you try and cover for some of those inconsistencies. But the main point that we're going to make for both of these teams going on, also Weibo, is we're into the second round robin. You guys are now looking at JDG take the third spot. You're fighting over the last playoff spot. Consistency is integral, but let's quickly introduce the other side of this matchup here. Weibo Gaming, with a roster that has switched up a bit since the start of the Rumble stage. We talked about all these guys already, though. Breathe in the top side, Tian, jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, Light and Erha to round out the new look bottom lane for Weibo.
The biggest part of this is not only have they brought in Coach Despair, who was responsible for that famous 2023 OMG roster, but also unfortunately losing to G2 in maybe an international, but Erha in the support role has absolutely leveled up this team. I'm so sorry to Hung, but he was playing some terrible League of Legends in the first part of this year.
Yeah.
And this guy coming on through from the LDL has just, his spacing has been incredible. I think that him and Light still need some to work out some of their kinks when it comes to the laning phase, but Erha has just brought this team to new heights and potentially saved their season.
That would be the statement, depending on where this team is able to finish out, as we run through some of these clips here from the Weibo series against BLG. And again, this is partly why I really want to praise Tian, and you called out that we saw a lot of Nico priority because of Erha, so it is Weibo looking pretty commanding in this series, but again, BLG definitely handing, I would say, at least a solid game over to Weibo in this one. Is that the IG? Are IG going to do something similar, knowing their range? There's just so many questions, and that's what. So all thinks yes. There's just so much range for both these teams that's kind of why I think we're going to go the distance. But there's so much room for one of these teams to make a statement with the 2-0, capitalizing on the mistakes of their opponent.
And like you were just mentioning, the fact that this is double round robin means that now that we're in the second phase, the last matchup that Weibo had was against IG. So, the last one that IG had was against Weibo. Yep. So they're going to fight up against each other. Weibo did take that one in 2-1 fashion, like we were hinting earlier, and being able to cement yourself 2-0 in terms of series over your opponents would be a really strong showing, especially for trying to purchase your way back. Remember, Weibo started off this season and almost found themselves in the bottom end of the standings. They went on like a 3-series losing streak. They lost to FPX, AL, barely were able to get over the finish line versus NIP, and then lose to Team WE. There was a lot of questions as to whether or not Weibo were even going to be able to make top 6, much less be a contender for top 4 in Group Ascend.
And if they can come away with this series and potentially cleanly, they could really threaten for a much safer playoff spot. So that's how quickly things can turn in the Rumble stage. But before we get into walkouts and start talking about 1v1s, we do want to spotlight one lane in particular for this matchup. And it's, again, the mid laners that are so similar, tied together historically, where their shortcomings are this split, where some of their champions are in their pools. So much tying Rookie and Xiaohu together to see who will really step up to push or give themselves the edge in this mid lane matchup.
I think if both of these guys can just fix their laning phase, they would be number 1 and number 2 in the mid lane right now. Just their impact in team fights, again, I think reflected a little bit in their MVPs, specifically for Xiaohu. He has been so impactful, but there are too many games this year alone where Xiaohu has been a liability for Weibo. And for Rookie, he has some pretty impressive performers. I think a lot of those MVPs actually end up going to JDG. So if we can get him out of the laning phase, this feels like his perfect suite of champions. Orianna, Ryze, Azir, all of these champions feel right in his wheelhouse, and he has, I think, been really, really good for this IG roster.
And continuing to tie these two squads together, or how they're looking stylistically, I'm intrigued to see how both teams approach the draft, knowing that, hey, coming into this one, you talked about mid laners kind of need to polish off their laning phases. There's been some questionable HP usage from supports like Mako. The junglers aren't always, we can have those JJ or even Tian moments that have marked a lot of these series. So I wonder how much they'll lean into wanting to play for their strengths. But we know we're going to get an IG draft where they try and just dominate early game through a top side of the Shy in Italy. So there's a lot to factor in as we see our two squads walk out into the arena.
So, pretty legendary teams. Obviously, IG, a big fan favorite. I know that Cagel's currently bringing over some big-time viewers to come watch the Shy play. But going up against Weibo, like I said, just I think the fact that these two teams mirror each other so well.
What are we getting here? I've never seen this.
You've never seen the green jerseys? Weibo had this last year, too.
Okay, well, I mean, that exposes me. Wow. Listen, I've been a fashion critique.
I know.
Points, and I don't like the green.
What?
I don't.
What other team has green? Like this is in LPL. In LPL.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong, but like, that's just throwing me off. Maybe I'm a little biased to this green, because that looks like a booger green, and my Eagles wear the best shade of green, so I just want everybody to wear that shade of green. And that's not that shade of green you're seeing right now. I guess maybe that's Kelly green for all the ones tapped in. So maybe I'm just.
And then you're gonna be like, oh, but I'm gonna go show up to LTA in a FlyQuest jersey.
I don't know if I showed up to LTA, you know what jersey I would show up? I would show up wearing. And that's also true. Yeah, it might be a point. No, I would show up probably wearing like a Blue Otter jersey. That's what.
No comment.
Listen, all the LCS. Okay, I can say LCS. All the LCS LTA jerseys that I have were TSM jerseys because I used to be a TSM fan. I don't own any.
Hey, I unfortunately never picked up a TSM jersey, even though I was also a TSM fan. So
yeah, so I can't rock up with any of those. Part of me wants to burn some of those. So
wait, you can keep them. Bjergsen shows up to the studio a couple times a year.
That's true. That's true.
You can catch them. The tickets are not that expensive.
Oh yeah, that's definitely not the problem. Enough talking about the jerseys though. Oh, can you once again inform my small play-by-play brain who the 1v1 is for this one, or are you?
I'm pretty sure it's Breathe versus the Shy.
Oh boy, we're about to get some. Yep. We're about to get some fun here then.
Look, the Shy has provided some of the best 1v1s. We had that Draven versus Draven very early on into Split 1.
We had the Yorick win.
Yeah, I'm trying not to think about the Yorick one. But we'll see what this ends up being. If you're your first time joining us and you don't understand what is going on, we have a 1v1 before every best of series to decide side selection. So is first two kills, first to the first turret, or the Ring of Fire that spawns in at 7 minutes, so that we don't have an infinitely long ARAM come on through. Makes it a little bit easier for us to decide who's going to be able to win. It turns into sudden death.
All I'm spotting is there are no Yorick bans just yet. Also, Corki not banned away. Do lose the Jace and the Renekton. Oh, the Shy bans Yorick. Okay, good. So won't be getting that one. I just hope we don't get two range champions again. I will say that the last time we watched that between our two mid laners, they actually decided to throw hands, and we didn't get to just do 7 minutes talking about our love for charcuterie boards. Oh, no more double range. Don't tell me I get another Gwen v. Gwen. All right, yes. Corki Gwen. Interactive gaming right here.
Yay. Let's go. 7 minutes, brother. This is like 7 minutes of heaven, except it's 7 minutes of unadulterated unfiltered, unstoppable airtime.
I think it's pretty filtered airtime. I don't know. You're in control, man. You make the rules. I'm just here.
I say that, but knowing me, I'm not gonna even break out of it. We're gonna keep it pretty PG on the stream.
Yeah, I know.
That ad money from Twitch is too juicy. That's all I can say.
That's true. You know what would be pretty juicy for one of these two teams? Blue side. So we'll see.
Wow.
Hey, transitions.
Maybe.
I think it's an important thing to stress, especially coming from like the last format where we were playing a bunch of best of 5. Like everything was best of 5. So, not saying that blue side to start off a best of 5 isn't integral, but in that format, you're going to get blue side games naturally, like a decent amount of them, and it does.
Yeah.
So with Fearless, like red side gets a lot more priorities. You eliminate a lot of champions, but BO3s, like if you guarantee yourself 2 blue side games right now, it really has a massive effect. So we go into this 1v1 knowing that, as we are on to the old famous bridge of League of Legends. Going to see both rocking the barrier and the ignite, both on Conqueror. Very different itemizations knowing the 2 champions, and we're going to learn very quickly if these 2 are about scrapping or the 7 minutes of unfiltered Alkin Slayer is coming.
I wish Breathe, just for fun, I wish he would have just gotten a D-Blade so he can have the entire of Doran's inventory.
Oh my god.
Oh.
What has gotten into these 1v1s? Are these guys trying to like speed up the process? That is ignite barrier out of Breathe, and the Shy has ignite advantage and health advantage as well, so he will take control of the wave.
And if he is smart, he literally never has to crash this wave. All he has to do is continue to all in, force Breathe to use his Hollowed Mist on his W, and just cut him off from gold. Although I'm sure for the Shy and for some of our other players, instead of doing that, hitting the turret, the dopamine of seeing that turret plate explode and give you a bunch of money is a little too irresistible.
Also getting that empowered back, right? If you can snag that, that's
True.
always good for the old reset timer. Yeah, he's just building up a giant wave here.
Oh, the Shy Breathe has found his first minion.
Let's go!
Okay.
On the board. There's a lot more coming your way, Breathe, than the one that you opened with. I assume the Shy's just going to hit that first plate while Breathe tries to catch this entire wave and then reset. This third wave coming in is
you're
in a
playing
weird
range.
spot.
He has Demolish.
Of course he does.
Okay. All right, well, now that Breathe has used his W, he's literally not allowed to step up on this wave unless he wants to die. Honestly, low-key, I think you should send it. You get 1 free death anyway. Might as well.
Got 2 plates
That's
already.
2 plates.
I mean,
with Demolish.
Maybe he just burns. He just burns on the turret. He can nearly get a 3rd one if he was just autoing away at it. Why not grab it? Grab it, the Shy. You're gonna get the craziest back ever here. Oh my god. Okay, I thought he was gonna. Okay. I thought he was
gonna push another wave. He
Holy
might.
moly.
Okay, if Demolish is off cooldown, he might just get the turret. Low key. Like Breathe is stuck now. Breathe's gonna hit level 6 on this minion wave. So now he uses W.
All right, here we go. Need to work
Yeah.
out. Ignite down, barrier for the Shy. He's just going to claim this kill. But the cooldowns don't line up, and Breathe finds a window back in.
Okay.
Hex
The
Drinker,
Shy's down
Shy.
for a really long time.
Oh, man. The Shy's scared. He goes Hex Drinker. I know it's smart, everybody. Don't yell at me.
I would be
I wanna
too.
see him just slam
this
a
guy
beat.
was literally down 15, 20 plus CS, and he just all-ins me when he hits level 6. What the hell, man? Champ's OP.
Champ is OP. I mean, gold is virtually even by this point. So the Hex Drinker comes along for the Shy to get extra protection for exactly what he just got demolished by. But we still endorse the BTER build here with Corkies.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me how this is fair, by the way. The Shy has plus 10 CS on the Showdown match, which, by the way, you get increased gold gain as time goes on for each of the minions that you kill. That cannon is worth like 200 gold by itself.
Yep.
He got 3 plates. He gets solo killed once, and Breathe is equal to him in gold. Tell me how that's fair.
The math ain't mathing, and I don't want to try and.
I would be
calculate
very
any further.
pissed. I know I saw a Dom tweet yesterday where like early game junglers, they had like a 20 CS differential between them, or like 20, 30, and it's barely half a level. Like,
That's
what?
always been crazy. I feel like the jungle leveling has always been really crazy for.
Well,
Almost a
yeah,
full-
I mean, the jungle in general is just completely cursed, because that's why
Yeah,
they have to
well,
change
that's
it every
true.
season, because
Yeah.
it's if they make jungle camps like too worth it, then laners either start taking them, or you get champions like Graves where they just invade, take your jungle, and then they're level 6 at the same time as their solo laners, and that's extremely miserable to play, depending on who you are.
That might be the biggest can of worms to open up is talking about how to how to fix the jungler, what the problems with the jungle are. But it is an apt discussion to have now because both these two have kind of gotten a lot more wary about their all-ins, knowing that the next kill the Shy gives up here will end this game. Does get some solid spacing and poke down onto Breathe. Both have all their summoners back and available, so I wonder if we'll see Breathe potentially try and force it all in or get some serious poke down. He does get a huge chunk into the Shy. And the Breathe really at this point I feel like has to protect his turret.
Yeah. If he ever like takes a bad recall or if he gets a bad trade, then his turret's basically going boom. So the Shy feeling probably a little on edge here, just with Breathe having access to the plated steel caps does make him a little bit more potent and close to hitting level 11 here. He just ticked over to 10, so probably would be in the next 3 minion waves. He'll get a second point in his ultimate, and that is, I think, going to be very dangerous for the Shy. I think he's slowly starting to run out of time here on the game.
Also doesn't help that trying to get more poke down and play his range with his abilities is hurting his mana pool. Going this Hex Drinker build, doesn't have access to like a tier. He wasn't going to rush an ER or anything like that, so his mana pool is pretty drained off of all these rockets. A Valkyrie will chunk it very, very low, so he's kind of just forced to playing Breathe's game right now. Maybe you can finally take a reset window here. Does Breathe use the needlework to cancel the recall? Oh, you can't even see it.
Yeah,
that would have been
diabolical.
diabolical.
Even see him, but he's going to just force the issue. He has Demolish as well. I mean, AP champions do a hell of a lot of damage to turrets now, so instead recognizing, look, 40 seconds. 40 seconds until that Ring of Fire spawns. He has 2,500 gold. Let's just spend. Gets himself the Rift Maker. The Shy finishes his Maw as well as picks up an Elixir of Wrath. So we'll have access to some Omnivamp, a little bit more AD.
Here we go, folks. Johnny Cash is playing from a distance at this point. Ring of Fire about 15-ish seconds away. The Shy is going to take one more back. I wonder... Is this for boots, maybe? Like, he sells his... Oh, heel cut! All right. Tactics.
Ring of Fire has spawned. Probably another 15 seconds before it starts to close on in. And, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the sudden death part of our 1v1. Remember, this is for side select going into game number 1. Important as these two teams are looking to try to improve their place in the standings and potentially join some of our other squads in the top 4 as they would auto-qualify for playoffs.
How poetic is it in a series that has two teams with the same record, very similar struggles and strengths, and having gone the distance the last time they met, that this 1v1 comes down to the complete wire as the fire comes on in. The Shy trying to use space so he get the most damage out of his Valkyrie, but I fear he stepped way too close to a very, very mean Gwen that snips him on home and secures Weibo Gaming blue side for game 1.
Great job, Mr. Breathe. I mean, basically that matchup comes down to, can I use Valkyrie to dodge at least one of Gwen's ultimates? If yes, maybe I can win. And we saw there that the Shy, but just barely, he actually ends up losing 2-0 in that 1v1, right? Like, he lost the solo kill and then eventually moves on over. Hand. We'll see what exactly more we can get from Breathe. Who, I want to say, Breathe has gone very much underappreciated throughout the years. He's been a player that has been kind of like a silent hero, not necessarily been the greatest in lane, but his team fighting has always been really, really up to par. And you think about the other top laners around him throughout the years, I feel like Breathe has at least proven himself to be a top-level player here in the league.
See if he makes a difference up against a very polarizing top laner in the Shy who will try anything to get him off of his form like you're talking about and create chaos in that top side. So we once again set ourselves up for a game 1 draft where we have to start the conversation about all these priority picks, especially a lot that lie in the jungle, and where the ever smart mind Alk Battery thinks that Weibo will go with this B1 pick. Where's your head at, man?
I mean, there's a couple of options, right? Like, Same thing that we were talking about in the last series, whether or not Nefiri is going to get through. I think that in talking about the champion, Mbessa has been one of the biggest standouts for Breathe. I think he's been probably our best Mbessa player in the league. So feels like it's a champion that he's willing to blind in a lot of instances, or maybe go a little bit later in the draft. Oh, wait, JJ got a haircut. Okay, we no longer have the...
How does this affect his legacy?
I don't know, but hopefully you can see the screen a little bit more, because he had like the... I don't know if you remember the Skype days of like the emo emoji, or the emoticon. Yeah, that one. Yeah. That was him. It was like full on over his eye. It maybe explained some of the gameplay that was coming out from IG. But.
Is Skype dead yet, by the way? Like officially dead, or is it dying this year? I can't remember.
Well, with Discord now going public and potentially going big time with their new CEO, maybe Skype is back. Maybe Skype has never been so back. As we get into draft number 1 of this series, Nefarian Vibe Band already here for IG and Jace Varus.
Nico
so
again.
Either some combination of Gwen or Rumble are going to be going through.
Also have likely Sejuani Yone coming through for response for IG if they want that. Wait, I don't really think that's too much in the forte of Weibo. Obviously, every team can play the Yone Sedge turn, but I feel like that's a potent one that IG are going to want to lean on into. The question now becomes for Victus Gaming, which one of Rumble or which one of those two that you were talking about all do they want to let through? They banned the Lilia into Tian. You don't usually see Lilia banned away in the first phase.
So opening up potentially for Pantheon early on. I know that JJ is also obviously a very famous Viego player, even breaking out the cosplay of Viego a few years ago. What's the first pick here for Weibo? It's going to potentially be that Yone. Okay, so a champion that I think more so, and this feels weird to say for a player of Xiaohu's caliber, that he is trying to reintegrate into his pool. I think last year and the past couple of years, he's been an okay Yone. So far in 2025, I feel like his sharpness has not quite been there on the champion. Yeah. So going to be looking forward to how he can kind of pilot this and hopefully bring it back.
Oh, but are we going to see an interesting point in the chess match that is a LPL draft? IG have decided to deny the Yone Sejuani, and I feel like, does this have to be a Gwen Sedge turn with Gwen still available? Get the melees going for this
yeah,
pick.
Could be Gwen. I think you're fine also with being able to take like a Renekton or a Rumble here. It is the Shy, so we'll see what kind of champions he's going to go for. Maybe we just go for a mid pick here. Nope, they're going to lock away that Mbessa. So not only a fine champion gives them some dive here from the side of IG, but also a good takeaway from Breathe for the rest of the series.
The main takeaway right now from this draft is the way it's going, we're going to take a ton of really potent and powerful, like, pivotal picks in the LPL away. Already we're going to lose Mbessa, Sejuani, Yone. I got to think that we're going to get, like, so the Skarner's gone. I don't feel like, so Gwen or Rumble is going to be the turn for this top side. The fearless ramifications of this game 1 are already really potent with the champions we have off the board.
Sure, but they also just got rid of they're like having banger OP champions, right? The champions that have a ton of priority. So wonder what the back end of this draft. I like what we've gotten from IG so far, separating the Yone and the Sejuani. Still have a strong pair here.
Rumble now? Wow, these are
getting
many
Rumble.
OP champions.
Oh, is this going to be Mbessa mid? We haven't seen a ton of Mbessa mid. The last person we saw it from, I think, was Linfeng all the way in split number 1. I can go check this real quick, but maybe it's the Rumble mid into the Yone. Has a fine early matchup, but I know a lot of people have been more fond of playing the Rumble in top lane. Either way, IG have great backline access. How they're going to be able to actually lock those targets down is going to be another thing. I think they're really looking at now bot lane pairs, and maybe Ashe starts to gain a little bit of priority with what IG are showing.
Yeah, how many backlane targets are either of these teams going to have? I feel like everybody's just going to be coming at each other 100 miles per hour, ramming into each other. Like, this is a Skarner, Gwen, and Yone, all melee, that want to be up in your face creating chaos. A Rumble, Mbessa, Sejuani. Yeah, if I'm Light, Erha, Gala, and Mako, I'm thinking, guys, what can we pick to not immediately get deleted? Immediately be jumped on by multiple potent ultimates. And that's why I think you pointing out the Ashe is really good, because you don't really want to pick an AD carry that can carry home some of these games. You might want to go double facilitator, knowing that it's going to be impossible for you to exist as a misfortune.
Wow.
I feel like is impossible to play. Kaisa, I feel like, is really, really hard to play in this state. Are we going to see like Ash Jin traded on both sides?
Yeah, Weibo showing early priority for Grubs, though, by having the Gwen and the Yone. They need a bot lane that's also going to be able to help them team fight. Not only Ash, but Jin is something that maybe starts to rise a little bit as well. I ended up checking. I am wrong. The Mbessa was played last by Karis. Up against up against anyone's legend. It was a victory as well. Satab and Tongyon have also played it this split. So for Weibo, they want to take these fights a little bit slower. They're going to have the Skarner to be able to help set them up. I like the Ezreal hover. I think Ezreal might be something that they're looking for. Makes it difficult for Weibo to ever jump on top of your backline carries.
I think Gala is one of those premier Ezreal players. You just saw Elk have a huge Ezreal game for Weibo Gaming not too long ago. Also, speaking on some of these AD carries we think are going to show up in this game, I was really impressed by how Light played the Jhin in the matchup against BLG. The last Weibo series we saw, I thought he was fantastic playing at range and had some highlight plays flashing out of engages and hitting some pretty powerful fourth shots. So wouldn't be surprised if we just see the Jhin come home for Light. And now we got to see where does support priority lie, because I don't think either team needs a huge engaged threat like a Rel, a Leona, a Nautilus in this game. Obviously, you'd like to have them, but they aren't a huge priority with the rest of these comps.
I would actually prefer for them to have that, because they don't have, either of these teams do not have like point and click or very reliable engage. The Yone ult can miss. The Mbessa ult is incredibly finicky with how tight the hitbox is for it. And so I would actually like to see a champion that's going to help them keep their targets in place. I think a Rel in particular here coming in for IG would do wonders, but wanting to take the Braum, I think it's great for the lane, as well as being able to stop some of the lower range members of Weibo. It's really Light by himself that has a majority of that. So Braum with the concussive blows and how many melees and some range that they have, I like this from IG. They can kind of flip on a dime. They can be very mobile, play these fights how they want, but in terms of crowd control, they are not incredibly receptive to what Weibo are showing with this Alistar and Jhin. I need to see IG playing creative. I need to be seeing them play on flanks and setting up for the Shy Rumble here early into this game.
I do. That was the point I was getting around to. I think Braum, for me, Braum is just huge in this game. I think Mako is in a position to completely shut down a lot of the fighting for Weibo Gaming. But like you talked about, a very valid concern has been Mako sacrificing a ton of HP too early in a fight and getting himself caught. That would really completely derail this IG comp, knowing what Braum plays as a role for Invictus Gaming. The big headline, though, is going to be this game is going to get scrappy. Both teams are very well equipped with ultimates that can miss, but can hit and hit hard on both sides. We've got a Gwen, we've got a Yone Skarner composition on the other side playing into a Rumble Mbessa Sejuani top side. There is going to be a lot of action in this game, and you wouldn't want it any other way, especially knowing how fun we know IG can get in their series.
Yeah. IG have just provided, I think, some of the best entertaining games and some of the best games, bar none, in this year already. I mean, I'm looking at their previous schedule. The BLG IG series was literally must-watch television for the first week of
100%.
LPL.
Yep.
Then we had the IG series versus TES. That was another one. IG versus JDG was incredible. So IG have by far been the best team to watch if you want maximum entertainment value. They're going to fight you. They're going to try and style on you. And now we're heading into game number 1 between these two teams.
Both teams neck and neck, completely even when it comes to standings. Both 5-4, both with 12-12 records, both looking to establish themselves as a threat to the crown of top esports and the very high, potent anyone's legends. Is already early on here. IG looking to get aggressive with the invade. They get Erha's heal out. He takes another concussive blow. He's holding on to that flash. One more auto. The Q lands from Gala. Erha going to walk into his base safely. Does anyone dare flash into the base after him? No, as the next Q from both Mako and Gala miss.
Such discipline coming in from Erha. Again, a relatively new player, taking some of his first games this year with this Weibo roster and showing some poise up against IG, pressuring him a lot. Light has to be so careful. He doesn't know where they are. They could be sitting in this red bush. But
gonna leash
ends up
Tian?
coming to help Tien early on.
Yeah.
So both junglers are going to be starting on the bottom side of the map.
Gonna give more proud to Gala and Mako, who I really like to see that aggressive invade, knowing how much power Braum brings just out the gate at level 1. And you called it out. Why the R5 support pick was so good is these two support champions, Erha on the Alistair, you are a glorified melee minion at level 1 by this point, and Mako can just constantly set up for concussive blows for Gala. So level 2 should be a shoo-in for IG first.
Okay, so a lot of vision coming in. I know that we saw some wards placed down as IG were trying to find that first kill onto the support, but also catching Tien on his Raptors, pretty important. They will see on the opposite side a blue ward that will catch JJ on his Raptors, so both teams knowing the junglers and generally where they're going to be pathing, where they're looking towards. As with these matchups that Weibo do have, aside from the support matchup going on, they should have pretty easy ability to move. Yone versus Mbessa is a little bit of an easier one, as Mbessa turns into a pretty unkillable champion in mid lane, especially against fellow mids, or fellow melee mids, I should say. So,
Right.
gonna be interesting to see how Rookie pilots this one.
And knowing that we're looking to see between Shahu and Rookie who can show more poise and ability in the laning phase in a melee v melee matchup. These are the type of mid lane matchups where someone can completely run away with it if they are locked in, for lack of a better term, right there. And Rookie and Shahu need to show that because we know what they can do in the team fight.
All right, Tien has finished all of his camps. It's going to be JJ who's just now taking the red. A creative path coming in from Tien.
All right, Shahu is very low, though, from these initial trades here, so he's going to have to play at space pretty well. Uses the Soul Unbound. Rookie's going to flash. The follow comes across with Tien. He does have JJ nearby, but Rookie's losing health fast. Good stuff from JJ. Going to flash expertly right after Shahu. So it's both junglers coming with kills onto their fellow mid laners, and now the two tanks are just going to bap each other as they walk away victorious.
Yeah, that's going to be the first kill going over to Tien, and Rookie just getting caught. One of the things that we have seen for these two is that they're going to trade very heavily in the laning phase. They're going to potentially look for early recalls, and right there, good punish coming in from Tien very early on to find that, as Light has to know, hey, I just split the map with my jungler. He's going to be on the bottom side. Just make sure that you're not getting caught. They would have preferred to get that wave all the way shoved in. And a great job from Erhard to make sure that his bottom lane is able to get that recall finished.
This lane state definitely stinks. Yeah, Light's going to lose a significant amount of minions on this freeze. Tien going to head back out towards the spot side with them. Maybe sensing that he could catch Gala and Mako on a reset when this dragon spawns, and Light and them can burn through it. Always nice to get an early Drake stack going, as Erha takes a lot more harass. The concussive blows. He's going to have to burn the heal again. He turns it with the headbutt, though, and sets up Gala for a deadly flourish that was nearly in turret range. So once again, Erha pretty disciplined playing with his HP bar and won't give away a kill once more.
That's amazing. The fact that he lives there, he gets the Alistar heal plus his summoner spell, trades the barrier with Gala. I'll take that from my support, even saves the wave for me. Erha playing very well already in his early debut into the season. So, remember, back half of the split, we're in double round robin here. Every game matters, as you really want to try to get that big game differential win, as well as that helps with tiebreakers before the head-to-head. And aside from, some skirmishes and obviously the 2 kills that we saw in the mid lane, both the teams have been relatively quiet. There's 20 seconds before these grubs, as you see IG, their bottom lane, wants to take their recall so that this support can be freed up to make a roam up to the top side.
And that's pivotal, knowing that Israel is just one of those safest, if not the safest lane AD carry you can leave on that island, especially into a Jhin. Very hard unless Gala is misplaying for him to ever be in the threat here, so expect both marksmen to be stuck in a farm off as they try and scale towards pretty integral 2-point item breaks, and our attention shifts towards this ever volatile top side that Tien and Breathe with Lane Prow are going to jump right on that first set of grubs, and I see a ton of pings coming through from the red side.
One thing I'd be worried about from IG, there's still an exhaust here for Breathe. So you might just get trapped, especially as some of the melees. They're going to scoot them off. Weibo, I mean, if you're Tien, you're just going to recall, probably get closer to your Heartsteel. You have your bottom side camps respawning. You're not too mad about the position you have in this game right now. And Breathe still perfectly fine. Actually cancels his recall and tries to sneak around onto Shy.
Ooh. He's definitely got the wraparound. You called out. Breathe has exhaust. Might just drop it here to slow the Shy away. Pops the needle work. Gonna hold the exhaust until the big damage comes out from the Shy. Really critical engage there from Breathe. Now Kitian bring it home with the Impale. The Shy's running out of room to juke, but he does a great sidestep. And in comes the support from the rest of IG. JJ hits his Glacial Prison, and you know Cage-Roll's going crazy about this one. The Shy completely outplays Weibo Gaming's top side.
Well, that's a bit of a horror, especially with them both using their teleports just to get back to the top side before these grubs. The Shy is going to cash out huge on this Rumble now, as a few mistakes coming in. Breathe not necessarily expecting where this Rumble is going to go. Some of that ultimate kind of missing, and obviously some mistakes coming in here from Tien. And I mean, this was just a well played sequence from the Shy. Flashes in. Breathe basically just isn't able to use the ultimate.
Ooh.
Perfect micro from one of the most legendary top laners. And hey, JJ and Mako were still in the area. They were deciding whether or not they were going to be able to deploy into mid, maybe help out Rookie. And that means the first 3 kills, feats of strength, or feats of warfare immediately now going over to Invictus.
And now that Takei Sejuani is going to get to that Heartsteel much quicker. You buy more space for the Rumble and open up the map here. As IG definitely sitting pretty on the bot side as well. The only win right now for Weibo is knowing that they have the chance to go for Mites here with the 2-1 grub split. And we ask, what will the reaction be here from Weibo, who, for the most part up against BLG, were playing in position ahead here. And it was plays like this, Tien looking for avenues constantly on these engaged junglers, but unfortunately, Xiaohu's damage is not enough to get the job done, and he must return to his soul. So Rookie survives another onslaught.
Yeah, but Rookie also misses out on at least a portion of this wave. Xiaohu maybe could have found that kill, but he missed his Q3. Now Jij is going to pay the price for his mid laner. Rookie misses out on, again, this golden experience. It's going to potentially be 2 camps here. Jij is going to show, and Yone is right in the area. Doesn't have the ultimate, but Jij cannot contest.
Tion does have it.
And
He steals away the red buff,
the
and he jukes it. JJ's just the GOAT, and that's how it's been going for Weibo. They're in the right position, and at the pinnacle point of getting the win, they slip up.
Okay. Tien already making a few mistakes here in this game, right? Just how it goes with this Skarner right now. We'll see if he can kind of right the ship, and maybe we see a 3-man Impale later on into the game, and we just completely let this, this water off our back. We're saying, you know what, Tien, happens. Jij hitting towards the top side, though. We'll get spotted on this ward. Breathe. Definitely wanted to try to crash this minion wave on through. Almost gets the cancel there from Mako, but there is the second set of grubs. I think they would like to force maybe an ultimate from one of their opponents so they can get a numbers advantage, or maybe even a summoner spell, as Breathe has his exhaust coming back up.
This first dragon feels like me trapped in the mono hell in my bed right now. It's just so lonely. So anyone gonna go down towards the dragon?
10 minutes and we still haven't had first dragon is insane.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This lonely Infernal. Infernal is so nice as a first dragon too. Somebody please come fight the dragon. Maybe it's JJ. Maybe.
Oh,
Got
JJ's in.
JJ, hello.
You need to leave, brother. This is not your side of the map anymore.
Oh boy, Erha flashing after. Deadly Flourish lands. Glacial Prison going to land on top of Light, but this is 4 versus 1, and now we have both junglers making critical mistakes. JJ, you got the red buff, you got the win topside, but that one definitely going to sting.
I mean, your Braum was on topside getting vision for the grubs. They thought maybe they would be able to make that play. I love the snap from Erha as well. Tien didn't think that they were going for that play. You saw the click backwards, so first dragon's going to go over to Weibo at 10:30 in this game.
Okay.
I think that this dive is very fake.
Yeah.
You still have exhaust. You have the ultimate as well. This wave is not much. Just going to be a lot of information gained here, as IG should have priority on the
information or throwing hands. Exhaust down, needlework, no ult for the Rumble this time. the revenge of Breathe and gets a late teleport on a Rookie who maybe thought about going for that dive, but you just can't rely on hitting that public execution. So Weibo racking up the wins themselves. We're going blow for blow, just as we expected.
This should just be 3 grubs now, or for IG hitting 4 grubs. While Yone's just picking up this bottom side, so maybe getting a little bit more gold in future. Again, grubs is a win more kind of objective, but was another plate going over to Xiaohu and trying to accentuate some of the leads in this game. Rookie is very strong right now, though. First item, Eclipse, already done. That is a massive power spike for the Mbessa. So being able to have it wasted on a teleport like that is a good sign coming in for Weibo.
Talked about, gave Breathe his flowers. This 1v1 really showing it. Just recognizing all the small things that gave him that window. He knows the overheat wasn't coming. The Flame Splitter was just used. No ultimate. And punishes. That is what has been part of the consistency for Breathe, is Weibo's most reliable laner across this Rumble stage. Oh boy, Gala. All right.
Gala has flash. He has E. If he dies to this, I'm mad.
Oh, I mean, he is going to die to it. Right there, and it's called CC layering. They get barrier out of Gala as well. Mid lane has just been where all the mistakes have happened for IG in this one.
Yeah, it's been unfortunate here as now Breathe. If you're looking at the rest of the map right now, Breathe can continue to hit on this. Light is now hitting on mid wave. IG starting to crack a little bit on the seams. I think you can see how difficult it is for this roster to actually, excuse me, find engagements with this kind of lineup. They're really going to be strong when they are fighting as 5, but as individual pieces, they can just get caught out, and making mistakes like this is going to just make the game difficult for IG.
Starting to have pretty big one-item power spikes coming through for the Weibo side as well. Blade of the Rune King for Xiaohu completed. The Heartsteel, the Yomu's rush from Light. But here we go with the IG response once again. You got to love it when public execution hits on its own, because it usually guarantees a kill. Rookie locked in as we've gotten out of the laning phase, just as we've seen so many times for Invictus Gaming.
Ooh, and look at what they're going to be able to grab. I mean, this should at least free up some space on the top side. Tashai has to know that he is the play here. You can see them kind of positioning around mid. Tien is trying to make sure that his AD carry doesn't get too focused.
Good flash, Tashai.
Coming in from Tashai.
Oh, Mako, though. We talked about how he sacrifices too much of his HP bar at the start of these skirmishes. Blows everything in his kit basically to survive there. That's Glacial Fissure, that's Flash out, and now we're going to see if Light can go hunting with these shots, and he's going to guess wrong. Mako gets out of it, but again, shouldn't have had to burn all that just to survive.
I think it's fine, though. Like, it's just your support. Yes, it's the flash off of Braum, but now you've secured almost a full turret here for Rookie. You did have to trade it with Xiaohu, so this Yone is going to be very strong. Rookie should be in a good spot. The battle of the mid lanes starting to prove deadly here in this first game of the series. We had a lot of expectations for Xiaohu and Rookie. They've been faltering in the laning phase, but they've been making sure that they're getting resources for themselves and look to be the strongest members of their team going forward.
When they're going over to Rookie means that feats of strength are secured here for IG, so they get that small little boot upgrade. They also keep that bot tier 1 turret safe for now. JJ even hovering to see if there's a potential play onto Xiaohu. Won't manifest for now. I remember seeing Xian go for this red buff. I guess second time's a lot sweeter. JJ cannot steal this one away from him.
There's no spell book here. Mako's not just gonna walk over and take that from him. So we got set up minute before these Void Herald for the Herald spawns, and right now what we're seeing from Weibo, just taking control of mid. It is so much easier for them to be able to push and shove this in. But with Tian on this side, looks like JJ really wants to see if he can try to find an angle, whether it is on this dragon in 10 seconds, or maybe they look for a bottom lane play. Try to cut Xiaohu out from the rest of this map. And now it's just a funnel of gold now. I mean, Xiaohu knows that they're on his side of the map, so Message just gets to crash a minion wave in.
All right, here we go. Potentially the first main fight in this heavyweight match between IG and Weibo. It's going to start by JJ securing the Dragon first. Tian going to go in, gets the big smash. Airhell flies in with a two-man headbutt into the Impale, into the Fate Sealed. What a combo coming across from Weibo, and they're going to start collecting the kills. Rookie far too low, flash away from Xiaohu. The pit is getting absolutely crazy with Gala flashing after Tian. We'll find that trade kill. It's complete pandemonium, but guess who wins it? The one that sinks the combo home. Weibo Gaming find themselves 4 kills, but the 5th one is the hardest one to find. Xiaohu has to go back right into the Mystic Shot, and Gala playing with his back against the wall, desperately waiting for the arcade shift to come up, and it won't. The first fight does not disappoint. It goes 5 for 4, with Weibo narrowly finding the win.
I mean, Breathe just able to find so much, and the duo between Erha and Xiaohu make this fight unplayable for IG. We get back into the pit. It's, remember, Invictus Gaming sitting already here. Erha trying to find space. The Dragon does go over, but this duo, Tien being able to stop them, the Skarner ult as well, just makes it that much easier. And, I mean, the good part coming in for IG is how they turn this. Rookie matches the flash with Light almost in sync and is almost able to escape, but Breathe, I think, comes out such a huge benefactor from this play.
How does... I want to see how Gala wins. I wish they were showing that, because Xiaohu goes into this pit with, like, hundreds of HP over Gala, and Gala must have just spaced him so well. Again, we talk about Gala. The ceiling of this guy, especially in team fights, is so potent. As we flash back to picture, and my God, everyone's stacked on top of each other again, but JJ falls. The Herald is picked up by Tian, and here's the difference maker between those two powerful junglers, and who else but Erha to find himself another awesome window. I don't know how that unsealed Fate even interacted with Rookie, but Xiaohu should be able to find the kill. No, Rookie still stands tall, but the Impale lands onto Gala, the hero of last fight for IG, picked off, and now Weibo are really starting to roll.
Hey guys, so remember when I said that we might be willing to forgive Tien for his early game? Well, hell man, he is making it look so damn good on this Skarner, landing multiple man impales, being able to force IG into uncomfortable spots, and I mean, this duo, Tien and Xiaohu, we had a lot of questions coming in. I think early into the year, they were playing a lot more aggressive, but weren't able to find that consistency, and now, between the two of them, everything about this Weibo roster feels like it is starting to come together. Erha on this Alistar. He has been, I think, one of the best additions to this roster. And again, leveling this team up. There was a question if Weibo were even going to make top 6 with how they were looking in the first round robin. But ever since he was able to step in, he has made this team look night and day.
I am awestruck by how he has been able to find so many fight-winning plays so far in such a short, compact time. And knowing that this game started a complete disaster for him, it felt like twice in that early game he should have died to Gala, given such a big advantage over. Even then, he won't relent. This second half of the Royal Rumble, even for Group Nirvana, has been shown that some of these additions are just taking teams to another level. Got to shout out Xiaofeng for LNG. But Erha might be the real star in Group Ascend right now, like you're talking about, completely changing Weibo's split.
Guys, remember, we got Rookie with the split votes, so might be Erha very clearly. He might be competing for that one here in split number 2. As Weibo, after taking the Herald, they take over mid-tier 1, and they're able to just completely muscle in on this topside jungle and get another turret here for Xiaohu. So 1,000 gold over his counterpart. A lot of gold was funneled into these two mid laners, and so far, Xiaohu has paid his team back in dividends. I say that, he might just be getting caught out here.
Those two mid laners, they're going blow for blow. Both popping ultimates. You got teleports on both sides coming in. Reinforcements here soon, but Xiaohu just survives way too long. The general bought time for his troops to fly forward, and of course he doesn't fall. It's Tian impaling both JJ and Mako. IG are completely scattered with no hope to rescue this fight. You go for the general, you best not miss, or this is your result, Invictus Gaming.
That's a 5-star general that you have to be saluting over there if you are an IG fan right now. He takes control of this fight. He almost gets out of that play near perfectly and still survives long enough. So Weibo, they take 4 kills, they take Otacon, and they take firm control of this game number 1. Watch how he plays this. Uses the ultimate to cancel the public execution.
Oh.
JJ thought that was able to get out of that, misses this ultimate, and is able to survive with the shield bow. He is so strong. The cavalry arrives, and Weibo just dominate this fight. Everybody playing their role.
I mean, Xiaohu quite literally dictated 4 ultimates on top of his head and doesn't die. That is legendary to do so. And for a guy that is one of the best to ever grace the mid lane of the LPL, still doing it in 2025, can't help but get emotional thinking about that. And if you're a Weibo fan, maybe getting rid of some tense emotions of this series, knowing that this game is completely in their control. Dragons, you called out turrets, the gold. It is Weibo Gaming's game to lose.
Okay, so IG, how are we getting back into this game? Wait, is this how we're seeing? Did Gala get 1v1 by Xiaohu?
When did this happen?
All right, he's earning MVP. He's earning MVP this game. So
Man, Airhop about to get
for
robbed.
IG, they're the only way. Okay, guys, let's calm down. The only way that IG can kind of see an angle back into this is they need to be able to make numbers advantage on side lanes, and they need to utilize some of these grubs. It'll get them some gold. They have objective bounties at the same time, so how they overload and how they're able to find picks is going to be really important. Still, finding that dive onto someone like Light, onto TN, might open up a play for them. I'm just looking at experience right now, and Xiaohu's almost level 16.
Oh my god, the Shy though. Hello. Breathe is done. That was a pure stat check. And the Shy comes out on top.
And that's the side lanes that we need to be seeing coming in from them. Open up a numbers advantage. Make it so that it's hard for Weibo to push on 2 to 3 lanes around the map so that you can at least buy yourself some breathing room, maybe push further into some of these lanes, and even potentially collapse. But it feels like for Invictus, they are completely avoiding the eyesore that is Xiaohu's Yone right now. They want to be on the opposite side where this guy is.
But he demands attention. And there's not any neutrals that Weibo can really play for. And something has just gotten into Xiaohu. This guy is a mad bloodthirsty as he sets up another beautiful kill for Light. What has gotten into Xiaohu? Are we time traveling back right now?
I don't know, man, but this is the kind of performance that we needed to see, and hopefully we continue to see for the rest of the split, as Xiaohu has had his fair up and downs. Same thing here for IG, but we're going to see as we kind of take a moment in this game. Baron does spawn in a minute's time. Have to be very worried about this from IG as a potential objective, with Gwen and Xiaohu being so far ahead of their counterparts. And now how we close out this game is going to be a massive part as we kind of watch Weibo continue to move around the map.
Got a Baron spawn in about 45 seconds. It's going to dictate so much attention here for IG, but you can really just see how much more confident they are. And Erha wants a piece of the action that Xiaohu's been throwing down other lanes. Mako is completely sectioned off and soon to drop. One more shot from Light will do it, and it's just right in time for this Baron to spawn. How do IG even react on this map? They're going to try and sprint over towards Xiaohu, but in this form, he knows better.
Hell, maybe he just goes for it.
No.
Okay, flash from JJ
Good
to
flash.
escape.
Oh, follow flash gets away from the Glacial Prison. Uses the soul, though, knowing that he doesn't have a lot of space, and he has to go in. He's going after Gala, and he nearly makes it difference. Trading 1 for 1, but even pulling 3 towards the bottom lane feels like a win right now for Weibo.
Stops them from hitting on that turret. They're going to miss out on another wave. Instead, they're going to cancel, recognizing that they're probably not going to be able to do much anyway. And Weibo lose out on that. That is gold. That is, most importantly, going over to Gala with that shutdown. But as you said, in a 1v3, he almost comes out, evening out the kills there, which is very impressive for the 5-star general in the mid lane. So it's going to slow down the game. IG are going to have a little bit of time to potentially set up around this, but you look on their side of the jungle, it is wards, it is Jhin traps everywhere, making it difficult for IG to ever get the jump on their opponents.
That's why we really like to see a sort of supportive setup AD carry for Light, who has quietly been instrumental on that role here. Clutch deadly flourishes. He's got himself 15 of 20 KP, dropping only once. And, you know, for a role that asks so much for highlight plays, high damage numbers. It's nice to see Light executing on a lesser seen side of the AD carry role here in the LPL and allowing his solo lanes to really be at the forefront of the highlights and just the win here for Weibo.
Looking at items right now, 3 items here for Xiaohu, and for everybody who doesn't know or maybe missed out on the patch note, one of the changes to Yone recently, they got rid of the cleanse on his E, but gave him his crit modifier on damage back. So he is so powerful right now, and you look across the board, 3 items completed for multiple of Weibo's carries. IG are going to have to face a tough uphill climb here. Xiao is just soloing the dragon this entire time. This is the moment for IG. If they can't find anything, this dragon's just going to go down, and there's going to be nothing to show for it.
Zilch, nada, 0. Just trying to jockey for mid lane control. But it's Erha again to try and start off the fight. They are this time diving onto the tank. But man, the way they layer this CC, they can go after whoever they damn please. JJ drops. You've just picked off jungle Weibo with Baron up. Man, oh man.
Yeah, Tan is level 16 over JJ right now. Just 3 level difference in the jungle is absolutely insane.
Thank you, Ruinous Octagon.
Yep. We're going to be taking a look. We now have all of this Baron being taken. It's going to go down.
Okay. Yep, and now Weibo look for the turning fight. Erha, no fear in the world. He flashes right after the Shy. He knows the Breeze is going to be there to follow. They don't even need the exhaust to find this kill. The Shy drops as a consolation prize to the purple banner onto 5 of Weibo.
Invictus Gaming, brothers, when are we ever going to see a 5-on-5? We have not really gotten it. I mean, they've been losing a lot of them.
Once?
It feels like they haven't been, like, yeah, we got it once, maybe twice here, but felt like, you know, we had members arrive late to the team fight. We have not had a single instance in this game where Invictus rock up as a full 5-man unit and are able to contest Weibo. 22-10, 10,000 gold with a Baron, and Weibo look incredibly dominant here in game number 1 of the series.
Oppressive, unrelenting, and poised. That is Weibo Gaming in this series so far. And with Baron up, why even try an ever 5v5? You're so strong in these side lanes. As long as you play rotations correctly, you're going to be knocking down all those remaining tier 2 turrets and might fancy yourself an inhibitor as they overload towards this bot side that IG are content on trying to protect.
Baron is going to still be up for another minute and a half. They'll have a minute and a half afterwards for setting up for this dragon. Oh Rookie's
no!
just caught. Okay, well,
It's the
that
Shy
opens up
down
the mid
again.
lane. Time to give up the bottom lane tier 1, or tier 2.
A painful game for the Shy. That is his 7th death, game high, as he's been picked off once more. Inhibitors are going to fall. Maybe the way Weibo is playing, going to rotate towards this bot side and try and create even more chaos in the base of IG. And if they overstep just once, Weibo will go for the throat and end this thing.
They just get another turret. They're going to expand their gold lead here. Like what we're seeing coming out from Weibo, Skarner's going to continue to sit in mid.
Done.
He can just continue
Okay.
to empower this minion wave.
Oh, Deadly Flourish
Xiaohu.
again. Light locked in here. Gets the first slow onto Gala. Doing a good amount of fancy footwork, though. That doesn't matter. The curtain call was just buying space to knock down another inhibitor. Now Weibo on the back foot. Ooh, public execution from Rookie and the Glacial Fissure both whiff. That's got to sting.
Pack it up, boys. Just pack it up. We are getting ready for game number 2. We talked about how a lot of high impact champions, when we talk about priorities, are already gone. The Gwen, the Yone, Sejuani is gone as well, Rumble and Bessa. So top lane is going to be quite an interesting role in a few games' time if we do end up going the full distance here, as Weibo have just been incredible this game. Decisive. Erha has been making great engagements, and when we talk about this Weibo roster, on paper coming in, they should have been dominant from the start. I mean, Breathe and Tien, Breathe and Xiaohu, I think as a duo, alongside Light being that 3-man core from last year, should have been able to keep this team in consistent standings. But early on into 2025, it just felt like Tien had not really found his footing, and while Erha has been an amazing addition to this team, I cannot understate the value of having both of your solo laners start to perform at an excellent level. Breathe was already kind of getting there, but now Xiaohu, with games like these, if we get more of them, I think Weibo are potentially in contention for that top 4 spot.
we keep talking about it. That's been the ruminating theme of this day, Alk, is sleeping giants looking for their consistency, looking to start rumbling and wake up. And the way this game one, while a smaller sample size than JDG looks, we might have two real big contenders for TES and AL to stare down. And they have to play both of them knowing this grueling format.
They pay them next, by the way. IG's next
There
two
you go.
series after this are AL and TES, so
Wow.
hopefully they go on a bit of a run. You know, that's kind of where they have to be. Those will be the other teams that are facing them in top 3, right? Like, if I look at standings right now, just locked in from even last game series, TES, AL, JDG, and IG. So they need to be able to beat at least 2 out of the 4 other 3 teams that are in the top 4. Top 4 being important for the fact that it automatically qualifies you to playoffs, but Weibo now, I mean, they're just going to grab themselves a free Cloud Drake soul. IG have been trying to get gold. Mako's just dead.
Oh my god. This is a 6-level difference, by the way. This is really fair. Curtain call, one more shot. Mako, how many can you sidestep around? Only one. There's Mako down. There's a Cloud Soul to a Gwen, a Yone, and a Skarner. This game is one more fight on Weibo's terms away from ending, and they know it. Pressing super minion waves into this Nexus turret, they might just straight up dive with the comp that they have to try and end this game at 32 minutes. All AG can do is huddle under their Nexus turrets that are evaporating, disintegrating like sand in the wind. Down goes the equalizer, but they found their miracle pick on the Gala. It's Tien to do it, and this has been domination from Weibo Gaming, a series that was completely back and forth first time round. Looks like a whole new era in the name of Weibo Gaming.
Just a dominant game, start to finish, and this was supposed to be our much closer series. We'll see if IG can bounce back in game number 2, but just so many things there going to the side of Weibo. I mean, Urha, snap engages were amazing, and again, we've talked about him enough, but we're just going to have to keep doing it. The man in the mid lane, Xiaohu, performing yet again here up against Rookie.
You get the consistency coming through from Breathe. Light plays a great Jin role again. Tian, rough early game. Good to see him respond. Everything was really just awesome here from Weibo Gaming. And now we continue having those, standings conversations as we wait for these post-game graphics to come through. If this series rolls around the way Game 1 felt, right, we're going to be sitting with Weibo also at 6-4 with themselves having a 14-12 scoreline, so they won't topple JDG, but they will, for the first time in Rumble stage, Alk, be in the playoffs, avoid the play-in. Something that, again, I want to stress, in weeks 1 and 2, we thought was impossible.
Yeah. I'm just thinking, so for Weibo, right, they play against BLG again, who obviously are looking to potentially stumble, but if this is the form, and this is the issue right now with LPL, which kind of sucks, especially when we're talking about playing 8 weeks of this format, is the inconsistency from a lot of our rosters. This LPL, if we're being honest, feels a lot weaker than even the last 2 years, right? Because last year, we had BLG, who was outright stomping teams. BLG lost 6 best of series all year 2024. They have already lost 6 of them, including internationals, right? So we're coming in. TS have already outdone themselves in that manner, right? We're talking about Split 1. We're talking about going into First Stand, talking even just the amount of games that they've had to play this year alone. And that level of inconsistency has also started to, I think, manifest in so many other teams, maybe due to the fact that we've started to swap up a lot of the rosters, but I think mostly in part due to just I don't know exactly what it is, honestly. Just the level of inconsistency from our teams is really struck home at us.
But what you could take away from that if you are any of these teams, right? Especially IG and Weibo in the middle, is it's for the taking. If you come out here in the second round robin and can bring that consistency at a high level, this is your Rumble stage to run and potentially playoffs. So, and that's what makes it, that's the optimistic and the light side to look at this as. Because I know it's very easy to land in a drab spot and be like, especially knowing the LPL and how its fans are just desperate for it to compete better than Korea at the international stage and say, oh, well, everybody stinks. Like, why watch? Well, because we're going to find teams that bring resiliency, can come back and grow from that inconsistency, those are the teams that I like to bet on when it comes to internationals.
Hell, if we didn't watch the league, WE would just be 0-18 this split, right?
Yeah.
Like, we would never be able to see the growth of these teams. We would just assume that BLG would be the best teams, right? And suddenly they would just, if we didn't end up playing these games and kind of watching them, BLG would simply just kind of rock up to an international event and just look like crap. They would probably perform the same way as TES did at international. So, gonna be a tough season. Again, we're only halfway through the season, so in terms of games, right? Like we're starting to get through that, and I think that's the exciting part of getting closer to playoffs, where we have such higher stakes games. But here in this double round robin, now in the second half, every game matters, and for these two teams that want to make it into top 4, and with those slots already being quite contested with JDG and AL and TES, fighting for what looks to be a 4th spot in that group makes it pretty difficult for all these two.
The fun part about this stage, though, too, for playoffs is, unlike Split 1, where we were stuck in those, like, 4 groups and you only played your groups, we're not going to have homework, really good homework, on every possible playoff matchup we're going to get, barring a crazy top 2 group Nirvana run through play-ins, right? Outside of that, every matchup we could possibly get in playoffs, we're going to have some serious homework on it, and that's what makes me most excited about playoffs, is we start to get into player of the game conversations here for Weibo. I think there are 2 clear answers depending on how you look at it, but I think there's one. I think there might just be one.
It's Xiaohu. I love Erha. I think he's deserved maybe one more MVP than he's necessarily gained for himself, but Xiaohu was the man. Xiaohu was absolutely fathering rookie today.
Let's see if the LPL voters agree with us, because that's the sentiment here, and the bigger picture thought here is for the series and going forward for Weibo. If that is what you're getting out of Xiaohu in this second half, everybody's on notice. Everybody. I don't care who we're talking about. TES, AL, definitely on notice. Everybody else on notice. But, we've given it to Tien. Oh, boy. This might be the most egregious one. Somebody screenshot Alk's face. I think that is everyone's reaction right now.
Brad, take us out. That's just
we just full pull us out. I mean, might have
just
to.
do the read, bro. Just do the read. Just get us out of it.
Oh, I have one, don't I? I have one. Hey guys, so I have a thank you to give out. As Alk is going to try not to crash out live on stream. Brad, mute his mic if things get crazy. Actually, I don't think I have a read. I think we've been. You think I have a read that I already did?
Just toss the break, bro. Just get me out of here.
You throw me off with the read, all right? Vote. I'm completely thrown off. All right, going to break. Game 2, IG, Weibo Gaming coming after a short break. Bye, guys.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, blood stains washing underneath the waves.
Welcome everybody back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast as we've gotten into the initial game of our final series of the day here with Weibo taking a dominating one over IG and maybe the resurgence of Xiaohu. We'll get into all those conversations later, but first we're going to do the segment that our producer Brett is most fond of. We're back on MOBA Trainer and we are going to see...
No, do not show the leaderboard.
Okay, all right. We're going to be doing the dodge one, which, you know, I know the last couple ones were like scenarios where me and Ulf were talking through macro and stuff.
We can do one scenario. We can do one scenario since we start back.
Okay. But now we're just going to judge Brett. Oh, are we doing
I know. We'll do the puzzle first, and then we'll get back into the dodge. So
this
Slayer,
is the big...
you lead this one since I failed the last one.
Okay, I get the hard one. You didn't fail. You got like 3 of... Or just go, Brett. I'm going to get exposed. And Ulf's just going to laugh at me, but it'll be for content. All right, so... Oh, and the 80 carry guy has to watch a support? Great, guys. This is a good start. Here we go. What should Thresh do? I see our Swain is resetting on bot side. We see Victor mid. Our options are take wave, hit tower, or chill in bush. I wonder if chill in bush is worth knowing we don't have any vision in this brush and we could maybe make a pit catch. I'm going to say chill in brush. I don't know if this is... Hey! There we go. Yeah, maybe someone face checks. Maybe someone sees the jinx and is like, hey.
That's exactly what I wanted to see. Good job.
Okay, yeah, because, you know, everybody loves to just overplay for a jinx. Oh, we hate Shaco players, too. Let's go get the Shaco. That rocket from my jinx is troll and should be reported. Okay. Recall or stay? There's no big neutral on bot side to go play for. Swain is
I think we're staying,
that
brother.
way.
It's support Shaco, bro.
Yeah.
We are staying.
Yeah, okay. I was getting there. Oh.
What? I hate my
follow
jinx.
already,
Okay, maybe my jinx has a recall.
Okay, so supports play for your 80 carries. We've heard that one before. Okay, so we're going to reset. I assume we're going to really speed up here. Get back out on the map, guys. Oh, we're playing. Oh, they're playing for our Cassante. Oh, everybody's down here partying.
Oh, they have
they're
grubs.
really
They have
committed.
5 grubs. My jungler do.
We are so fighting them right now. Swain's coming over. Flash E. I 1000%. Wait, no, hook. Not Flash E. Hook. There we go. That'd be a cool play. It's also a pretty good time.
I personally think Flash E is better because Jarvan has set up EQ. And so if he goes for it, you can try to stop him because it's behind him, right? But
yeah, I
the
think
hook is also
that
a good
one.
idea.
I think that one's pretty 50-50. I think like either one's fine. I just think the prevailing point is you're defending your turret. They're stuck under it. You have numbers. Like go it. You need to go in.
Yeah.
So there you go. We got some points.
Basically the same amount as I did. Okay.
Have I redeemed myself from the last time? I think I have.
Yeah,
I
probably.
so. All right, Bread. Let's see your skills, friends.
Let's see your dodge training. All right. Brad, I'm going to assume you have played at least a little bit of League of Legends.
Okay. I think he got hit by a Syndra Q.
Yeah, he got hit by Syndra Q because it's half HP. It takes half a heart when you do. Okay.
Okay.
So, I played this the other night with Rude and Lennon because Lennon kept wanting to talk a little bit of trash, even though I outrank him in League of Legends like every single season, bar none, with a disgusting amount of LP.
Oh, that charm didn't hit. Fake. Oh my Bread, you dangerous man.
Yeah, Bread said that he was scrimming beforehand, and I have the highest score on the account right now.
Bread.
Yes. Okay. Still not. You do not move my. It does not move my timer or my score. So
Bread wants to go again. Hey,
yeah,
I mean, if he knows if we have time or not. Oh, you do go more than once. I didn't know. Hey, there's Blitzcrank. Oh, by the way, this is my first time watching this.
Okay. So there's Blitzcrank, there's Nidalee, there's Ezreal, and there's Nautilus and Syndra, obviously.
Wait, so can you flash and
Brett's
ghost
actually
if you want
super
to?
choking this.
Brett, I think you can flash and ghost.
Yeah,
if
you have
ever
flash
want
and
to.
ghost, by the way. Your ghost, the D key gives you extra movement speed, and your flash lets you blink. There you go. All right, well now they're on
gotta wait
cooldown.
for that hook. Oh my. Okay.
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 It's getting close though. 35 seconds. 26-77
Hey.
is my score right now. So he has to live another like 20 seconds here.
Okay. All right. Well, so we show another side of MOBA Trainer. This is MOBA Trainer. Once again, you can see at the very bottom of your screen. If you enjoyed it, you can subscribe for 20% off and unlimited puzzles using our code LPL20. Proceeds will benefit MOBA Trainer designers for that awesome dodge thing especially, and the LPL English unofficial broadcast. Start leveling up your game today. Valued job, Brett, done bread, and I'd like to think that I shown that I have some macro ability when it comes to approaching the Summoner's Rift version of the game, but we will return to Summoner's Rift with IG and Weibo, with a big spot for IG to try and respond here, because I think Weibo might have just shown that they have completely leveled up going into the second half the way they played that first one.
Well, we'll have to see. You know, we still saw some moments there that weren't as hot. Again, the level 1 was something that was really good for IG. Also, later on, Tien. I checked this, by the way. Only 1 vote for Xiaohu.
How?
From voters. They were.
Who was second place?
Okay, so in order, 4 votes for Tien, 3 votes for Breathe.
Oh my god. Oh my god, we've completely flubbed this voting. I was at least gonna say they redeemed if Erha was second, but like, man. Well, whatever.
My mid laner got griefed. Alright, whatever, man. Alright, so IG get to be on blue side this time around. Like we said, that last draft had a lot of very high impact champions, so we'll see what this ends up looking like. Yone and Sejuani are separated, and now with Gwen and Rumble taken off the board, does open up a lot of those weak side top laners that can kind of get away. Potentially Jace getting on through in this draft. And Varus.
Or you're letting, and Varus. You're also potentially letting through Xin, which I know doesn't usually get the ban table. Another respect ban to, no, it's the second time Red side has banned Lilia. So both Tian and JJ draw that ban. So Jace or Varus is where I'm thinking IG are going to go here. Or a potential, if you really want the Xin, you can always B1 that as well. Those are the 3 veins I would think IG are going to go.
Xin Zhao's obviously risen very much in priority, especially with Vi being a champion that usually doesn't get through very many games, but 3 bans over to JJ. Makes sense. He's been, I think, a pretty big comeback carry force for this squad as the season has gone on. So Weibo can respond by taking themselves the Varus. Maybe they try to grab the Ahri or the Talia. Could be something that, especially very much in the hands of Xiaohu, could end up working.
Gonna lock in the Scion on the turn here, so starting to build a pretty big makeshift front line. Scion, I think, is also a pretty good answer into Xin Zhao, just really denies him and knocks him out of his dashes, makes it pretty hard for him to get through to try and get those 3-pointed strikes across to priority targets. And you can just farm all the grass, Parsteel stacks, and be tankier into the Xin Zhao, so a good response for Weibo, and they'll grab Tian the Pantheon that he's been a fan of as well. So immediately, a couple of ultimates all that allow Weibo to really sort of command the map and side lanes, potentially overloading in an instant for gank opportunities.
Yeah, and also just opens up a lot on the side lane if IG want to overextend themselves. Makes it easier for Weibo to be able to at least get another man into a fight, which has shown to be pretty important so far in this series. Team fighting definitely being a pretty big emphasis. All right, we're getting Gala with this Kaisa. Not paired with the Nico this time, so in terms of engaged supports, you still have a lot of options. You still have the Leona, you have the Nautilus. Things just to consider as we go further into this draft. Maybe IG want to snap up a mid laner here, or maybe get their top side matchup. Might be the Shy Nidalee game, or a Yorick game.
Yorick would be more fun, I think.
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody be like, you know what I want to do today? I want to go log on to Summoner's Rift and be like, Yorick.
Hey, I know there are a ton of people. There's a crowd. There's always a crowd, so I hope they heard me. But I do think Yorick would have been hard to justify, knowing that Weibo can really command the side lanes already pretty harshly, and they could index further. And they might do it with a Xiaohu Talia, which has been one of his most prominent played champions. Yeah, so Weibo are really going to be able to command the map if they find themselves in a good spot early mid game. But this comp definitely feels a bit rougher if they fall behind.
Yeah, they're going to run out of steam. It just means that they need to be able to find pretty big picks going on. Obviously, with the Taliyah and a Pantheon, you have a ton of damage. Does mean that your mid 2v2 is also very potent. We'll see what the back end of the draft here is. I like the Ahri takeaway against the Taliyah. If you're also looking, maybe you get rid of the Azir, as that's something that you already see from IG. Very similar to what we got in our first game, actually, of the night versus TT and JDG. And Ornn, be able to have that scaling. Kai'Sa's also one of those really big hyper carries and potentially open up a lot for this team.
It's already seen some awesome Gala Kai'Sas, just a ton of awesome Kai'Sas in the LPL too that have completely warped games with their ability to fight out through those team fights. So I'm excited to see Gala on it, but yeah, you gotta make sure to enable Gala well for this. Weibo won't really be pinching the support pool. They're looking to target Rookie, knowing that he's gonna have a counter pick into Xiaohu's Taliyah this game. So they'll ban both the Ori and the Ahri off of Rookie.
I like Ahri, or I like the Ori, kind of similar to the Azir that I was mentioning. And obviously one of Rookie's best performing mid champions that he has. IG, I think you'd probably want to get rid of MF. That was the kind of pick I was going for. Vera's still up on the table. I mean, get long range.
Wow, yeah.
Obviously go for that on hit if they really want it to.
How many times in LPL this year has Varus gone through both pick and ban? That definitely has not happened often. And, well, like, I mean, why would you ever not take advantage of this opportunity? He will lock that one in behind pretty good front line, buy a lot of space for it, and we'll see if he decides to go the on hit, because I do know Lethality can struggle into Crescent Guard, and it can be pretty hard to try and lock down this Kai'Sa, but we'll have to see here is Mako will get one of those pivotal engaged champions to play next to this Kai'Sa. I would think even if they do pick this Sylas up here for Rookie, which would be, oh, that is a Rookie staple.
Yeah, I just think it's very dangerous to go Sylas here. I mean, there's a pretty low range composition, and if you get taken down early, it can be very difficult. Sylas can be, I think, very good into low range compositions, and you have some pretty premium ults. So here, R5 here, are we giving this to Urha? Are we moving this Pantheon into support? We'll have to see. But there's already some fan signs here for the new support of Weibo. We're getting Renata, so
I like it.
A very dangerous now here for IG. If they make a single misstep, Renata ultimate alongside that Unraveled Earth from Taliyah, this could very quickly get out of hand from them. But you look at what IG have, I think they have a lot of tools, some early skirmishing to be able to match Weibo in the early game. And, you know, you've got some scaling as well in your back pocket. That Kai'Sa and Ornn are going to deal a lot after this game goes on.
Hyped to see Era once again getting put in a position to really level this matchup. I am always a fan of Renata as a champion in the right circumstances. I think this is a flawless one. This game checks off so many of the boxes screaming, pick Renata. Low range into an engaged support in lane. If positioned correctly, these hostile takeovers could signify Weibo taking over the 4th spot here in Group Ascend, solidifying themselves for now into the playoffs. And like we mentioned, they have yet to ever grab one of those top 4 spots with how dramatically disappointing of a start this squad had in the Rumble stage.
It's been a tough one for Weibo. IG have also had their fair of struggles, right? They've been kind of inconsistent, legendarily inconsistent, but that is more so an IG thing as an org, and maybe less so about these players, maybe kind of personifying that a little bit in their play. And obviously an important series nonetheless. I think that the Shy would love to be able to take down his former organization, you know, the one that to bring him to Worlds Finals, and some of his former teammates as well. So probably mean a lot, you know, who ended up winning out on the divorce all those years ago.
Always the debate. It's awesome. You could just have a whole on podcast episode about who won the divorce with so many LPL legends. But that is for another day. As the Jayos ring us in to what could be the final game of our day the way Weibo were able to dismantle IG in game 1. And this time around, no invade shenanigans, Erha not getting punished. Everyone just fanning out really across the board here. The most neutral start you can get. Expect some wards onto Raptors pits. That should be about it. We do get an on-hit Varus again from Light. Also taking Ghost. Haven't seen any carries take Ghost in a while.
Yeah, it is really weird. Huh. Okay. So, I mean, he just wants to have the movement speed. I think it makes sense when you have a Xin Sao, when you have this Silas. Having that MS might be the difference maker between them getting onto you and potentially them not. And you're not too worried about this bot lane matchup, especially with Kai'Sa early. Depends on how your support ends up playing it. That handshake coming in from Erha is going to make or break this 2v2.
This 2v2 already kicks off. Mako throwing down the dredge line. Ignite onto Erha. First plasma stack does come across for Gala. Lethal Tempo is starting to really fly, but they won't press the issue too much further, knowing that they got the Ghost out of Light.
This ends up actually being a pretty good trade coming in for Weibo. I know it looks like there's a lot of damage on Erha, and there is, but with the Ignite down, Erha still has the heal. So in terms of effective combat summoner spells, I would say that Weibo actually have a pretty meaningful advantage here. Both junglers are actually going on to opposite sides, so JJ looking to impact a little bit more on that top side as Tien is going to, again, path down here, see if maybe there's something he can do at the 330 mark. But aside from that, we'll have to see. And my eyes are glued to this mid lane as, again, the laning phase for these two mid laners has been quite questionable so far in 2025.
But this time round, it's not like a melee volatile v melee matchup of the Ambessa Yone here. You definitely feel like Sahu is, you know, competent in this lane matchup. But Talia should be able to farm pretty freely and get constant shove into Rookie, no?
Yes, there is some angles here for Rookie to be able to fight back. If he gets a Merc Treads early, he should be able to kind of be willing to trade his HP, especially if he's going for Q-Max. He actually hasn't put a point in his W, so he won't even have that heal, at least for a little bit of time, at least until level 5 at the very least. Interesting kind of tech here. I mean, you're never probably getting into melee range of Talia anyway, so why not just go for the poke? I like this coming out from Rookie.
Also just helps a little bit with that wave clear too, right? On those caster beams, you can drop the Q through, extra damage, constantly coming up a bit more. Lane swap initiated here from IG on first reset. Level 2, Mako and Gala heading all the way up top side. So this is the first real chess piece move here from IG. Wait on the response of Weibo as Breathe finds out the classic Scion news.
Well, Weibo might try to go for this dive. If the Shy actually does this TP, they should see this.
They see it. Tian
He's
cancels.
going to cancel his recall, okay.
Hold on, Breathe though on the other side does eat a dredge line, but classic Scion way too tanky for a dagger-built Gala to really deal with. Wave isn't coming up here. The Shy has some space. Oh, though once again Tian cancels the back.
JJ's coming though. He's going to just be here to reinforce, get a vision. They'll be able to spot out Tien.
Walks in. Tian stands completely still. I thought he was going to stun a bit earlier here, but JJ initiates the combat, gets the knockup, and like you called out, really should just be protecting, but now we're really over-indexing into this dive as Breathe is teleported down. Shy flashes out of the first knockup. The handshake's going to land here. They're going to dump all their damage onto the Shy, and with that piercing arrow, we'll be able to commit to the play. Breathe, understanding the assignment of playing Scion. I sack everything to get my teammates ahead.
And actually, this is just going to be them picking up the wave. Xiaohu's going to go back top. He's going to try and pick up whatever of this gold that's this Kai'Sa is pushing. And then just very easily probably even shift. They're actually going to put their bottom lane immediately in mid. A creative play nonetheless coming in from Weibo. And really all that was lost was a fair amount of XP. But really this favors the Scion in particular. And that kill going over to Varus feels incredible.
Like we talked about the last time we saw the Varus as well. It just helps buy more time for those much more expensive 2 items that you expect when you go this on-hit route. You're not going to be able to lean on those cheaper lethality items for quicker spikes, so getting accelerated feels almost twice as nice in this form of the Varus. Is Mako doing a good job making sure that Gala on his response rotation won't miss any creeps himself.
Still, good job coming in from Weibo to find that, especially with putting down the Shy early. It is just a Scion versus Ornn, but usually Scion has a little bit more combat power in the 1v1. Taliyah now having access to that Weaver's Wall does mean that if he needs to, Xiaohu could very easily wrap back around, come on behind one of his opponents. Here's the start of the grub spawning here. It seems like for now, IG will have first say. Taliyah has to teleport back. Tien's just walking back from base. I don't think we're contesting this objective, guys.
Yeah, just a little too slow. They do spot out the grub take going, and for now, Gala has to answer that mid wave. So with that pressure alone, JJ is going to jump off the grubs. Mako takes a half HP chunk from a full light combo, and, well, mid lane prio and some poke damage rights the wrongs of that maybe slow rotation, and Weibo come away with another early game win. 2-1 on the grubs.
Yeah, Mako just spent way too much time in the river. If he just reinforces Gala on the mid wave, they can play a little bit up towards this topside river brush, and that should have at least gotten them 2 grubs. Maybe they just leave the third because they want to try to look for something on bottom lane, but instead Weibo just grabbed themselves 2 grubs. Like you said, a early game objective win there for them. As Erha just buying space right now, trying to find something. Rookie has the ability to steal the ults.
Ooh.
It's a flash coming out from Erha. That should be a good opener, I think, coming in from IG around this bottom lane.
Which they can easily try and transition into a Drake play here. Light's getting pretty low on mana himself, so should be that trade coming across. Tien's taking a look at that Drake, but really risky to even try and solo that. That would be preposterous. Does seem like both teams are kind of settling in, though. There's still a couple there's still chickens to clear for JJ, and a top lane reset from the Shy on the bot side. He is not going to be able to teleport back, so it's another game where we might see first Drake go down a bit later than anticipated.
And I like this right now. Tien is on this top side. He's just trying to get level 6, which is a huge power spike for Tien. And as long as he's off vision, it does mean that he can kind of answer into one of these side lanes very, very quickly. With, I was going to say, Rookie having access to the Chains of Corruption from Varus, there was maybe an angle for him to try to force something from Xiaohu. We're already getting some interesting rotations. Breeze's going to hit the mid lane real quick. Xiaohu's going to come back out onto the map and just go towards mid. And with Breeze having teleport soon, seems like all eyes from Weibo are towards that dragon, whereas IG, JJ might be late to this. You can already see they're going to get push in bottom. They're going to lose push in bottom lane from the side of IG.
He's
And
got blue up to clear, too.
yeah, he's finishing all of his topside camps.
Another window for Weibo to continue just winning in this potentially series clinching game 2 for Weibo, which would be such a statement to kick off their second round robin, knowing how much they fought back to save and salvage that first half. And like clockwork, Vision going to come down, Light and Erha, whenever Tien calls for it, can swing over to 3-man that dragon. And hey, they even can maybe potentially pick up a plate, I was going to say, but Shy takes down that wave. Should just be this dragon, pretty uncontested. JJ is just now polishing off his blue buff.
Right. It is on vision, right? I guess it isn't on vision. I thought that it wasn't getting canceled. It was like very much on the edge, but IG's bottom lane are starting to collapse. Rookie's going to look for a TP timer, but he's being pressured by Breathe.
Okay, Xiaohu's first big combo doesn't find the seismic shove, but does poke off Gala, and IG are just a bit too skittish with that range from Xiaohu, so they'll give away the dragon as well. And get not very much back here. Mid lane wave prio, that's about it, but Xiaohu's there to turn, and Wave will have an answer.
The Shy, it's time to ult, brother. It is time to ult the minion wave, because you are dying if you stay under this turret, brother.
Deja vu of last time. Lets the wave get too close. What's going to be the first CC committed? Is Tian going to try to take aggro? I love how they wait out that first big knockup. The Ornhorn's coming across, but it was just too late. Erha, ooh, nearly juggles the turret aggro perfectly with the bailout, but does make it a trade, but still an advantageous trade for Weibo at the end of the day, especially gold-wise.
You're just putting gold into Light's back pocket at this point. You know, the kill going over to Tan is nice. Another plate going over to Light. Do you see that JJ on the opposite side is taking away more of these jungle camps? And IG's bot lane will be at least there to catch most of this minion wave. Cancel, very cheeky cancel coming out from Breathe. Probably going to happen to him as well. And he has flash still. He has ultimate. I don't think he's under too much
he's going
threat.
for this. He's going all in. He's got JJ here. If they get Breathe low enough, they might be able to justify a dive. Breathe has to flash away as well.
Erha's in the area.
Yes, another good cover from Weibo. They just have all the answers right now.
All right, Pantheon has ultimate. Does he look for a play onto the AD carry, or does he try to stop this
TP.
movement onto... Okay, it is just Scion. I think they just got vision onto
baited.
these grubs. They're going to move over. I mean, Erha's in the area. Maybe they just do this.
Do they know? They now know the Mako's down here with Gala. They would have the man advantage. Maybe make a play onto the mid lane too.
Might just
Gotta
be
make up their
3v3.
minds.
Just might be a 3-on-3 for grubs.
That's what JJ wants to do. Here comes the Grand Starfall, though. The Spear of Destiny comes down, and there's the Weaver's Wall. Doesn't immediately get dropped there from Xiaohu, but a great handshake comes across from Erha, and Feats of Warfare secured. Weibo continue their polished play in this series.
Good collapse from the mid jungle of Weibo means that at least the grubs will go over 3 for 3. Right now, Tien is actually stealing some more of these camps, at least takes the Gromp this time around. Trying not to grief his support. Good job. As just a fantastic collapse, and what we're going to probably expect to see coming out from Weibo as this game goes on. It's going to be a lot of push and move, sitting in Fog of War, and if anybody seems out of position, suddenly a numbers advantage for IG turns into 2, maybe more, coming out from the woodworks here from our red side.
And you like to see that style of draft from a team. You know, take the nameplates off. Disregard the organizations for a second here, right? A team that dominates game 1, and they want to finish off this series, and they pick the more proactive comp. That's what you love to see. It's once again exudes confidences. They don't even need ults to go for this overload here. They're just going to get the 1 versus 3 onto Rookie. Does take away that hostile takeover. Fires it. Still holds onto it. Then finally fires it onto Xiaohu. But this is a 1v4 again. It just feels like Weibo have clones of each other the way they're playing the map. Like it's 4v6 out here.
And what else are IG even going to be able to get? Because they're never ganking this bottom side. It looks like they're going to try to focus for some plates in mid lane. But this is more gold going over to Xiaohu and just kills, continuing to funnel into Weibo. Good map play coming in from Weibo Gaming. It's what we should expect. I mean, Xiaohu in 2023 was basically carrying this Weibo roster through the regional finals off of his side lane play on champions like Tristana. So to see him continue to do this.
Chains of Corruption whiffs, but that handshake looked pretty nice. Breathe flies in. JJ with the Crescent Guard. Once again up. Good flash from Light to get away from the Shy here. But Rookie over the wall. Gonna find Light and eviscerate him from under the turret. There is the big shot that IG needed. And down goes Xiaohu as well. Good picks found. The flank angles prove pivotal for Invictus Gaming.
And all of the damage dealers are taken immediately. Playing in a choke point plays to IG strengths. We did say, as Weibo, we saw that as soon as the fight broke out, there's a Scion ult, everybody's kind of coming on through, but they just were missing some very important ultimates, like Renata no longer having her hostile takeover. And here, we're just split, right? Like, it's Light just getting engaged upon. There's no ultimate now from this Varus. And between Ornn and the Sylas, what are Weibo to do? Their damage is completely split up from here.
Gala gets a full combo down onto Xiaohu as well. Same things we saw play Thunder Talk not too long ago is split team fighting, and you're definitely not going to get away with making that mistake into IG, who, for all their perils in this series, are so poised in so many team fights, and it's what has gotten them to this 5-4 mark, and I would dare say has helped them come back from a lot of goal deficits. We even saw that in some of the clips we were able to run before this series.
Oh, for sure. But leaning a little bit on that experience and, you know, just having the playmaking. I think some of the clutch factor of this IG is some of the best in the league. Just that JDG series alone, game number 3, they make the defense and then run all the way to the base. Only IG might be able to see that kind of angle and like that. So JJ alone in the pit. Rookie, however, going to be able to...
Gets over Tien. Xiaohu forced back here. Teleport into the pit from the Shy. The Grand Starfall is still going to go through. The Shy isn't able to cancel it. Rookie does not get the Abscond of Duck, so Tien able to be Super Dodger showing Brad exactly how to escape around incoming skill shots. Down goes Rookie, but they do supersede control of this Drake pit to IG, and with the smite from JJ, they're going to be able to get out with that second Drake. Jace given by Breathe, but he's getting poked down heavily by Gala, who does have a lethal tempo starting to stack. Weibo's health bars are hurting, and that is a huge Orin Horde onto 3. The hostile takeover buying subspace for Weibo, but they're all just going to get cut down in an instant by IG, who bide their time and cash in a king's ransom.
Holy hell, this Ornn is getting so much work done. Thashai, I thought you were a connoisseur of some of the more skill-intensive champions. What is going on? Weibo continue to play into chokes and just give Thashai some of the best setup that he could possibly ask for. This starts off with a really messy fight yet again coming in. They're getting pincered all around. Tian just barely is able to make it out of the pit before this this knockup from Thashai comes through. Maybe I thought he was going to ult towards his team. Now the entire team is trying to play over terrain, trying to catch Rookie. They put all of the resources in killing the Sylas, but I just want to watch Thashai, man. I need to see this guy play this Ornn here. He's able to get the knockup. Doesn't stop the Scion, but I think it's reasonable when there's other players in front of you, and then just watch right here. This ultimate, man. Oh.
Woo! Man, if that hostile takeover didn't hit, this would have ended so much quicker.
And the E as well, like, okay. That's the Thashai I needed to see. Hopefully give us a little bit more of that in this series. As I will be the Dragon, like we had said, going over to Invictus. And now there's a Herald being played for. Invictus are here first. You can kind of see that with Kaisa and the Sin Sao, that really no space for Weibo to find an access into this side of the play. Maybe they try to cut people off around mid with the Leah ultimate, but I think that Weibo are probably going to just call off their bets, especially with that mid-tier 1 fallen.
IG with a commanding gold lead. Have some item advantages as well. Gala with that cheaper static Shiv gets to 2 items with the Rage Blade stacking. He's in a premier spot. He has the most gold lead of anyone in this matchup, almost alone, bringing home the gold total here for Xiaohu, as he does. Weaver's wall about 5 feet. Don't know what that was about, but that's Weaver's wall down.
Yeah. All right. Well, hey man, take those. So IG just get control of mid here. They can very easily move this into bottom side and get Rookie his wave. So there's going to be a lot of gold suddenly, and they still have the Herald. I like this from IG, bouncing back from a rough game 1, and in this game 2 being gifted a lot of free gold here coming in from Weibo.
And remember, it's Weibo that have to use these global ultimates to try and create advantages for themselves, as they do get that Pantheon Seismic Shove combo down. Do they have enough to commit to the kill on JJ? The hijacked hostile takeover nearly buys enough space, but that turret does come out of bounty. Good pick from Weibo, bringing 4 members down to the bot side.
Gold on the Kaisa, that's all I'm worried about at this moment. 1,500 gold over his opponent here as Gala. And so he already has his 2 items. This on-hit Kaisa is going to rip through the front line of Weibo. If he really needs to, hey, dive into the back line of it as well. So coming on through. Got 3 minutes, 2 minutes actually now before that Rod of Ages is done for Rookie. And with this Rift Herald, they could just walk into whichever wave they want. I don't think they're going to be very interested in this top tier one. I think more so looking at that Dragon in a minute's time and potentially looking to take down a pretty half HP'd mid tier 2. I think you're fine with making that trade if you are IG.
Definitely another plus EV gold play, as we also have a Ruinous Otacon that is going to spawn shortly on that bot side. Again, this is what makes it tough for Weibo to play from behind, knowing that this comp is designed to play with a lot of map control and force these overloads when IG ever overextends. But now with a lot of gold and a lot more confidence, they're able to really take control of the bot side. You can see it in the vision as well. The jungle for Weibo is pretty well warded, so Gala, barring, it's all down to positional mistakes here right now on this side of the map for IG, and that's wishful thinking for Weibo right now.
Yeah. Maybe now with Talia hitting 2 items, and same thing with Tien, there's a little bit of room to play. With how late this first dragon was taken, though, don't think that there's going to be too much of a need or a want from Weibo to get onto this side of the map. They are very happy with taking that top tier 1, though. Again, having extended lanes, having really long lanes for Weibo to chase with this Talia and Pantheon make it very difficult for Weibo or for IG to push much further and maybe push themselves into a bad spot versus some of the globals of Weibo.
That might have just been the latest we've seen feats of strength ever go down. Nearly 21 minutes that last dragon decides the boot upgrades for IG. Just want to point that one out. But again, how this map is split, I think, is just so favorable for IG because, yeah, sure, the top lane gets that extended lane. You have to be a little bit careful if you're likely to shy answering those waves, but Weibo really have to find their own control this side of the map, knowing that Otacon is the very potent play in this moment for the game.
You know, Slayer, I'm looking at this game right now, and I've got to say, Weibo are in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, they really are.
They haven't really been able to advance the game state in a reasonable amount of time. Light's going to be late to this. I mean, this is just free Otacon going over. What are Weibo doing?
Cannot contest this. They're trying to come in late. This is a mistake we've seen too many teams make. And it's just going to be immediately lean Tian to get hooked in. They're trying to bring Breathe down. They get the Chains of Corruption across. Once again, though, they're targeting Rookie, and the Shy's getting so much value. Gala's getting attacked by the hostile takeover. He does go into the cleanse. The Shy getting poked down, but this Orin is way too tanky to deal with, and Breathe's health bar is quickly evaporating. Weibo grouped up on top of each other are going to be able to walk their way out, but they burned so much there just to get no kills, no flower petals, nothing.
And just lose your summoner spells. Cool. Great trade coming in from IG. Masters of the deal there. As they even now summon in the Rift Herald. They're going to use this to push on to mid-tier 2. Baron doesn't spawn for another 2.5 minutes, but I have to imagine that IG, hoping to break open this turret line of Weibo, now set themselves up to get into position and start putting down vision so that when this Baron does spawn, they can try to force the hand of Weibo.
And having Baron control allows them to play together as a squad and continue to further limit the threat of Weibo's comp, wanting IG to split up here. Tian starting to try and force the issue here as JJ does get pushed out of his own jungle. So for now, Weibo do have a bit of a window here to try and knock down a mid-tier 1 turret of their own. Seismic shove down onto Mako. The support does have to burn his flash. Tian off to the side now. The clear target with the blast cone will save him. So some of the woes of Mako's game style starting to hinder IG as he once again sacrifices a lot of his HP for little.
But look at this. They're losing waves on top. They're losing waves on bottom lane. Weibo are over-indexing to try to grab this, and the Shy is in a great position.
Oh, here we go. The Orin horn down. Multiple knockups. Rookie finally gets his clutch engage onto Tian. Knockup for Breathe. Gonna come back though, and they do catch Rookie first, but Light is down, and Gala is completely unleashed. Look at Gala fly through, but he nearly gets caught on a stun. Great flash cleanse, gets him back out. Gala's in, Gala's out. Weibo are completely routed. This big time Starlight is gonna come down though, and Tian is actually able to drop Gala at 1 HP back down, but it's fine because the front line will bring this one home for IG. The Breathe going to be the last one to fall. Another fight win for IG, just how they drew it up.
No one can deal with this Orin at this moment. He provides too much CC, too much of a great engage coming in, and Weibo over-grouping, over-clumping, and giving IG the perfect setup for a fight. All of those summoner spells that they had lost, well, guess what? They're going to lose more of them here on this play. And just why? Why as Weibo? I get maybe you're feeling some of the anxiety of this game starting to get to you, but you're just giving up free waves for a team that you really want to try to spread thin on the map and collapse upon with your numbers advantage and these globals. Shao loses his flash just to give over even more kills to Gala.
Almost gets that catch, though. The Geist is always going to have to be wary about. I do respect this play from Tian as well, just sacrificing to try and get that AoE of the Pantheon ult down. But again, these are just fleeting marginal wins. IG are completely in control, and that split map dream fantasy of overextensions galore and free picks all game has come and gone. IG now are going to be able to control Weibo and dictate how fights work on their terms. And a scary prospect is how a fight looks around Baron that could really just end this game or section them off even more here as Light and Xiaohu are desperately caught a little bit too high up towards the mid wave. They get the ghost out of Light, but that does mean teleport comes down from the Shy.
All right, now they have to be able to make their,
oh my God,
stand.
are
Or are they
doing
going to
this?
be going for this? It's going to be them starting up the Baron. More and more upgraded items being sent out to IG and the rest of the squad. Xiaohu and Erha are nowhere nearby, though.
This feels so risky. Bit of a gambit. Nonetheless, Baron does reset, and there isn't really any further punishments. Keep in mind there is an Ocean Drake towards the bot side that may be pulling the attention of IG. Rookie trying to lead through with that Chains of Corruption, and JJ has a huge wraparound. Tien is going to spot out with Erha, gets a heal for the speed up, but Tien, it might be the caught target. Good Weaver's Wall from Xiaohu, though. Keeps Weibo safe, but IG relentless through the jungle.
I think that was really well played from those three members of Weibo. Xiaohu, with the Unraveled Earth, actually stopping Rookie and stunning him. The Weaver's Wall eventually making it impossible for them to make it through, but the Aegis Assault coming in from Tien as well. They're going to start up this dragon. It's going to be Kaisa. Remember, she has ultimate. She's on the dragon as well with JJ. They're going to be going for the Baron. How quickly can they take this? Their dragon take, or their Baron take is incredibly slow.
Yep, dragon's already down. Gala is cresting over mid lane right now, and the Shy is itching to start a fight. And look at Rookie. Look at this hostile takeover. It hits onto 4 members. Rookie makes Weibo cut themselves down to size. It's the IG way. Team fighting home and wiping the floor with WBG.
Well, there's the teleports. How much more can they grab? They didn't grab the Baron, but they outright slam Weibo into the ground with that team fight. They even put themselves on soul point. They have 3 grubs. They've got Gala. They're just going to be able to tank it. They're going to look for the end here.
They've got death timers for their 20 seconds. Don't have grubs. Pretty light
they got
wave,
a mini wave, though.
I think the Shy is going to make the difference here. He's just so tanky. He takes the aggro first, and just as we expected, this heavyweight bout for a potential playoff spot in Group Ascend will be taking us the distance, and it's the IG way through superior team fighting to even our series up.
Just an incredible display from them, keeping their cool and showing a lot of the temperament of this roster, being able to hold their summoner spells, being able to hold themselves in this game after what was a very strong opener coming in from Weibo.
Glad we got to see both of these teams really nurture a draft and execute on it so well here. IG, they played that game patiently. I know we were getting a bit worried about how they moved in the early game, but they understood that they needed to wait for those bigger pockets to fight over some of those neutrals, and once those dragons came, the heralds came, they were just so flawless at some of these, at us layering these ultimates. I know you praised the Shy very well. Gala found his windows pretty awesomely. I know Rookie got caught at the start of some of those fights, but dictating so much attention with ultimates pouring on top of just one guy, it's the selfless act you needed from Rookie, and this is why IG are 5-4 and in contention for some of those bigger threats. It's because of games like that, like the game you just watched.
I just feel so confused as to what we got. I think Tien just having a really bad game after grabbing MVP on the Skarner, which again, still have a lot of questions about. But just this game from Tien was like, we're ulting into places, we're kind of just getting caught a lot of the times, and that was mostly due to Tien's positioning, but I also do want to praise IG on their ability to recognize, like, I don't think he's actually allowed to be there. We have our Nautilus. Hell, let's just engage on this guy.
Yep, and a great job punishing. I think we saw Weibo really start to get skittish, and I think we've seen, I think it's safe to say through 2 games, we've seen kind of the highs and lows of Weibo. You really see what happens when their comp kind of gets a little disjointed, and they like to play a lot of early game focused, level 6 base compositions, and when stuff doesn't go their way, what do we start seeing? Them like window watching an Otacon take, 5 manning for a mid lane tier 1. Like, even when you're playing from behind, I know it gets stressful, but you can't fall into these traps against IG, and you definitely can't fall into those types of traps against the opponents that we're talking about Weibo potentially threatening on the Ascend standings.
this just means that this game gets even closer. What's so funny is that I go, Weibo are 12-12, Invictus are 12-12. Right now, they are both 13-13. They're trying to break the 500 score line for their game score. And, I mean, just winning this series means so much. Again, second half of the round robin means that this is the last time that we will see these teams fight against each other, at least until playoffs. And every win matters. Every single series matters from this point onwards, as just being able to secure and potentially auto-qualify for playoffs saves a lot. And I think it's really important for these two teams to show this split for fans as well as themselves that they still kind of have it. There's so many doubts for these two rosters coming through.
Yeah, I think that's a great point to make when thinking back to the history of Split 1. IG bow out right off the rip, playing into Top Esports, who you could say became the defending champ or became the champion, so that's one thing. And then Weibo try to make their mark against BLG in that classic matchup. Like, both these teams did not win a playoff series in Split 1. With these kind of rosters, that is just not what the fans expect and not what the players expect of themselves.
Yeah. All right. I mean,
Player of the game?
Please be the Shy.
I'm worried. I'm worried, Alk. I don't know what to think anymore.
Who are you giving it to? Because, like, maybe Rookie. I could see Rookie. Okay, we're getting the Shy cinematic cam. He's got the MVP.
100% the
He's
Shy.
got the
Yeah,
MVP.
it's 100% the Shy.
All right, cool. Good to know. I'm glad that we saved him from Valorant very early on. He even got the screen shake. Damn, man. I don't know. I'm coming into this game 3, and I personally think that one of the issues with Invictus is the Shy, and not for the reasons you might think, but because his champion pool is pretty limited. Now, we get into this draft. There's no Rumble. There's no Gwen. There's no Ornn. There's no Mbessa. There's no Sion.
Mm-hmm.
So what else is the Shy going to play
Nidalee!
realistically? He can play the Nidalee. That has been kind of his go-to answer in game number 3s. We could see the Yorick again coming out from him, but I'm merely just worried that we might have a game where the Shy says, guys, it's looking like a Nidalee game. I'm sorry. And they're going to be on red side, right? So you have the potential to counter pick.
And the main problem with those two picks that you're talking about is that they demand, like, when you pick his Nidalee or you pick Yorick, like, it warps your comp. Like, it dictates so much attention to your comp that, like, starts eliminating other options in other lanes, right? Like, you have to play his style. You have to play towards him. That's why some people, like, point out that one person can, like, grief a whole comp. Like, people have those worries about the Shy's Nidalee. I think the same sentiment can be shared with the York, so I'm glad you brought that up. As much praise as we're about to give the Shy, because he's going to grab this MVP, he needs to be not the backstabber from his champ pool in another Game 3 that IG would really love to win. Because not only, you started to point it out, right, they get over 500 in the game score, they hop over Weibo with series score, and they hold the head-to-head. They even up the head-to-head tiebreaker, so this, knowing where we're at in the standings, this is massive, as the Shy does, deservedly so, earn his Ornn MVP.
He played really well. Even with getting focused early on, he was a pretty pivotal mark of this game, and a great performance from him. I know there's a lot of question marks as to whether or not he was going to be able to kind of live up to some of those older years that we have seen from him in years past, but so far this season, I think he's put up a decent resume.
A decent resume, an excellent Game 2. Saves IG and opens up a do-or-die Game 3, just like the last matchup brought us. We will return from our break to see Game 3 draft and figure out which one of these two teams will end today in the final 4th playoff spot for now out of Group Ascend. We'll see you guys in a few. We have arrived at the final moment here for today's official kickoff of the second round robin. Our big-time series of the day did not disappoint. IG take their own commanding win over Weibo in their own style. Team finding it home the way they have done against so many opponents. But all of that kind of goes into the back of our mind. We can pull from it, but we can recollect from it all. But it all comes down to what this Game 3 looks like, what this Game 3 draft looks like. And I know you kind of voiced some concerns for the IG side on how this red side draft could go for them.
This is going to be a pretty tough ask, as I'm hoping the Shy, please, no Nidalee top, no Yorick, just pick Renekton or, like Jace even, still here in the series. I'm praying, please.
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 We'll have to see. I wonder. I assume there's no way they let the Shy's pick go through R4 or 5 because I feel like Weibo would just target ban him. We'll have to see. Is worth acknowledging by this point that like S tier level champions at this point are kind of off the board, but mainly because Game 1 took so many of them away. Like top side, I'd say 5, or you can argue 6 if you really like Skarner, were off the board. So it's not like the Shy's pool is pinched, right? There are other guys that are going to lose access to pretty potent potent champions. There's going to be some headaches towards the support side. I actually do think AD carry is relatively wide open because we saw some Jhin and Ezreal games. So, but a lot of roles. Not Shahu though. That guy's always gonna have a champion to pick. Also rookie. Both of them. They're so similar.
Yeah, but both of the mid laners probably feeling like they can get through a lot here. I mean, you still have like the Ahri that's still available for these two. So, the Ahri and the Ryze, I guess I should say. So
Azir too.
We'll see. Exactly. Those two champions are probably going to be pick of the litter. We'll see what the jungle pool looks like, just because Weibo have put a lot of focus on trying to cut down on what JJ is able to do. And this series has been a little bit less about JJ, and I think more for the side of Weibo as to what Tien is going to look like. I know we came in talking about our two mid laners, and while there were some whoopsies coming on through for both of them in Game 1 and Game 2, Tien in particular has been hot and cold, we should say.
Without a doubt. Yeah, the Pantheon game left much to be desired. Did see Gala get to have his big moments on this Kai'Sa as well. He's put on a pedestal and had a really good second to last team fight. Wonder where they're going to want to go with Gala as I continue to be amazed by some of the ways this guy plays his fighting styles. Where do these two teams want to put their focal points? I'm glad you brought up the fact that Weibo in that last draft banned away 3 red side junglers. Are IG willing to commit that heavily as well? Because all those bans feel like staple red side bans. I almost wonder if IG are going to be able to even change the dichotomy of their approach to that part, because Vi and Nefiri feel like must bans on red side right now. We're about to find out, though.
Yeah, I think that maybe you want to... I know LPL has not really given up on the Nefiri. LCK seems like they are moving away from this champion.
Oh, and the Lilia bans.
Ban number 1, Nidalee. All right, boys. That's the series we have.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's pointing directly at the Shy. I did forget the Lilia, though. Both sides have now banned Lilia on red side. Second time through for IG. Do we just see Nefiri and Vi follow? I definitely expect Vi. We'll see about Nefiri.
Yeah.
Ashe.
Ooh, getting rid of Ashe. So maybe opening on a Callista Gambit here. It'd be the B1 with Ashe and so many different strong laners gone, as well as the Kai'Sa. Very cute that they ended up making some fan art there of the IG boys after they did one of their poses. But I don't know. I think you probably are looking at a Vi Nefiri, but
so Weibo will get one of Vi or Nefiri unless they want to ban him here for Tien, which is
go.
I was gonna say which is so intriguing because Tien was definitely, tough game too. So does he respond and come back with a pick of like one of those big picks? No, they take away the Vi. So we handshaking banning Vi and Nefiri out of this series.
IG, are you going to be willing to give that away? Like, do you want to give over Nefiri, especially without Vi on the table anymore? I mean, maybe, I know that some people have like, been exploring champions like Poppy. Alright, find a Fury, that's the trade here, so Weibo can go for a Kalista first pick if they really feel like it. Just trying to think of other top laners. Misfortune, I guess, has made it on through.
Yeah. Here's the thing
You
with
just have to worry about like Leona pairs though
Yeah.
on as a response.
But you've also lost the two best Kalista pairings, right? Because we lost Renata last game. So Renata, Deco. What, like, I'm running out of things I'd pair the Kalista with. We already see, the first time, though, a B180 carry is coming across here. We are B1ing Misfortune, which I'm a little bit worrisome about. I think that's a telegraphing pick, but obviously Weibo can still build pretty well around it, but you're not and Rel is still an available support, so if Weibo really want to get aggressive, they might just slam Rel with this Misfortune before the second phase comes across, and the Shy is gonna answer your prayers though, Hulk.
Yep. Good. That's all I wanted to see. He's been playing okay on this Renekton. I think he's taken a lot of great pressure, similar to what we just saw in the series before, or in the game before. Getting that Azir here for Rookie potentially is on the cards here for IG. Not really too worried about the 80 carries at this moment. Could go for 80 carry on 3, although I am kind of expecting for JDG to snap up his jungler on 3 here. So, for Weibo, you probably want to get Leona. If not, you're getting Rel, but I think Rel into Azir sounds pretty miserable. It's fine into the Renekton. Maybe you have some options there. I guess it's up to preference here for Erha.
Okay.
Instead going for the Rise. So, opting for the fact that maybe you'll have a little bit less range, but you're going to be very good if IG continue to go down the line of shorter range, bruiser-esque champions.
Okay, and we talked about before we got into this draft that Azir and Rise would be big players for mid lane between Sahu and Rookie, so they deliver. This will be a classic LPL mid lane matchup. And the Rel is going to be grabbed, likely for Erha. They'll lock that one in. So the classic bullet time pairing, if you missed our first series, one of the deciding fights of that one from JDG was an awesome missing full Rel combo into a bullet time. And there is no Crescent Guard in this series to deny it. So that is going to be on the table. And I got to be honest, dog, I know we're a little bit worried about picking that into like the Azir and now like a Jarvan potentially, but knowing Erha and how he's been performing in the series across the board, I'm confident that he could deliver with one of those Rel moments.
Yeah, I mean, you also have the Rune Prison to be able to provide some damage here, so Weibo are going to be in an interesting spot where Rise, despite the fact that he is not going to be as strong before 2 items, is actually going to provide a ton of utility for Erha and for Light in this bottom lane. So, going to be interesting to see. It seems like IG are going for a bit of a different composition where Jarvan is going to just jump straight into the back line, hold down some of the members of Weibo while this Renekton goes in with him, and Rookie's Azir is able to tear them apart at range. We'll see what is going to happen on the back end of this draft. I like the Rakan ban, just to take that away as a connector with the J4. And in terms of 80 carries, Jhin and Varus usually is popular answers going into Misfortune. And Ezreal's already taken away.
Yeah.
So
Do you want to put Gala?
not very many left up.
Yeah, the question is like stylistically, do you want to put I think you're getting shoehorned and putting Gala on like a hyper carry by this point. Only thing I can think of outside of like maybe landing on a Jinx if it doesn't get banned through here, or like a Gala Zeri would be, can you fit Lucian, Nami, Lucian, Melio into the back end of your draft?
That's what I was going to say. I think Lucian Melio here. Damn it, Weibo. They knew it. They knew it. They saw it coming.
Got the script.
I'm still waiting for Lucian Melio here in LPL. So
We've gotten Lucian Nami a couple times.
Yeah, but Lucian Melio is just better. Lucian Nami is for old
But electrocute
people,
Lucian.
boomers. Yeah, you can still play electrocute Lucian with Melio. It's actually stronger because you get the burn damage from Melio's campfires.
Another short range
Corki
IG comp though. This gets locked
does
in.
give them, some skirmishing power, but
Really
I
short
just
range.
think it's really tough. You want to always, as this Corki, if you can, try to Valkyrie forward to get a little bit more damage, and I just think into a Realm Misfortune that's almost never going to happen. So IG playing
More
a little
Wombo.
bit closer to the chest.
More Wombo for Weibo. The Gnar signifies it, so you got... And then we do see that Poppy. I know I wasn't talking. We had some discussions with some of my other caster buddies about how Poppy is just like a game, a series closer. Like every time I see Poppy, even jungle or support, it's always coming in like game 3s for the LPL and for what we've also been over in our region tapping into some of these CLOL games for us. So Poppy looking to be that decider for Tian, who picks up full utility in the jungle after the Pantheon game.
It just means that they have some early power here. I think with the Rel, or with having the Poppy and the Rise, suddenly this 2v2 very early on becomes favored for Weibo. Jarvan and Azir are not going to have the same kind of explosive damage coming out from them. And when I look at this composition coming in for IG, it's very strong on 2 items, regardless of what Corki build we end up seeing. But need to kind of utilize some of the priority that you're going to have from your solo lanes. I want to see how JJ is going to be working around the map as this Jarvan. Typically Jarvan will fall off, but when you look at what the enemy team has, just getting right into that back line and I think preventing a lot of maybe what is Poppy getting in there or even the Gnar, there's some options here for IG as this game goes forward.
What a call, though, from Weibo, knowing that IG piloted a Game 2 win through their superior team fighting, and Weibo come back out of the draft room and say, we're picking the Wombo comp to show IG what real team fighting looks like with the stakes raised. Ladies and gentlemen, we came into this matchup, this series, talking about how tied together these two teams are right now on the group standings. Both 5-4. Both 13-13 in game score. 2 mid laners known for their recent struggles in lane, but their superior team fighting. All of that has delivered, but something must break. Someone is coming out of this matchup 6-4 and in the 4th place playoff spot out of Group Ascend. And all of that will be decided now. Who wants it more, IG or Weibo, on Summoner's Rift one final time tonight?
This is your fault. This is your fault. You asked.
I wanted
for
it.
5 games today.
I wanted this series to go 3. It needed to go 3 again. So I will not apologize.
The IG fans are so quiet today. What the hell? I was not expecting that. The IG is one of the biggest organizations historically, and you have a team with Rookie and the Shy, as well as Mako. I feel like your fan section should be blaring loud, but I guess IG cannot match up against a literal social media team company, so makes sense.
Hopefully that's not a metaphor for how the series is going to go. Is that Xiaohu chasing down Rookie with a Rise level 1? I have seen it all. Mako going to stun up to create some distance, gets a lot of value out of the resolve. Xiaohu gets another slow, trying to get as much value out of this Ghost as he possibly can. Crash down from Erha is going to connect as well, but does he have enough damage with Ignite to at least force Rookie to flash? No, he's not going to go for it, but this is terrible for Rookie's tempo.
Yeah, Rookie's probably just going to have to TP, and Mako has to come to this lane, half HP. Kala's going to walk up. This is a fantastic start coming in from Weibo. No, they didn't get any kills, but now you get to start off maybe even split this map vertically here as Poppy is taking the blue buff. Might even try a cheese gank early on, potentially around the bottom side, but early vision will spot both of these junglers as the red buff will get spotted for JJ, as well as Tian moving over to his Raptors will be seen here.
That was big for Xiaohu as well, because he makes an adaptation to the classic LPL Rise, and he's taking Ghost in this matchup. So he effectively nullifies the TP advantage Rookie has by making him go on that long goose chase to survive.
Shout out to Erha for this one. Just being a little cheeky with the crash down, recognizing that he can just get away with a lot here. So Poppy is going to end her red buff. And usually I would say that there is an angle for you to be going topside here. But I think with the fact that you know JJ has to go to his bottom side camps, maybe Tien actually just decides, like, we're going to flip early. I'm going to try and dive. I see this wave, though, and that kind of tells me, actually, I don't know if we're doing this anymore. He's moving, though. He's moving over.
At least to hover. Wave going to disperse here. Tian, though, I mean, he's going to have a serious camp lead if he wants it, but instead he's going to try and keep the aggression up here. Erha being annoying as ever on that Gromp. Tian's going to get a ward down, and well, he's going to, on the Poppy jungle, land himself a 3 buff.
If he wants it, though, he is staying for this bottom side. He's literally AFK standing there waiting for the scuttle to spawn. This is not jungle efficiency as at its finest. But
it's Poppy jungle.
Again, dude, it's Poppy jungle. Hey, wait a minute. Poppy jungle's fun.
It is, but it's not usually about jungle camp efficiency, no?
You can try to cheese gank, but Poppy becomes really annoying to play. They know he's here. They're like, okay, where is this guy?
Oh, breathe. Oh, breathe! Just like that!
What?
Maybe you should have let the Nidalee through. The Shy soloed out.
This is not an easy lane here for the
JJ. Oh, JJ.
JJ.
Beat the wall. You're about to get slammed into it. You're going to have to flash after. Tian follows. Does Xiaohu get the Q over the wall? He does. One more auto. Nearly does it.
Oh.
Xiao flashes the W. Saves JJ from his own demise.
Oh my god. I don't even know if there was Scorch there as well. The shielding from JJ saves his life, so trades 1 flash for 2. He loses his respawn Raptors, though, and that is a pretty big loss, all things considered. Unfortunate that Tian was not able to find the stun against the wall. He still has not taken his top side camps.
He double scuttled,
Poppy
too.
is going to reset and hopefully take them and get them to start leveling up.
He did double scuttle, though, so worth? Oh my god, he's pathing bot side.
He's pathing bot. Look.
Clear up.
There's no dive to be happening, so he's just going to path up. Maybe he's able to be there when they recall. It seems like Light and Erha are going to be forcing this wave underneath the turret just so they can go back to base and spend.
The most important question of this series now becomes how long will Tian's topside camp stay level this low level? We might be going for a record. I mean, JJ's not going to do anything about it at all. He's got his own bot side camps to clear. He's going to clear his wolves out for the second time before Tian even touches his first wolves.
Oh boy. Hey, you know what though?
Worth?
If you're a jungler, you're probably looking at this like, I have had my own Raptors and now 2 sets of respawn Raptors before 8 minutes. That feels pretty good for golden experience. So JJ is going to be slightly down. He is this Jarvan, so in terms of clear speed, he is always going to be pretty gated. And that does mean that later on into the game, there might be a situation where it's actually more efficient and more worthwhile to IG to give up these camps over to their solo laners.
Everyone.
Just to make sure that, hey, if Rookie gets one, that's perfectly fine. We're going to see an early set of grubs go over to Weibo.
Yep. That's definitely not Tian taking his grubs before his blue buff. No. That's never happened.
Not.
Oh, all right. So Riemann shuffle. Everyone's boogieing on top of Xiaohu. Erha, I don't think you can save him, my friend. That crash down was very hopeful, very optimistic, but he's so dead. This is 2 kills, swinging back over towards IG, and it's Rookie's Azir making the call.
This is the problem with the Ryze matchup, is that every time you don't have flash, that Azir is going to try and shuffle you in. Good job from IG to corral into mid lane and find themselves that kill. Don't think it means too much in the grand scheme of things, especially with both of those kills going over to Mako. It's not exactly where you would have wanted that to happen. But as Invictus, you are okay for now with where the game state is. Rookie, I think, just being very, very understanding that, hey, my jungler's here, my support's in the area, let's just get a freebie. Let's get a free 300 gold.
Tian was like, guys, I gotta clear my Gromp for the first time. I can't help. I'm sorry, I'll stop. But I just find it so funny.
Danny's like, oh god, he's like, whatever, man.
So we settle back in, and the game is on pretty even tilt. The 3 grubs, though, definitely gonna be a pretty big pain point for IG. Don't like the idea of giving up mites to a Ryze and R comp. Oh boy, dive in.
Oh.
Tian, bullet time, lined up so well with the keeper's verdict. 1 for 1 on bullet time wombos. That bodes well for Weibo.
All right, but look at what's happening on the opposite side of the map. How much more can Weibo get? JJ was able to grab the dragon and will now have the third set of respawn raptors, as well as probably the entirety of Tien's bottom side jungle here. So he'll be able to at least slingshot himself back in. You can kind of see that they're already starting to pressure into mid lane.
JJ's revenge.
Xiaohu just now getting his flashback. He's like, I don't know if I'm allowed to stay here, actually.
Erha, how many times do I get my back canceled? It's out for the second time. Good on JJ to bring back some of this creep score difference and grab up that dragon. Interesting lane assignments coming across here for sure. It's going to be the Leona hovering the Shy, and Gala gets a 1v1 with Breathe, who he is enjoying throwing down the entire Corki combo, and he hit every single skill. Wonder if JJ would have thought about a dive if Tien didn't show towards that bot side.
Maybe. We'll get spotted as well, so JJ feeling pretty good though. Like, we talked about how it was very advantageous for Tien to actually get the double, like all those Raptor camps back to back to back, but because he's been kind of neglecting some of his camps and more specifically went for the topside dive as well, I mean, JJ is actually slightly ahead in experience. It's not by much, but the small advantages open up windows for the side of IG to continue to progress the game in their favor. See that Mako right now trying to control this entrance into the Raptor pit, but I mean, this has been a lot of time now that Light in particular has gotten a lot of free farm, right? With that dive top and Gala just being by himself bottom lane.
Should be able to pick up another plate here. He wants to be a bit careful, try and stay close range. The strut passive getting a lot of value. Mako not level 6 either, so that will put Light currently 1,000 gold over his counterpart, and that is the entirety of the Weibo gold lead right now.
Feeling pretty good. So
looks like he's rushing.
let's see if
IE
Light can
first,
carry.
yeah.
I know we've had some criticisms towards Light in the past. I know that early on of this season I was a big fan. So far, Light has been leaving a lot to be desired on the Rift. So
okay. This is the big point we were talking about, though, Aug, the next set of grubs spawning. See, I'm going to jump on it. Teleport is coming through for Rookie. Gotta think the Weibo are good with just one and bouncing out because they get mites, and they will happily make that trade. Tian will happily make that trade. Please.
Are they going to try to go for this? I mean, Tian has Smite coming up. He can maybe try to contest this versus JJ.
JJ holding his smite. Rookie getting caught off to the side by Xiaohu. Commits the Emperor's Divide to protect himself. So that's one key ultimate out. And that means Xiaohu is running in to Realm Warp and separate IG. Everyone having to burn flashes to get over the wall. And Weibo able to steal an extra grub for themselves and some critical flashes that they'll definitely be revisiting.
Oh, for sure. And that ultimate from Rookie feeling a bit preemptive. Wanted to see if maybe Tien was going to be flashing over that wall. So getting both of those flashes from JJ and Mako. Not the most important members, but if Weibo do decide to turn, it does mean that Mako potentially is a little more susceptible to going down for the next few minutes.
Definitely can feel that the Game 3 vibe is in both of these teams. It's definitely a little anxious, a little antsy to make a lot of these plays around the map, and it's just slowed the game down, which is going to make it really fun, Aug, personally, because we are cruising towards a Voracious Octagon in Game 3, and you know that that buff take, no matter how it goes, is going to be a big decider in this one.
Could be. So
we're a ways away out, though.
Maybe the next 2 minutes is just fighting, just pure fighting the entire time.
There's nothing to really fight for, though, right now, no? As we get a look back at the...
Who cares? Fight for the sake of it, you know?
That's the IG way, right?
Yeah. So, good job from Xiaohu. I like how he was pressuring Rookie on the side here. And this just comes down to a clutch smite coming in from Tien. As, trying to look at the picture-in-picture right now as we get back to live. Breathe has done a pretty decent job for himself. He's up 40 CS in the top side. Jesus Christ, man.
Also gets a really big XP lead because remember, Mako was hovering the Shy's lane when Breathe was able to shift down to match up with Gala. We were worried about the Shy in this Game 3, mainly for his champion pool, but he gets onto that Renekton, and Breathe, ever Mr. Consistent for Weibo, is opening up an even bigger lead here, but a win con has emerged for IG, and they're looking to stamp it home by jumping on this Ocean Drake. Do Weibo want to respond and shut down the stacking now?
I'm taking a look.
Keeper's
Breathe
verdict.
does not have teleport. The Shy does.
Oh,
verdict, it
he's going to hit the
lands,
jungler out. Perfect execution of Tian and secures that dragon. One ult, one Drake. That's how easy it is for Poppy.
And they can control of mid. You even see that right now in the picture-in-picture. Breathe is fighting underneath that turret. That turret is also going to potentially be going down. With 5 grubs, Weibo might get a ton of gold here right before the plates fall. This is a pretty good influx.
Rookie!
Oh!
Strut passive.
That's so close.
Misfortune is too quick. And there goes
Something
the
like
turrets. With a plate, so much gold. This gold loot is just exponentially growing by this point. The smite fight is not won there by Tian, so JJ gets that one back. Good steadfast presence. Erha committing on to Gala. You think it's a 1v1, but Xiaohu was close by with Realm Warp. A little surprised he didn't decide to commit, but instead will allow that pressure to maybe garner another turret dropped in the name of Weibo.
Yeah, that kill on Tagala just does not matter. He also has summoner spells, so at the very least, you're like, okay, cool. Like, the kill would have been nice, maybe some summoner spells, but just getting this entire turret by himself, the gold lead is going to balloon here for Weibo, and you've got the Herald spawning a minute and a half. IG need to fight for this objective if they do not want to stop, if they want to have any chance of stopping Weibo in this early game.
The push and pull between these two teams in this series, this is exactly what Weibo were able to do to create such a huge gold lead for themselves and never look back in game 1. Is Xiaohu's going to pop the ghost there, maybe fearing that a wraparound was coming from JJ? Oh, buddy. Now we can't get caught backing, though. Oh, no.
There's no Azir ultimate. This
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
matter.
true.
He sees the J4. Tian's even there to cover him. I know we haven't been looking topside, but Breathe is literally slamming the Shy at this moment.
I'm glad you used the word slamming, because JJ just got slammed into a wall, popped in the air, and before he could even blink, he was on a gray screen.
It's another wave going over to Xiaohu, and the game not really going in IG's favor at this moment. There was not a lot of early skirmishing. They got some kills now onto Breathe and Xiaohu. So Weibo Gaming are feeling very, very good about their spot so far in this third game. Tian definitely opening up a lot more spaces for his team in comparison to what we got in game number 2.
Very impressed with how Weibo are continuously able to play the map when they're not forced into fights that they don't like and feel the pressure to play from behind. Weibo really showing that as a team playing from ahead, they are really hard to slow down. And IG are feeling those pains, feeling those woes, and at a certain point, they're really going to have to try and start forcing these fights because they will just get side lane split to death in this current scenario.
So, can they make this play on the bottom side? JJ is coming through. Mako is in the area. Breathe is just going to be able to... He won't have Mega in a little bit. If they can time that, that should be a kill going over to them.
But they're backing off.
You see that Xiaohu now is matching in top side.
Yep, they're making the play towards mid here as Light threatens that mid turret, but they can lean towards Xian, who takes down the Rift Herald on his own. And look at the push-pull here. I mean, watch Mako and JJ's pathing. They went towards bot lane, back towards mid lane, back towards bot lane. They're going to steal away some Krugs, but this is not enough to stop the bleeding.
Yeah, they're just so lost. Like, they feel almost listless. No one's making a decision here for the team as a clear direction. Erha gets caught, fine. The Herald is already spawned, and you just see all the little Twitch chatters spawning out from this Herald. They're going to take down mid-tier 1, get half of the mid-tier 2. It's a consolation prize that you found the enemy support here for IG, as Weibo are just absolutely wiping them on the map right now. Again, like you said, that push and pull, that tug around the map and not being able to find anything thanks to some of the very unique abilities from Weibo and their champions.
And now they can use all this map space to set up shop wherever they want, and that will likely be the Drake Pit in about 30 seconds as we get an Infernal Soul for this final Game 3. And we also are very likely soon to lock in the Voracious Octagon 2 minutes after. And IG, they're going to have to make their stand, I likely think, at that Octagon to try and save this game because they are just falling further and further behind. And it's really going to start showing on these item breakpoints as well.
And as we've seen, because of the prevalence of Rod of Ages and with how many Blood Roses are out right now. Oh, we're getting
my
the
God.
ultimate here to back up
Tian,
Tien.
holy moly. They popped out of a trap door. And they're going to try and throw JJ down once more. The Ignite, not going to be enough with the W passive. Gala gets into a 1v1 with Light that he feels pretty comfortable about. And the Shy is on a huge flank. Gala is cornered. Tian going to try and buy space, but Light is still holding on to his flash. He survives without burning any summoners. Erha, soon to fall down to Gala, though. The rocket over the wall. Gala's going to flash, doesn't get the auto. Bullet time going to create a ton of space. The Shy doesn't want to run through that. Highway robbery from Weibo, because while all this was going on, Breathe picks up a tier 2.
And they were able to grab some summoner spells there. Tien just barely saving his AD carry in that fight. Xiaohu does go down. And we'll see how much gold IG can get now on the map here. It's going to be a wave pushed by Gala. And more importantly for me, I'm looking at this top side. Rookie thought he was going to get some time on this turret, but that is absolutely not the case, as Breathe does teleport.
What composure there from Light to not commit either one of his summoners. I mean, he is completely pincered. I expected him to panic about 5 different times throughout this play.
And look at, just seeing this is the start of the play that we were talking about. No steadfast presence to try to stop Jijit from getting out. And while Xiaohu is getting focused, Light, a good peel job from Tien, just saving his AD carry at the very last moment and wasting a lot of the Shy's dominance.
With that push and pull back towards the top side with all those resources dedicated. Free Dragon for Weibo as they tick over to 2 on the Soul counter. And all Rookie can do is teleport to try and catch some of these waves and try and give some control over to this side of the map for the Otacon pit, as Mako is trying to utilize as much of that tiny short wall that Otacon uses and could set up Breathe as the target of a dive here. Erha is sprinting topside as we speak.
They make this, this dive should be free for them. No one from the side of
Solar
Weibo
Flare.
coming.
Oh, there it is, actually right on time. Empress Divide. Meganar nearly pops over at just the last second. Mako gets out. They're going to get this tier 1 turn and might just force the issue onto Otacon now.
Mako is too low HP in my mind. You see the pings, they're deciding whether or not they're going to do it. They're going to escape instead. Not knowing exactly where this rises does make it very difficult for the side of IG to immediately rip this Otacon. So
Significant gold back,
like
though,
the idea,
nonetheless.
the Azir turret, however, does make this a bit easier to defend from their side.
Significant gold back, nonetheless. And Rookie now has 3 kills under his belt. And I know all the way back in the first series when we saw Azir, you talked about how important getting Azir these more expensive items down can be for any comp playing around him, and that is the Nashers and Liandries completed for Rookie.
JJ trying to finish his second item. Gala is going to be on a very strong spike in a few moments, finishing the Muramana. Already has a Trinity Force. Everybody at home, do not do this. Just pick up Essence Favor, Bloodthirster. Thank me later. Yep. And for IG, you do have to always be worried about the fact that you don't have a dragon stacking lead. You might not be able to get this Otacon. It's a little up in the air, but there's these 5 grubs you always have to keep in the back if Xiaohu or Breathe even continues to split push. I don't know how much turret damage Breathe is going to get from this point on, though. Getting to inhibitors seems really deep, and
Yeah.
I think that he's already kind of done the damage that he's needed to. They're, I think, mostly focused on eventually chipping away at this mid-tier 1.
For now, Weibo would like to get Light over towards the most expensive 2-item power spike you really ever see, which is IE done, which I believe he'll get shortly. He farms the red buff there. Stian selflessly gives that one over. Maybe one more mid-wave. Gets the IE in the pocket of Light. Don't really want to fight Otacon or any other big neutrals until you get Light towards the same level that Gala's currently sitting at with that Muramana completed.
Do this though. Let's just play high up on the wave. If anything, we can have our Rise connect with us in mid-river. So, IG are trying to force them out. Breathe is on a side lane. He's going to push one more wave. Drop into Fog.
Be careful.
IG are kind of waiting to see if they can find some kind of fight, but I'll be honest, Slayer, I think we're waiting until that dragon in 2 minutes' time.
Even Octagon not getting these teams to bite. Grubs, though, may knock down this mid tier 2, and that's always a reason to fight over. And there's the moment from Erhan to set up a huge bullet time that the Shy will not survive. JJ has to flash out. We were waiting for, we were calling for it for draft, and Weibo finally executed at the 24th minute.
Light just says, thank you, JJ. Thank you for putting down an ultimate that your Renekton cannot escape from. Gets the Shy killed, loses his flash as well, as now Weibo take finally their prize that they've been wanting for a few minutes now, which is that mid-tier 2. See how they're able to utilize now this advantage. That was kind of the play that they had been looking for. Keep bouncing Breathe in between the bottom and the mid wave so that they could force an issue. Say, hey, IG, we're either going to pull you apart on the map or we can just force with our engage. Another great snap engage coming in from Erha, the newest member of this Weibo squad.
It continues to impress and earn many, many votes for Rookie of the Split, which, by the way, you guys all at home can have a say in for Rookie of the Split here. So the way things are going, Erha might be the most popular vote, but all that matters for him is getting his team higher and higher in the Group Ascent standings, and playoffs on the horizon. His steadfast presence proves its pivotal ability up against potential Mako engage.
All right, Pink's coming down. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds. It is IG trying to fight over river control, but Breathe is trying to flank. He has no Mega Gnar bar, though, so it'll be a while before he really can kind of have a proper influence on these fights.
That's why I tried to hammer down onto that Gromp, but yeah, that bar's going to tick back down in the Rage department. Bullet Time and Magnet Storm are back up and available. Mid-wave's definitely the priority to fight over. Everyone committing a ton of attention towards those and trying to set up those flank lines. Breathe trying to use that Infernal Dragon to build up his Gnar bar as the rest of Weibo kicking the front door towards this river. So definitely have to be careful because Rookie's damage is pivotal by this point. No snap engage from Mako. Erha dismounted. Tian and Breathe trying to step the flank, but Breathe now with that Gnar bar right where you want it to be.
All right, he has flash. He can try to find an engage. There's bullet time available. No flash from JJ, remember that.
The Wombo that tries to break open this game. They punt out the Shy. The Dragon is secured by JJ, but IG are 1 versus 4 and completely on the back pedal. Breathe going Mega. Will not commit. Doesn't want to risk anything. And IG are able to get out and stop the Dragon stacking, even us up at 3 apiece while sacrificing control of the mid wave.
Why don't we just take this mid wave and just use our Rise ultimate to go Baron? We are lacking some of the creativity that we would have seen in years past. Maybe waiting for that level 16 to get a little bit more range and a bit more damage on the overload. But a good smite coming in from JJ secures them the Dragon, prevents Weibo from moving up to Dragon Soul. See that JJ immediately rushing over, recognizing that a Rise makes movements around the map a bit trickier to track sometimes. Necessarily don't have to go over wards a lot of the time, so a good fight, I think, there for Weibo, and IG are happy with the fact that they didn't actually have to expend all that much during it.
And now they can get back to trying to control this top wave that becomes the belle of the ball, with Octagon and Baron just jam-packed into this topside river. You look to Rookie to try and use that Azir turret to keep the push going, as Xiaohu constantly has to answer these extending top lane waves. You talked about how Breathe has set up camp in this bottom side, but it really just becomes too risky to threaten that inhibitor turret unless there's excruciating circumstances of an IG overload towards that bot side. Erha, we are so deep, brother.
He's looking for a flank, right? Like, this is his whole,
Yeah.
this is basically his whole job. Maybe it's here on the Gala.
Here we go. Gala has Cleanse and Flash available. There's the flash out of Gala. Exactly what Erha wanted to snag.
Amazing, and that opens up a lot of plays for them now. I mean, they can basically just try to muscle their way through this topside jungle of IG, and Erha, anytime he finds it, maybe Mako just walks through. He needs to be very careful here. JJ as well.
Good flag.
That's so funny, man. Just J4 flag over the wall. There's 3 people in there with a very serious face.
Oh, yeah, not going back towards that route. But this is what we talk about, Alk, and I know we're not at the playoffs for these huge games. Like, the stakes are evolved, but this really feels like a playoff game vibe, the way everyone's walking on eggshells at this point in the game.
I think they recognize how important this series might end up being. This is one of those series that if you end up 5th, 6th, you are definitely looking back and saying, okay, if we would have won this one in Game 3, we would not be in this situation. So now that we're in the second round robin, I feel like a lot of games are going to have a little bit more of that tense nature as they go on, especially against our top teams where every single spot in top 4 is contested. Again, if you don't know our format, top 4 automatically qualifies you for playoffs, whereas bottom 6 of this 10-team group have to play a single best of 5 versus a mix of Group Ascend and Group Nirvana teams. So IG want to at least maximize their chances of making it into the playoffs here, as gold is only about 4,000 in advantage for Weibo, and while they do have 5 grubs, we actually haven't been able to see them really push and pull more of this lane. It's been slower victories as the game and the time has gone on here. A mid-tier 2 turret here, finally grabbing the bot tier 2, but really not being able to push for that much more. It is now all about these objectives coming up.
Breathe is really trying to test the waters on how close he can get to this IG base. Yeah, threat of the Otacon on the other side of the map. I mean, how much is Breathe's push in this bottom lane holding IG back from just full sending this Otacon right now? I think he's doing so much.
He's just going for it.
Yep,
that just
there he
means
goes.
that the Shy has to match him, and Weibo right now are saying, okay, either you're going to match a 5 grubs Gnar with another mini wave coming in a little bit and demolish, or you are simply going to move off this objective and we are going to clear all your vision and force you to potentially walk back into fog.
This is the chess match that you love with League of Legends. The higher octane decisions that you have to make in such pressurized seconds. And I'm glad you called out the Gnar that has to be matched by the Shy. I mean, look at the gold lead in the top lane. It is nearly a full item. There is no world, unless caught completely under the turret ramping up, where Breeze should die to the Shy in a 1v1. Or even to Rookie at this point. Well, maybe I'm getting a little bit egregious with the Rookie one.
Maybe they just go for Otacon, right? Like, this is why I have questions about Xiaohu on this rise. Like, we should be seeing more creative uses of the Realm Warp. Sneak your team in. Once you've cleared all the vision, get your team in a position and look for something a little bit, that would, change up the battle lines here. Gala has no flash. He's going to have it in a few minutes' time. Breathe is continuing to push. He just lost Mega Gnar here. He's going to try and open up an inhibitor. There we go. There's the, I think they're moving. Instead of moving for the dragon, Weibo said, screw it, man. I don't care about the mid wave. We're just going to hit this Baron.
And they don't even need a full commit to this Baron, right? They're just trying to pull IG away from covering for Breathe. They're like, all right, you can let this Baron go? I mean, IG are so lost. They're just walking back and forth. They don't know where they can go. They don't know how they can help.
Are they going to pull the trigger? JJ's trying to look. Gnar's on the
There we
flank.
go.
He has Mega Gnar almost.
And they're going after Rookie, who immediately pops. The Seeker's Arm Guard goes to the stasis, and Shuriman shuffles Xiaohu into the might of IG. The bullet time does not find its mark, does not get enough value, and Xiaohu falls first. But the Gnar ult from Breathe throws 2 members to the wayside. Breathe is doing it all for Weibo. Mr. Consistent for WBG, trying to bring them home in their most pivotal series of the Rumble stage.
It's only a 2 for 2 right now, and both junglers are, Tien is down, so Weibo need to be able to sit in this bottom side jungle. The Shy has no flash. The start of that fight looks so risky. I know we're going to get a replay of it, but the flash is down here for both solo lanes between these two teams. It's another dragon going over to Weibo, so Weibo Gaming now have sole point here with 2 Infernal Dragons. And still we have the Otacon and the Baron to play for here, Slayer. I was the entire time watching Breathe. He's not able to get damage, and I'll be honest, Gala almost kills him on this Gnar. He almost turns, is able to put down a hell of a lot of damage down onto this. Misses the stun immediately, and while this ultimate from Rookie was so game-breaking, small decision-making, small decisions that came out from both teams ended up making a big difference. I mean, Leona not really able to peel for most of her squad. Oh my god, wait, we're just back to live and we're just starting up this Otacon. No one, they could Realm Warp in, but this is so difficult here for Weibo.
I mean, the Shy is on mid-wave here. I don't know why there isn't the call for Xiaohu to immediately come in with the Realm Warp. They boot out the Leona. This could be a 3 versus 5 right now, but Xiaohu does not go through the Realm Warp. He doesn't want to sacrifice himself 1 versus 3, so he baits them away with that Realm Warp. And they're going to try and turn onto the Shy, but again, the push and pull, nothing is sticking for either of these teams as Mako might be the one caught trying to go forward. The scene to play the Solar Flare, finds a nothing. It hits my window outside the cast, and Rookie's trying to rescue it, but another great slam into the wall from Tien. He catches two with the same ability, and now the game is completely broken open for Weibo Gaming. They knock down the Shy, and they don't care about Otacon, they don't care about Baron. All they care about is winning this series.
They're going to take it 2-1, and an amazing team fight from the solo laners of Weibo and the jungler from Weibo Gaming. Breathe teleports in. Erha's already in the base. 5 grubs here for Weibo Gaming. It is Jeje, it is Gala. Can they make it the defense? There's a flash available for this Corki, but a base in tatters.
They get Mako back up, but it's just too late. There's JJ already down. The finishing touches on what could be a season-defining series win for Weibo. They've crawled all the way back from the depths to officially lock in a playoff spot.
And there it is. Weibo now move on forward. They're going to be able to even up their score, at least bring them over that 500 mark. And a very, very decisive win around the play. And I gotta say, no matter whatever happened in this game, Breathe MVP for me, bar none. This guy is providing pressure on the side lane, he's solo killing his opponent, and he's making it impossible for IG to actually do anything. I would honestly think, with the amount of leaders that this team has, you have Rookie, you have Mako on your squad, and we cannot make a snap decision to try to go for a play, or start, or even just commit. Many questions here for Invictus Gaming going forward.
You want to see the last 20 minutes of IG's decision-making? It's just this.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm actually getting tangled in my cord, but it's
I was going to say, I saw your cable, man. I was so scared.
Like, what? Like, I mean, also, that's so awesome. 35-minute game, Hulk. We don't get a Dragon Soul. We don't get a single Baron taken. We don't get Otacon knocked down. That is the Breathe effect. And kudos to the rest of Weibo for playing really well around Breathe. When he knocks down the inhibitor, the immediate call to go to Baron and not take it, right? Not like full send, oh, we're going to take the Baron, we're going to force the fight. Like, just hit it. They just hit it, and
oh yeah,
IG was dizzy, bro. Completely dizzy this entire mid to late game.
I was really impressed, I think, from Weibo and how they were able to eventually eke out that win. I think that they also got into a bit of a sticky situation where I don't think they were moving up their vision line very well. I think that we got to see from Weibo, they were so indexed on Breathe being the one to split push that I think what they could have done is played between those two lanes, or maybe even play with Rise in a side lane and having Erha or Tien shadow him so that they can make sure. But because they actually couldn't advance their vision line and make it, at least more obvious to them as to where and how Invictus were moving around the map, we actually ended up getting to see that game stall out for as long as it was. So that's what I'm kind of looking for them to improve upon, is if you are going to play these styles where Breathe is on a split pusher or something that can split push, that gives him some agency in a side lane, I need to see the rest of Weibo actively progressing the rest of the map, because otherwise a better team is going to choke you out in that game, and they're just going to call your bluff saying, oh, you don't have 5 members, cool, we're just going to kill you on the spot and take an objective, take a dragon for ourselves.
I will say, though, that's a very valid point. You're not going to get away with this against, I think, AL and top esports at the very least, but that might have just shown the homework on how to make IG panic. And I wonder how many teams are going to try and adopt, split pushing kind of style comps to make this IG team panic, because they cannot make a decision right now. And we called it from game 2, Alk. They won game 2 alone through masterful team fighting. But this game had 2 real team fights in 35 minutes, and IG were outclassed.
Yeah, it was a weird game. I mean, just across the board, we thought there was going to be a little bit more. We saw the Wombo combo from draft, right? Set up this misfortune. You have so much crowd control to kind of slam them. There's Coach Despair, one of the newest additions, alongside Nofe, coming on through and celebrating.
Oh,
wow. That's how they find this? And JJ still lives, by the way?
You know,
Yeah.
if I had a nickel for how many times Jarvan W Shield save JJ in this game, I'd have 2 nickels, which is one more than you think I have.
Yeah. Also, Tan, we're gonna have to work on your jungle poppy. That was a bit question mark ping for me. But
Hey,
had
won the
enough
fight at
great
the end,
moments
though.
of being able to save his team. Yeah.
I mean, I shout out the replay masters here for the LPL, because there was not a lot to pick from. We are jumping 8 to 10 minutes between every single one of these clips. This was like the only real fight we got. I think this is the only 5v5 fight of the entire game.
And it was very one-sided, right? Like it had.
No,
it
this
actually
was a
wasn't all
split.
that one. It was pretty even.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I just feel like this game was really sloppy from IG. Just the fact that we never actually got to see them. This ultimate in particular just kind of summed it up for me right here.
Yeah.
Waiting for it. Where's the solar flare? All right, cool.
There it is.
And then we're getting individual moments, but this ultimate puts actually the game in jeopardy, because now Xiaohu is like, oh cool, there's a Corki I can kill. That's even better. Awesome.
Yeah. There we go. Love to see the coaching staff. Big series for Weibo. We'll throw up the group standings, updated pretty shortly. It's hard not to overstate how massive of a series win this is, and knowing now that Weibo holds that tiebreaker over IG. They have the game score. They also go 2-0 against them in the group, and that is big because, like we talked about, every single one of these matches now that you see going forward to the Rumble stage could be the final time these two teams match up until only playoffs or play-in tournament for the lower ones. But we're talking about the big dogs right now with this matchup.
Yeah, I'm looking at the standings right now. So top 4, if we were to lock playoffs today, Top Esports, AL, JDG, and Weibo, which I don't think is too unsurprising if you would have told me that at the beginning of the year. But if you told me a weekend to split 2, giving it to Tien, I mean, I could maybe reason why that was the case, but this brother has Silas ulted so many MVP votes that were totally unnecessary here.
I'm in shock. I'm in shock. Come on. That... All right. Well, I know the LPL English fandom are with us. That's what matters most to me right now.
Yeah.
I can't see Twitch chat, but I believe you guys. I hope we're all supporting Breathe, because that was maybe the single best game for Breathe of the entire split. So, whatever. Doesn't matter. Those are placeholder rewards. For Weibo, the big thing is they now get towards that playoff lock spot. Alk was starting to talk a little bit about it, but production, if we have the graphic ready, let's throw
all right,
up
it's fixed. I had to do it myself.
Okay.
I was double checking the math. I fixed it. We'll have them in a second.
All right. Well, we can in this time. We can shout out our last awesome group here. We can take a second too, which is of course our Elite Coffee supporters. So thank you very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, and Forest Without. Their pledge financial contributions helps level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. So big shout out to our Elite Coffee supporters. Like we talked about earlier with all the awesome other coffee supporters, you can check out the links in chat and the links below to join up. But we appreciate all you guys that come in here, chat, watch, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch. Thank you so much. And now I've officially gotten word. Let's throw up those updated group standings after the first day of the second round robin you are currently taking a look at here. And look how packed in. Honestly, like 3, 4, 5, but even BLG and FPX, if they put things together, there is so much room for like 3 through 7 to change in a matter of days.
It is seeming like for top 4, the likely number of wins you're going to need is probably going to be 12, if I'm right.
That's a good number.
12 wins. I mean, that's literally a third of your. That's literally 2/3 of your games that you need to be able to win, which is not, I think, unnecessary or I think that high of a barrier, especially for some of our teams. So again, congrats to the teams that were able to win for both Weibo and for JDG. Again, those are two teams that at the beginning of the year should be making playoffs, maybe even have a chance of being able to represent us internationally. And so being able to see them both take very triumphant wins today, I think in different ways definitely means a lot for hoping to build confidence in these two squads.
Without a doubt, Alk. But that will wrap up our day, a 5-game set here. All Group Ascend as we officially dip our toe into the second round robin. Tomorrow, you will get to see IG look for a bounce back. It's a grueling schedule, and they got to play AL, so that's going to be the fun matchup tomorrow. FPX versus Top Esports as well will be coming your guys' way as we continue to roll out a ton of Group Ascend. But that will do it for our show. Myself and Alk, as the PSTNA gamers we are, have a date with a pillow and a nice comfy blanket, but we will be back with the unofficial LPL English broadcast tomorrow for more awesome action from the greatest region in the world. Final shout out goes to Brad, our producer. See you guys next time. Take care.